Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SuperOldGameSaturday. I'm Captain T-Trag.
And hi, I'm Dolly Finn.
So good to have you, Dolly Finn, because we're playing a game that means a lot to the both of us, although we're playing a little different to start. We're playing Tetris Attack for the, Super Nintendo is how we played it. Came out on August 11th, 1996 on Super Nintendo, but on that same day it also came on the Game Boy. We're playing both versions. We're going to take a little bit of a brief look at the Game Boy version to start. I am running the Super Game Boy for this. I believe it's the first game on the Game Boy that I'm running on the show that has specific enhancements when you have it plugged in to this unit. It also makes it easy so we can switch between both copies of the game. We have the Super Nintendo on the table we're using, and you'll hear the eject button in between. We turn the console off, going between the Super Nintendo cartridge and this big Super Game Boy, I guess, not behemoth, but it's a big case of that. But let's talk our story to start on this one. Game Boy version. We don't have much familiarity with this one now, do we?
No, we don't, and I'll tell you, it really was surprising to look at it.
Okay, how so?
Because, the colors are very different, obviously, but sort of the icons they use, the images are very different. But it's actually really a good game. I really enjoyed it. I mean, I didn't think I was going to be able to transfer my skills from one to the other, but it worked well.
For the Game Boy?
Yeah,
I mean, and there is versus. The problem, unfortunately, is that this is Game Boy, so you have to usually link between two Game Boys. As I was mentioning to you off camera, this is not one of those games where they actually implement the two-player mode into the Super Game Boy implementation, so you can actually play it on the TV that same way. Of what I own, I know Battle Arena Toshinden does that, because actually, that's surprisingly the best version of that game. And I also have it on the PlayStation and the Saturn. Well, it's not good on the Saturn, but on PlayStation it's okay. On Game Boy it's actually really, really good. But that one actually implements its two-player that way. There's also, I think, Killer Instinct on the system does that, and I know Street Fighter 2, but then people said, Street Fighter 2 is on Super Nintendo, so play on a Super Nintendo, and same with Killer Instinct. Those are fighting games. But alright, as she was indicating, you hit the X button, you can change what the graphics are for this, because unlike the other games we've run with Super Game Boy, this was made explicitly for this, so it will have that element. Also, I'll show you this. If you press up, down, or left, and press either A or start for it, you get a different border graphic going on. So I'm hitting up in A.
Yeah, I like that.
You see that little fade out, so they give you the visuals of what's going on here that are mirroring this Super Nintendo game, which we're going to spend most of our time with Super Nintendo, just to get that out of the way. I just figured, since we've been doing this with all the puzzle games, we did this with Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine, we showed off the Game Gear version. For Warriors Woods, we showed off NES, but we mostly played the 16-bit edition, so I said, this game does not cost a lot of money. The Game Boy version, and even the Super Nintendo version doesn't either. As we get to that, I said, let's show both off, just because. I said, you'd never played this before. I'd never played this before until about 2 months ago.
And I love Tetris, so I'm willing to certainly try it. It was fun.
And you've mentioned that also when we've played the other puzzle games, and even the chat for. I know Warriors Woods, which, for both versions of Tetris Attack, are by the same people. It's Intelligent Systems who made this, who also made Warriors Woods, as we mentioned before and played a couple months ago. So it's Paper Mario, Fire Emblem, the WarioWare games, Mario Paint, and Advance Wars, except that remake of 1 and 2 that is by Way Forward, and Nintendo released that. You don't have an excuse anymore for that. They delayed it because of the war in Ukraine, but even they said, that didn't really help much, and now they even went back a couple weeks ago and said, don't worry, it hasn't been canceled. I was like, why don't you release it? I mean, there's a heavy rumor they're going to release it on the anniversary of the start of the war. I'm like, are you fucking crazy? I was like, yeah, don't do that, Nintendo, please. But anyway, Intelligent Systems made that game start anyway. But yeah, for Game Boy, as I mentioned, you do have your options of borders. And if you want to ever change, you just go back to the title screen and then just hit the up left or A, or up or left, up left or down, and then A or start. So there's the Gargantua Blarg stage with left and A. There's down and A, which gives you, Yoshi and Baby Yoshi, or Little Yoshi. There's not Baby Yoshi, there's a different case of Baby Yoshi. As well as for start button, up and start is this for Raphael the Raven stage. You're going in Moonlight. Sounds more like a Castlevania thing that does a Tetris Attack thing, but either way. And then also left and start is Lakitu and Goonies stage, and then down and start is Prince Froggy with Claudette over there. Yeah, the modes are the same in this version, basically. There's Endless Mode, and we'll go on that more when we play Super Nintendo, but also Time Trial, Stage Clear, Puzzle Mode, which we realized with Super Nintendo we feasibly could justify a part for that on its own. We'll briefly show, we'll show parts of it as is, as well as the computer mode, which is basically the same. And there's 2-player if you have linkage with their Game Boy system. All right, same deal though, is that just go along. And I guess as we go, I don't know, do you want to go into your memories on Tetris Attack itself, or Tetris Attack Game Boy, or both, or what are you thinking? How you want to handle this? It's up to you. Because thank you, by the way, for joining me. I knew we needed to do this game. We talked this game enough. I said, yeah, this is all hers. She called dibs on this. There's nobody who's going to touch this thing as far as guests are concerned. So yeah, feel free to go at it.
So I love this game. I love Tetris only because it was the only game that I felt like I could actually play. And you know what I mean? Fairly easily, and so I didn't need to follow lots and lots and lots of directions. You know, I mean, it was pretty simple to wrap your head around, and it was challenging too. And I could move up in a level. I could see myself getting better.
Yes.
And I just thought it was such a fun game. And you know, I mean, I think because of that, it always will remain my favorite game. I know. As
far as this game period or puzzle game?
Just puzzle games. I mean, I've tried some of the other ones, and it's just this still, you know, playing it again recently. I just remembered why I liked it so much. So.
And you played this when it came out. Am I right about that? You played this when it came out in 1996.
I did.
Yeah. So both of us go way back on this one for that specific because. Yeah, we were there for this one. Sometimes we run into cases where, hey, I haven't been there for a certain puzzle game. I can't play Warriors, which was a case of that. It wasn't until 2006 when I played that. This one, actually, I remember some interesting stuff. And with this one, basically, just to give you a brief look as we go into it a little later, moving panel around to switch around stuff, hitting A button to do it. On this version, hitting B to raise the stack, and we'll get into more when we get to the Super Nintendo edition. Hey, ElecVerse, so good to see you tonight. Dolphin is here with me. We're playing Tetris Attack. We're playing the Game Boy version, but we're also playing the Super Nintendo version. You're saying, yeah, the Game Boy version, huh? We're playing both of them.
Hi, ElecVerse.
Yeah, so good to see you. I said, you know, let's play both. Let's take a look. Because as we were mentioning, we had our experience with the Super Nintendo game, but I said, okay, we're going to do this game. She said, I want to do this. I want to be involved in this play of this game. We've mentioned Paled Upon, Puzzle League, every element in between for this multiple times on the show. I said, you know what? If we're going to do the official record of this game, we need to have it going full way. So we said, we're going to look at Game Boy version. We do have the Super Game Boy running it for it. We're going to do what we usually have done with the puzzle games, which we're focusing on the 16-bit edition, which you do have right next to the Super Nintendo here. And you're going to be hearing the eject button going off when it goes to it. But I said, we're going to start with this briefly. It has most of the same modes for it. Feel free, ElecVerse, to go into your memories if you've played this version before we get to the Super Nintendo. Most of them are not going to be with that version, though, still. I think we're just basically saying what some of the differences are really with this, which aren't a whole lot, really.
No, but they remind me of a deck of cards.
Yeah, and that's not...
blocks.
I'm glad you made that observation, because I remember that was something that we've talked about on the show before. We talked about Poker Smash, which was on Xbox 360, which is unfortunately not available anymore, but it is also something that I think I need to do, like a delisted Xbox Live Arcade game night of some sort with games I either bought or have demos of, so we can show off, because it's very much like this. I've not played this version. Yeah, I didn't play this version until 2 months ago, and I don't think you'd played this version until
2 days ago.
2 days ago, so there you go. But I said, well, alright, fine, what was the portable version going with this? Because actually, in my case, I mentioned this before, we played with some of the stuff. My first experience as far as portable gaming dedicated was not Game Boy, it was Game Gear for me.
That's right.
And then, I don't know what your background, Dolphin, as far as portable gaming yourself is, or is like mostly focused, I guess, on console, usually?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess that would make sense. Yeah, Poker Smash was a good game. Yes, it was a good game. See, it's funny because I know the people who made that said specifically they were heavily inspired by this. And actually, it does have the poker hands. It does play the same way, although you also can use the right analog stick to do switching of the blocks, and they also give you options for over the cards as they are in that one. But they actually do give you bonuses if you follow, poker logic, so you can put together like a four of a kind or a full house or something and do clearages that way. And head online, which is really nice, but it's a game that's not available anymore. I don't know if the online is there, and it's also a weird one when it came to the backwards compatible for Xbox One, because it's a 360 game. They did make it backwards compatible for Xbox One. I think it's the only game from that they rescinded the backwards compatibility. I think it was something complicated with the licensing, but I'm not sure if not Nintendo said, no, you're stealing our game, stop this. Exactly. It wasn't like when Electronic Arts made, I don't know if you're familiar with The Simpsons Road Rage.
No.
It was a takeoff on Crazy Taxi so much that Sega took them to court on it.
Right.
And they settled out specific for what that is.
Yeah.
There are things that does a little better than Crazy Taxi in terms of having a 2-player mode, although there's a version of Crazy Taxi that has that. And so we're going to be doing Crazy Taxi in a couple of months for the racing showcase.
That's a hoot.
Albeit without the music because of licensing reasons, but still, the Crescendos 64, he's helping me. So like, yeah, you can't show that on this show, I know that, but here are links to all of the music you want to hear for it. So like, I'm going to stop the show to a certain extent while the disc is loading. I'm going to put in the chat on that. Here are the links he gave me. This is where the music is. If you want to line it up there, it's like, go ahead. There's nothing... Yeah, look, I can't play it specifically because otherwise, you know, Universal Music Group will have my ass for that. But it's like, fine, there's nothing stopping me saying, here's a link that way. So, but yeah, I mean, as I said, you got a good point. So it's good you brought up the fact of the poker cards and the fact that in this case, because remember, Game Boy was not color-based. It is because we're running Super Game Boy. And you tend to get more color off of this if you run it on the Game Boy Color, or if you use the Game Boy Player on GameCube, which I have, and you can use that for certain things.
This isn't bad, really. This isn't that bad.
You're focusing more on the
color?
shapes. In this case, you're focusing more on the shapes, so it's a smart design choice for it. I remember cases where you've had games, or they've done portable or ports of puzzle games to portable units, where they kind of were saying like, hey, you're looking at the colors and the colors aren't matching. I don't know how familiar you are with Puyo Puyo.
No.
We played Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine a couple months ago, or last year actually, about a year and a half ago, which is taken from Puyo Puyo. They ported that to the N-Gage. You familiar with that? It was that portable unit of Nokia's.
Okay.
It was going after Game Boy Advance, and it was basically like a cell phone case, but they ported Puyo Puyo to it, and I think remember one of the reviews saying specific, hey, you're lining up the purple blocks, but they're not clearing because the game doesn't agree that they're actually purple, even though you're looking on the screen saying, like, those are purple, come on. And same with Bust-A-Move, which they did an N-Gage port as well. So it's a case of, fine, color graphics, but you can't tell what they are, and they're making it like, hey, why are the blocks not clearing? In this game, they say, okay, fine, we're focusing on shapes, which is, I guess, makes sense for how to design this. Also, you hit the top as far as the...
But also shades of color, because the red and the white, the heart, and then the star, they reverse. So the white in the background, yeah.
I mean, as I said, that's also because we're playing it on... Okay, I didn't mean to do this again. Because I'm going to briefly show off each mode and we're going to Super Nintendo.
Okay.
But, I guess the other thing is that on Game Boy itself, because Game Boy, the main Game Boy system was black and white only. So the color's coming in because of the fact we're running Super Game Boy. We're doing time trial for this, which is basically get as many points as you can within 2 minutes. So basically focus on combos and change. We'll go into that. We will do the stuff with the, with the tutorializing as well. Because like, as we always do on the show, we're going to basically assume nobody's played this game, even though I know that's not true. I know people have played this game. I'm with someone who's played this game tonight, for sure. And always an interesting thing is the thought of, do people remember this? But I guess they do. Which sometimes you don't always have, you're going to say?
Well, you know, it's interesting. You're right with the black and white first, the Game Boy end. So this actually was a treat, right? To have any color like that. Right, and to see something like that.
Well, they're probably answering Sega and Atari, because Sega had Game Gear, which ate up batteries like crazy. I mentioned we played GoldenEye a couple weeks ago, or about a month ago now, that I said, I'm buying batteries for the Rumble Packs for Nocturne and Proto-Rova. My guess is like, no, we're insisting. It's like, he said, oh, it's a gimmick, to which I said, like, I don't care, you're going to take your Rumble Pack and like it, because we're going 1997 on this baby. That was like $20 for 8 AAA batteries, but nowadays, think about 6 AA batteries for the Game Gear, or for the Atari Lynx, which was also a full backlit screen where Nintendo didn't have color to it, but the Super Game Boy, which was like a $50 device, and now it's way cheaper. They say like, okay, fine, here's how you're getting your color fix. Especially for games that had, connections with it. And we'll show that in the future, because I got some games on this. They're doing some interesting stuff with their tech, not even just with adding color to it. They do that. But I have Donkey Kong on the Game Boy, which what they do with that one is they add voice acting to it when you run on this. Usually when you rescue Pauline, she goes, on the Game Boy version. On the Super Game Boy you're playing it, you actually get a voice of her going, help, help! So you actually do hear that, and they did enhance that when you're running on this device. So it's like, okay, fine, this is, I guess, getting your way of playing Game Boy and Game Boy Color games that are not required for the system, set on your TV, but also just the fact that, okay, fine, they're giving you a little bit of color going on to it, and also voices.
Yeah, and the first...
This game doesn't do that, but I mean, it's the color case.
Yeah, but the first games, I mean, I played on the Atari, Actually, and so remember when Pong? People just thought Pong was great because it was something.
It is a great game.
But nobody had anything else to compare it to. So right, and so when you look at this now, you say, hey, there's not a lot of color in it and everything. But at the time, when the Game Boy was black and white, that's considered an advancement, right?
And remember switchable cartridges, because that was the other thing, because Nintendo had the Game & Watch units. I don't know how familiar you are with those, where they're little and specific handheld devices. Yeah, we're showing each of these modes. We'll go on deeper on Super Nintendo, but just to show that, they're basically the same. And also, you hit X button, you can switch what the colors are a little bit, make them a little darker, a little lighter. Let's try a little darker for it.
Yeah.
But because here's the thing, is like, look, you can have a game as far, we've mentioned this before on the show, I have as well, which is that you can have all the tech in the world to make a game that's really bad or really good, or no tech in the world to make something that's great.
Yes.
And same with Pong. And actually that's interesting because this year is 50 years of Atari. They've been around 50 years, and there's actually a collection.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, there's a collection that's coming out in November, Atari 50, which actually is this classic compilation of not just a lot of old stuff like Pong and things they have for that and stuff on the Atari 2600, like Adventure and other stuff of theirs.
Yeah.
But they're also porting games from the Atari Lynx. They're porting games from the Atari Jaguar. They're porting Tempest 2000 in there. And given how expensive a lot of the games on the Atari Jaguar are, and given how difficult to program that thing is and difficult to emulate that system is, and honestly, in a lot of ways, the Jaguar is not a great unit. It's like, I'm looking for an excuse to sign and show some of this stuff, especially Tempest 2000, which is amazing. I was like, I'm buying that collection. In fact, they're even doing what Ed Wack always loves. He's like, he loves to get in the Steelbook stuff. They're doing a Steelbook of the Atari 50 collection. I'm tempted to pick that version up, but it is well, maybe. I'm curious to that. But yeah, by the way, line clear, just to briefly go into before we explain a little later, it's as you go along, you clear out the blocks, and when there's a clear line or you hit the top, fine. You lose, you hit the top. You see the clear line, you basically make it so that you get everything underneath it. That sounds cool. Yeah, it does sound cool, and it's one that they announced a couple months ago, that collection, the Atari 50 collection, but they kind of were coy as far as what was on it. Usually when you get a classic game compilation, it's like, here are all the games that are on it. I had to dig all around, just like look at the videos they're giving, the trailers, and I'm like, wait, what game is this? What game is that? And still get a sense, but yeah, it's I'm looking forward to that just because of the fact that we mentioned this before, games that might cost a lot of money now, and being able to, I guess, preserve them, get another release of them, especially if they go, because I think Tempest 2000 is one that's expensive, sort of on the Jaguar, not massively, but still something that's a game people want on that system. Right. If you're buying an Atari Jaguar, they're gonna want that, and so getting a collection that's for $40 is a deal on top of everything else that's in it, and it's on all the systems on PS4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC on November 8th, I believe. So it's going to be available very widely.
Did you ever play Asteroid?
Yeah, Asteroids. Yeah, I love Asteroids.
Me too.
We got to have an Atari night at some point, and I do have a collection on the Dreamcast that has Asteroids in it, the Atari Anniversary Edition, and I think I think you're right. I think it is in that Atari 50 collection. I'll also look around. Let's see if I can't find something for the link list to get a sense of what's in this collection, because it's out in 2 months, not even. If
you go to the old arcades, you can play it on the arcade game. That's
so
much fun.
It's also interesting the way that's designed, because we're also, it's like, we're not ignoring the Tetris Attack game that's going on the screen, I mean, even though we're like taking a look at Game Boy, but then we'll get to Super Nintendo, because like, look, with all due respect to the Game Boy version, we know the Super Nintendo version. We're just showing this as a little bit of a taste. Yeah. And usually we do it at the end, but I said, you know what? I think we want to end with Super Nintendo specific for it, but to go into that thing with Asteroids, yeah, this is puzzle mode quickly before I do that. You have a limited amount of moves to clear out the board. We might do a dedicated part for this, for the Super Nintendo game, because it's too interesting and there's too many things to it to, say like, yeah, we're going to cover it all in one show. We will show it off for sure, and I did pick up password out for, or 2 passwords out for puzzles we didn't do. When we're doing our test plays on this the other day. So at least we'll have that. But yeah, to go to the Asteroids thing before I get sidetracked again. St. Aspartame, I mentioned him on the show before. He's one who actually gave me an interesting thing as far as how Asteroids works, and how the fact that when it comes to fixing the machines for that one, it's tough because it uses these old I guess not. Oh, fine. It's a CRT. I think it's a CRT monitor, but it also has, I don't know, it has fuses or something within it as far as like how it does the lights. It's very unique how it does the lights. It's just, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do.
But it's very hard to... Well, it's different as far as how to emulate that, number one, but also fixing machines. It's like, hey, there are a lot of these things where it's also technically not healthy as far as like how those lights are.
Right, that's
but
true.
But I don't know if that's the idea.
That might be the case.
But in that case, you still have collections that have it. I think the Atari 50 has it. The one I mentioned on Dreamcast. And like for saying, I used to own Asteroids on Nintendo 64 PC. Yeah, because they made a remake of Asteroids. It was the Nintendo 64 version. I think was Asteroids Hyper, I believe. I think it was on PlayStation. Well, I never played that. Have you?
No.
They did it on the PC. I remember hearing it was pretty good. In fact, I think ElecVerse. I'm trying to remember when we did Final Fight. Did you mention that one? I think that's on the master list specific for that. Because like anytime chat mentions a game or guests mention games and they want to see it, it goes to the master list. At some point, I try to copy down, or if I have it, pull it out and we play it. I'd be curious to see that because I remember hearing that was the time. That was like the late '90s when that came out. When they were remaking classic arcade games all over the place. They did ones with Centipede on PlayStation, the Dreamcast. They did one on Frogger. Actually, they did two on Frogger. And it was interesting to see that I think that Asteroids one was very well received.
Yeah.
Which in some cases people say like, not only. Yeah, I don't think I mentioned that one. Well, it was something else Atari based. Maybe it was Missile Command because they did remake Missile Command. They made tons of those.
Yeah.
Then they made some Missile Command. They remade one of Pong. Actually, I believe, which is on PlayStation, and they also made, what was the other one? Oh, they did Breakout.
Okay.
So actually, with Breakout's case, you're basically, bouncing the paddle against the blocks, but you're like hitting against aliens and things like that. So it's like, yeah, make it a little more, involved to some degree. All right, fine. I did the first 10 stages, but yeah, fine. That's gonna be a brief thing, a puzzle move before we look at it on Super Nintendo. But if you hit the start button. You can start the puzzle if you want, or cancel the game. And last, we're going to show very briefly is versus computer. We're going to end Super Nintendo with this specific... Space Invaders on PlayStation 1 was pretty good. Okay, that was the one. Thank you, ElecVerse. I knew it was something. It was something Atari-based.
Space Invaders.
Which they did a remake of that. I heard that was pretty good as well.
That was really good, too.
That's my personal favorite. Okay.
Yeah, it's great. Great favorite. I love that.
All right, basically, that's the PlayStation 1 game Master List is going on. We'll play it eventually. Because I have not played that remake, but... Actually, I realized this. I don't think I have... anything that has Space Invaders in it, surprisingly.
Oh.
As far as anything in the collection. I know that, actually this is something I know, like was mentioned when we did GoldenEye. He mentioned Camel Tree, which was a puzzle game from Taito, and also its Super Nintendo version, which was on the ball. There's the Taito Legends collections. I think it's in the second one of those. I know the first one has Space Invaders specific. At some point I need to try and get one of those, so like, hey, look at stuff like Space Invaders, go back in time for that, as it is, although, I mean, sometimes we'll play as far as, like, the name of the show, like, yeah, it is Super Old Game Saturday, but that doesn't always mean we're gonna have a, super old game. Last week we had a game from 5 years ago.
Super new.
Well, that's next week's show, because next week's show is a game that came out this year, although it is a remake of a game from 25 years ago, still. Okay, one last thing to indicate. I wish Activision and Square Enix re-released it. Yeah, good point, because actually Square Enix owns Taito now. Actually, I realized that because I played Life is Strange Beyond the... Oh, not Beyond the Storm. Actually, I did play Beyond the Storm. Life is Strange True Colors, which came out last year. In the bar that you're staying in, like, you have a room above it, they have an arcade machine of Arkanoid in it, which is a Taito game, and Square does have it. And then I guess Activision has connection. Okay, fine. Because Activision did the Space Invaders game, the remake on PlayStation, and there was a Nintendo 64 version of that too, I believe. Square owns Taito, so they have the element of Space Invaders. I thought there was a... I'm trying to remember. I think there's a collection that, if Square's not making it, that they made, or doing something with Taito. I don't know. I'll look into that just for the purpose of that. But yeah, I'm just briefly showing one other thing when it comes to the verses in this. It's a little different in this because, unlike on Super Nintendo, and we'll see that in a few minutes, well, with this one, you're running on health bar. So instead of us seeing, Lakitu, we knocked down, or, seeing Poochie here, Poochie the dog, there's just the bar. There's the HP bar, which what happens with that is that when you drain that down enough, you beat him. You don't have to hit him to the top. But then that power bar that he has, when it gets filled up like that, he'll then attack. Yeah, right there. And they actually have like the 8-bit edition of ruff, ruff. But we'll hear the actual cases of that when we get to the Super Nintendo game, which is going to be just, I'm going to let myself lose next. Because, I mean, I think I was like a half an hour prelude with Game Boy. I think makes sense. This is always the case, us, mixing up the chat, going into whatever you want to go into on this or other retro game stuff, or feasibly also other ideas for our annual Memorial Day compilation program, because I realized I didn't kind of get a sense yet of like what should we be doing for that. Chat, if you have any suggestions, Finn, if you have any suggestions of what you want to see for that show, because we did the first 2 Midway Treasures games, we'll go back, we'll do the 3rd one eventually. Yeah. But if we want that to be it, or if it's something else, we could do Taito Night, we could do Atari Night, do whatever it is. My mom loves Space Invaders too. Yeah, good taste. It is a great game, and another one that, even though it is limited, it's something that, well, fine, it's limited in terms of what it was, I guess, for the time, as you mentioned very well.
It was
into
in
that.
the arcade. And
it was revolutionary.
Yeah, and if you go to an old arcade, you still find it now. It was a Midway for Bally.
Yeah, Bally Midway. I think they were doing like re-release. They were releasing stuff a lot of companies. I remember that. They did stuff with Namco as well.
So great.
For how they released it, but they're still great games. That's the other thing. Games that are simple, but games that stand the test of time. And I guess you could sort of say Tetris Attack a little bit. All fine. It's simple on the surface, and we'll get to that when we look at the Super Nintendo game. I'll let Flying Wiggler take me down. As I said, to go into this a little bit, this is mostly like the Super Nintendo game. Actually, there's one thing I do want to show. I actually do want to have them attack me a little bit, because actually just show one thing as far as the tech. This is basically just 8-bit version of the 16-bit game.
Right.
That we're going to play in just a second. And actually have some pretty good remixes of the music here, and we'll go into who did the music with that other version. And they sometimes make some changes to it.
It's a fun version anyway, even though it's older.
It's older. It is. Here's the other thing. It's a little more limiting because you're seeing, as I clear out the blocks there, it's not as smooth when it does the clearing of the blocks. Also, I'll show this because this is what I want to indicate. When you do the clearance here, they just kind of pop out. So you don't have as much time to set up specific. Have you guys played Centipede on the PlayStation 1? I've not played that version of you.
I've not played that version, but I love Centipede too.
There's a Dreamcast version of that, actually. I kind of want to... And I know it's enhanced off that PlayStation game. They put it on the PlayStation, and they did a Dreamcast version. We could show that, honestly. I'd be curious to see how it is. And it's not one that goes for a lot of money on Dreamcast, or I think even on PlayStation. But yeah, I haven't played it. I like Centipede itself. I'll get the PC stuff figured out, and Nikki's going to help with that one next year, with what she wants to play with that Freddy Fish, the Freddy Fish game she wants to start us with. I'd love to show Microsoft Arcade on the PC, which actually has a great version of Centipede in it, and the Atari Anniversary Edition on Dreamcast has it too, where the controls just feel great, especially that Microsoft Arcade version, because you're running with mouse control. It just feels perfect, like the trackball. You were going to stuff with Centipede specific.
Yeah, no, I was going to ask ElecVerse, how is it on the PS1? Is it really good?
Is it a good version? I mean, it's funny because it's one of those, when it came out, there's also a little bit of a backlash against, I guess, some of these remakes saying that, hey, they're not as good as the originals. It's like, okay, fine, maybe not. And I know people really didn't like the Frogger one, saying like, hey, it kind of reveals some of the elements of that, hey, it's other aspects of the graphics that are really good, but then the gameplay's suffering. Although actually, with Centipede, I've heard Centipede, I think maybe, it might be one of those games that maybe been harshly reviewed at the time, but one that feasibly is more like now. You know, we're basically done with this. I'm just gonna get to the top and show Prince Froggy, slamming me. All right, so that's fine. Because then we're gonna show the other one. Space Invaders and Centipede and the Atari collection were the first games I got from my PS1 for my 6th birthday.
Oh,
that's quite a memory.
That's
fantastic.
Right there.
Here's the other thing, I guess, which is the idea that, that people are giving you gifts, saying like, start young, specific
That's
as far as, classic gaming, which,
classic
look,
games too.
I've advocated that very strongly in this program, but the idea of, I guess, showing the idea of something that can be really, really fun. I mean, actually, I'll tell you this story. We'll get in the, actually, we'll let this, great version of the Game Over music, and also, which is a remix of the main theme of Yoshi's Islands, play a little bit. One of my things was, to answer your question, Delphine, it's a good game, but it's a hard game.
Okay.
For Centipede on PlayStation. Yeah, but I mentioned this, I think it's I don't know if I'm trying to remember if I mentioned this on the show. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't, but I remember we had a Secret Santa thing at work. It's like, buy something that was like $20. As a game person, like, okay, and what should I be getting? It's like, I found this old retro Namco arcade stick. You plug it in, there's like composite video connections. You plug it into television, play old arcade games. One of my coworkers got it. He's married with a child, his son, who's about, I think, 3 or 4 at the time. he got addicted to Dig Dug. It's like, okay, that's cool for that. So I was like, yeah, starting the I was like, I didn't even necessarily plan that. But I mean, just the idea that, hey, age of game doesn't necessarily matter in the sense of as long as it's fun. Like, there's older games that are bad, no question.
But those are classics.
There's some good classic. They're classic games. Like, hey, what a great way to start our show tonight with a bunch of classic discussion. Like, hey, it's worth talking about that, and good suggestions as far as stuff to see on the show. And I said also the other thing, which is, I mentioned this to you before, which is I have not played everything. Even though I hope I never give up an era that is like, oh, I know everything. I don't. I'm the first to admit that. And the thought of, I have my gaps, when people are coming here saying like, hey, I remember this, I remember liking this, and they've said, hey, they want to see it. I mean, you said that. I mean, you would ask me, it's like, I want to see Luigi's Mansion. You got it. Let's do it. I picked up a copy of that. We played it last year. It was a great play. Thank you, by the way, for leading us through that one. I don't think I actually ever explicitly thank you for that one specific. And also with Sailor Moon and the Story, I know that one. So the idea of all these options and all the things like, look, there's nothing that's going to be limited on this one or limited on this. My mom would mostly play the classic mode. The frame rate in that is a bit slower than usual, but it made it a bit easier to play. Yeah, not a bad.
I love it. That's a great.
Yeah,
not for me to use.
Well, and that's an interesting insight as well, which is that you sometimes got games like this, and we'll finish discussing this, and then we'll go Super Nintendo for this. Which is that, and you saw this on the Super Nintendo a lot. Games where, because of how the Super Nintendo's clock speed was a bit slower than the Sega Genesis, you had games that would have the frame rate slowing down. Actually, when we played Mega Man X2, I have the Super Nintendo version of that, which has cases where it slows it down. It makes it easier so you don't have to be quite as quick to react. So it kind of helps that way, although the question of, was it designed that way or not? But you're right, so interesting indication there for it. Yeah, PlayStation 1 is how I played most old arcade games, and fitting because that was a time when that was really where we were seeing a lot of arcade classic games getting collections. I got a couple on PlayStation myself for that, and getting them done very well. They didn't seem like they were as compromised as sometimes they could be on the older systems. Oh, they get great ports for sure. In fact, actually, there's a great Space Invaders port on Super Nintendo, which is actually, interesting enough, it's part of the Game Boy version. There's a Game Boy version that came out. You put in a Super Game Boy. It's they upgraded. It is a Super Nintendo game in its entirety, and then they released that Super Nintendo game as a standalone in 1997. But anybody who had Space Invaders Game Boy, they technically already own it. It's like, oh, they're kind of double dipping a little bit. Like Namco Museum Volume 3. That's another one. Yeah, those Namco museums especially. And we're going to do a Namco night at some point. Of the Namco museums I have, just to go into that, I have Namco Museum Volume 1 on PlayStation. I have 5 on the PlayStation 3, which would only be able to show that because of how feed cuts work on PS3, unless I can figure something for that. Because there's some interesting stuff in that 5th one, which costs a lot of money otherwise. 4 got delisted, unfortunately, off PS3 before I could get it. 3 doesn't cost much money. 2 doesn't cost much money. And then I also have the Namco Museum Virtual Arcade on the 360, and there's one of the Game Boy Advance that's actually really good. Not a whole lot of games in it, admittedly, but still quite good.
You know what? A game sort of just, you remember it. So I remember all those games that ElecVerse mentioned, but I also remember with Centipede, going to the arcade, going back to an arcade, I don't know, about 5 years ago or something, and the Centipede was do. I remember that.
You just remember the sounds.
Just remember the sound.
Yeah,
I mean, it was just...
See, here's the thing. We have not talked Centipede recently that I'm aware of, or that I remember, but still like instantly hear that, or they had like the extra life thing, the
Yes,
like, there you go. Like, that, sometimes it flicks the switch, and we mentioned that when we played Sailor Moon: The Story, actually similarly in the sense of how we're remembering all these things with this after years of having not seen it or have some connection. But there's something to that, and it goes to that, and it gets kind of fits with this game because this is not exactly an arcade game. I don't think there's really an arcade version of this that's ever been made that I'm aware of. Because it was a console initially, but kind of works the same way. Which, okay, by the way, we've had about 35 minutes of this. Do you want to go into brief final thoughts on this Game Boy version of what you'd say to the people for this, if they're like, hey, they want to get this?
It's fun.
Before we talk to Super Nintendo.
It's fun. The thing about this game and Tetris, I think, because it has an easy mode, I mean, you can have, it's actually, little children can actually play this because this isn't really difficult. So you're just matching the shapes together. So, you can, it's a way into gaming too, which I like. And
you've mentioned that too. When we played Warriors Woods, you said that exactly. You said games like this could be a way in, but also the thought that I think you said when we played, it was either when we played that or when we played Tetris 2, I think you said someone who they have child, and they play a lot of Tetris games.
They do. That's
and they're really old ones, so
they're
old.
It was the father's games, and so
right.
now his son plays them.
Yeah, because my first thought was like, okay, there's Tetris Effect Connected, which I have on Switch. There's Tetris 99, which is also on Switch. Yeah. But then the thought of, you were saying they're playing stuff like, I don't know, they played Tetris 2 specific, or just Tetris old on NES and Game Boy, or something like that, specific for, you know?
Yeah.
I really miss the museum aspect of the Namco Museum because they never did any of them past the PlayStation editions. I don't know why. Yeah, that's a good point, which is that, because I don't know if you've ever played any of those Namco Museum games on PlayStation. What they do is they actually give you a first-person perspective of moving Pac-Man around this museum. They replicate that, so they have all these little things you can indicate with it. So you can see like the arcade machines, but also like these worlds that have like these remixes of music. See stuff as far as the dip switches on the machines.
I never saw it. Okay.
We'll have to do some of those for sure. I mean, and actually, as I was mentioning, they did versions of that for Nintendo 64 and Dreamcast and then Game Boy Advance. Oh. And after that, they didn't really have much of the museum part in them, which was surprising.
Right.
I was like, wait a second, because they were doing it very well as far as kind of this. I mean, look, maybe it's the thought that I guess we're all gaming wonks, if you want to put it that way, in the sense that we like hearing the history of this, seeing all this weird stuff, because also that Atari 50 collection is going to have interviews with a lot of big names at Atari saying that, hey, here are the experiences we had making these things. Even games they're admitting are not very good. Stuff like Atari Karts and Fight for Life. Those are supposed to be horrible games. They're in there. They're going to be saying stuff like that from what the videos are showing.
Oh, good.
So, giving a little bit of perspective that way to it. Whereas with the Namco stuff, that was a shock with the Namco stuff that they didn't do that. I mean, then they kind of pumped it up with more games. Actually, there was also one, the Namco Museum 50th Anniversary Edition, which was on the PS2, GameCube, and Xbox. The one thing they did different with that one, they sort of got a little closer because they had like arcade machine set up like a carousel of like all the games that are in that, and they actually did have license of 80s songs in it. So they could never re-release it, and I'd have to mute it if we were playing that version. Because they have, like, Working for the Weekend by Loverboy. I think they have, I'm trying to remember what else they have. Because I know I have an Atari collection, or no, an Activision collection that has that. Where they have songs by Blondie and Berlin and Missing Persons on the soundtrack. They licensed that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it is cool.
Or they used to. I also used to own the Williams collection, or I think it was the Arcade Classics of the Williams collection. It was on the PlayStation, and I think it was on the Saturn as well. I've heard of that one. The one I have on the PlayStation, just to go on this, and then we'll go into Tetris Attack Super Nintendo, was the second one, the Midway collection, which has Burger Time in it, which is a weird case as far as the license. You're saying Valley Midway Connection, which I think was like how the Burger Time re-release was gotten, even though I think Burger Time's a title game as well, unless I'm wrong. There'll be an edit here saying no, they're not. And also I liked Robotron 2084, which we played Midway Treasures 1. We went into that, and we do more stuff with Robotron. In fact, we have another collection on dock eventually, that Midway Arcade Origins, that has it in there.
So that Williams Arcade Greatest Hits, it was Super NES, PlayStation, Sega Genesis, Sega Saturn.
Oh, it was on the 16-bit systems as well. I forgot about that.
Even on the Microsoft Windows, too.
Oh, so they did a PC port as well.
They did, yeah.
Yeah, I had that too. Absolutely. It was like all the memories are flowing and more good stuff for... You see, that's the other thing. Us coming on the show, we didn't know we were going to go this direction, but sometimes that's the beauty. Like whether what you say, Delphine, what Chad has to say, everybody in between. Yeah, that is our program as it is. But, alright, after we have our little perspective of the Game Boy version, we'll try again with the other one. Just to show you again that we have the actual form factor here, because we need it. Yeah, I'm turning off my Super Nintendo, hitting the eject button. Yeah, that's surprisingly loud coming off the mic. I did like the idea that we're doing test audio checks, saying that, okay, this is what it is, and don't worry, the screen there is alright. Yeah, wow, indeed. And then hit this, boom.
And like
and then Nintendo. You were going to say?
No, I was just responding to that person. Yeah.
Oh, specific.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, I love the start of this game.
Yeah, alright, yeah. This is the one we're waiting to see, but Tetris Attack was on it was on Game Boy and Super Nintendo. This is the Super Nintendo version. This is the one we played back in the day. It was developed by Intelligent Systems, as I mentioned before. It was a production of the late great Gunpei Yokoi. It was directed by Masao Yamamoto, who also directed Yoshi's Cookie, Tetris 2 for NES, which played the Super Nintendo version of, as well as Mario's Tennis on the Virtual Boy, as well as Hitoshi Yamagami, who did the Game Watch Gallery games. We're skipping this, we'll see that in a minute. as well as Kirby Star Stacker, of which there's that Super Star Stacker that's on the Japanese side of the Switch Online. We will show that eventually. And also directing this was Toshitaka Matsumoto, who also did work at Intelligent Systems on Metal Combat Falcon's Revenge and Paper Mario. Yeah, so there we go. This is Tetris Attack Super Nintendo. This is the one we grew up with, or I grew up with. You played at the time.
And I did too.
Yeah. All the memories. Yeah, there you go. That is the right way to say it. Let them flow, chat, and let them flow, Dolly Finn, and I will let them flow as well. You want to start with that as we go into the menu again. Hearing also let's listen to it again, the Yoshi's Island theme for it, because it was paneled upon on the Super Famicom that came out the year before for Japan. They said, okay, the fairy creatures, they said they weren't sure how it would play in the US, I guess. So they said, fine, let's use the Tetris name, let's put that on, let's put Yoshi and your characters from Yoshi's Island, including the nippers over there from Super Mario Bros. 3 on the screen for it, and let's release it to the US. And then also for Japan, let's release the Game Boy version we just saw to them as the only Game Boy version they had, which was Yoshi no Panapon. And then this version was not physically released for Japan. It was on the Satellaview service, though, as BS Yoshi no Panapon. So that's how we had it, or they had it. But yeah, cartridge based on this for Super Nintendo. I have my copy I bought for $27.99 from Electronics Boutique back in 1999. It is still in my collection, and it'll be there till the day I die. My grandma used to own this, and I played it constantly when I was there. There you go. I mean, a woman of great taste for sure. Because,
yes, indeed.
Great stuff. Yeah, feel free, Dolly Finn, ElecVerse, everybody, let it all hang out on this one as we show off everything that goes with this game, because we love it.
We love it. It's the best game.
It is terrific. It is one of the best puzzle games that your money can buy. We played a lot of great puzzle games. We're definitely going to keep playing more. Don't think this is going to be the end of that train, but there's something so special about this one. There's something so addictive, as you said, simple to get into. As in fun. We're going to start there. We're going to go and explain how does this game work if you've never played this wonderful game before, and why you should own it if you don't have it somewhere. Of which there are a lot of versions. We're going to cover the other versions. Because, look, even though we're playing Tetris Attack, looking at these two this way, there's the Panel to Pond, which is now on Switch Online. There's Pokemon Puzzle League. There is Planet Puzzle League on the DS. If I can get the DS capture thing figured, we could show that version. There's Dr. Mario and Puzzle League, which you mentioned, which is on Game Boy Advance. There's Pokemon Puzzle Challenge, which is on Game Boy Color. There is the Nintendo Puzzle Collection, which is on GameCube, which has 4-player support that I don't know if I have a way to play. Maybe Edwack can help me in that one. We'll talk to him, because I know he might be wanting to be involved with Pokemon Puzzle League specific. But yeah, we're going to show you how this game operates. Controls, right here. There's your Super Nintendo controller, where you use the cursor on D-pad, switch panels with the A or B button. Do a pullback if you're doing the puzzle modes, show and raise the stack by 1 each time you hit the R button. Let's take a look at the rule as we hear this wonderful music by Masaya Kazume, who did the music for Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, as well as Bielferenth on the PlayStation, which didn't come out in the US, and who's since founded a company called B-Tracks, which is a Japanese recording studio. But yeah, here's Yoshi with Lips theme. Oh shit, I hit the B button. That was not... I personally like this game better than Tetris. As far as normal Tetris, yeah, I mean, we brought this up last week when we were playing Sonic Mania a little bit, is that... Okay, here's the thing. Actually, thank you for indicating that. The guy one of the people who owns, or was the co-founder of the Tetris company, Henrik Rogers, I believe it, or Hank Rogers, I should say. He liked this game too, and he was kind of saying that I kind of wish we didn't give Nintendo the license for Tetris exclusively, only because he thought this game got lost in the shuffle. But I don't know, maybe it didn't, because they kept re-releasing it. And as I mentioned to you, when I went to MagFest a couple years ago, people wanted to play Pokemon Puzzle League specific, and it was Smash Brothers numbers as far as people saying they want to play this game. If a game I know didn't sell that great, but I mean, this has hit a nerve with people somehow. I mean, the fact that people were saying it's better than Tetris, I'd agree. I love Tetris. Tetris is a great game. Remember, without Tetris, we wouldn't have this. But there's something about this game that's so unique. There's something about this game that is so unbelievably well balanced in terms of how it plays, how well thought out it is, as I think you said, the idea how simple this is to pick up, but just how you can be... We've been playing this game for 26 years. Can you believe that? We've been playing this game for 26 years last month, and we're still finding new things about it, understanding different things about it, and still loving playing it.
It's a fab game.
It's the right way to go. So, not wrong case for it. But yeah, we're going to take a look at the tutorial as we hear Lips theme. Because in the Japanese version, The main character in this is Lip the Fairy. I'll put a picture of what she looks like when I do the edit. And this is actually the theme of her level, but since with Yoshi they brought in the music from Yoshi's Island, like the main theme of it, which was done by Koji Kondo, they said, okay, the Lip's theme, we're going to put that in the tutorial mode, which actually does follow some of the same beats as far as Yoshi tells us, how's this game going to operate? Yeah, he shows how to play. He's got lots of shows, so pay attention. Or sit back and relax and just enjoy that. Well, him and little Yoshi will go into what we got. So yeah, the cursor is that white thing on the screen. Move up, down, left, right on the D-pad to move it all over the place. The box is just an illusion. It's basically right in front of them. You hit the A or the B button, and you swap them around. Also,
you get a lot faster after you play for a while, too.
Absolutely. If you want, you could drop them, basically moving along, and that's kind of something you basically move it to the left or right, because basically, as you're seeing there, what he did, he took that red block that was at the top, he moved it over, basically, he pressed A to move it or B to move it, but then moved the D-pad, moved the cursor over to kind of, you basically keep doing it. You alternate between the movement and then the, of the panel and the switch specific. And how you do it is you want to at least 3 in a row, vertically, horizontally, and they're gone. And keep clearing. That's all it is to start, but, well, we'll see this. That messes with my head playing Handheld Upon for the first time. The idea of what? The idea that Yoshi's not in it? Because I guess that probably threw you for a loop to a certain extent. Because I've shown you that version. I said, this is the version that, this is the first version, this is what Japan had, and since the Tetris name, because it said, Tetris is now owned by Hank Rogers and Alexei Pajov. Alexei Pajov made original Tetris. Nintendo had the rights for it exclusively in the 90s. Then they got the rights back, and so now they have to go relicense it. So this game can't get re-released easily for that very reason, because they have to license the Tetris name. Right. But they've had different versions. They said, okay, we're putting Handheld Upon on Switch Online. And, yeah, that. Oh, for me, it was, what messed me up was hearing the tutorial music used in the stage. Yeah, because we'll show this when we go to Yoshi's stage, the fact that you hear this music there, and I love this music. This is a great piece of music, to the point where every other remix they've done this, they did a remix of this for Super Smash Bros. Brawl. They speed it up. But I don't know, there's something about the tempo of it in this game that just really makes it feel perfect. But yeah, as he's saying, just doing the clearages and then using the L or R button, raise the stack up by 1 each time you press it, but at the top, it's game over.
Bam.
So don't do that, or and the blocks go all, black wall that way. But as we mentioned, it's pretty simple to start saying, clear out 3.
Yeah.
But if you're going to be getting higher scores and doing attacks when we get to the attack portion of this game, you'll clear more than 4 or more than 3 out at a time.
And there's those dark blue ones.
Yeah, which we're going to go into because there's certain... Yeah, that was kind of a little bit of a wake-up call to you. I think we're doing the test play. Because there's certain modes that default you to have those, and also based upon how we're going to be playing certain things, because we're going to show up the multiplayer.
Yeah.
They give you that extra color block, which actually is not in the Game Boy version. The Game Boy version doesn't have that one at all.
That's right. This threw me for a loop, I'll tell you that much. But
yeah, so you have more. Instead of 5 color blocks to handle, you have 6.
I know. Oh.
But thankfully for this one, it's like, yeah, it doesn't matter right now for the purpose of the tutorial, just because of the fact that, yeah, we're clearing the reds out. Yeah, people say Tetris Attack was made harder. I don't know how. I think Handheld Upon's harder, but maybe it's my muscle memory. Oh, I remember I brought that up first when we played Sonic CD. I said, I got the sense it was harder, and I wanted to question it. I looked into that to see what was going on with that. I don't know. I mean, maybe something with the way the AI is, and there's stuff that's actually in this version that's not in that one. But I know I was playing the versus mode. We'll show the versus mode as one of the last things we do. I thought for some reason, when I was looking between the two versions, to the point where you were practicing this one, I had my Switch out. I had the other one on my screen playing at the same time playing this. I said, keep playing this. I want to compare this. I was moving left and right to see if, is there maybe a difference of how the speed of the clearage of the blocks goes? Yeah. At least in Versus. Maybe that's it? I mean, we're going to play Handheld Upon itself anyway. I think it's worth doing. Right. Just because it's a bit different enough. And I can try and get a sense of it. At first I thought, oh, there's a difference. I was like, I'm going to look into this. I didn't see it, but see, I agree with you. I think maybe, but I don't know exactly why. So as I said, I'll look into that. If I can find some way to edit this or some edit in here below saying, okay, no, this is how, I'll put it in when I edit in a couple of days. If not, when we play Handheld Upon itself, we'll go into that. Because it definitely, yeah, it felt a little different. I mean, not even just the Yoshi thing necessarily to it, but it almost felt like I don't know, maybe the AI is a little more, I guess a little more harsh to some degree, but I don't know if they made this game easier for us, because sometimes, I mentioned this before, they'll localize games for the US, they may make them harder for us than Japan. Castlevania 3 was a case like that. Dynamite Headdy, when we play that, it's going to be a game like that. Although we're going the easy way, because in the Japanese version for, not the ease of difficulty, but for something else. But then other cases where, Contra Hardcore, which we're going to do that next year, like first, I'm going to practice that game like a madman over the next couple of months so we can do that, because I know you want to see that. You have one-hit kills in the US version of that, not in the Japanese version. So in that case, the idea of making it harder for US or easier, but I don't know if they made this easier for us or not, from what I can tell. I don't know if you've been able to tell what you played in that version.
Played both.
Yeah, because they're both on, well fine, that one's on Switch Online specific as far as how it is. Alright, but yeah, to go back to what's going on here, yeah, clearing out more blocks than just 3. You get rewarded more when you clear multiple panels simultaneously above 3 for the combo. It's supposed to be harder according to the internet. Okay, so they did make this. So they did make this game easier. But it's funny because it's kind of subtle as far as how they made it easier. Because honestly, I'm not 100% sure exactly how much. I mean, with Dynamite Headdy, we're gonna show that when we play that with the version we're gonna play. I know how that works. You take fewer hits. Or you only get to have fewer hits before you die in the US version, where I think it's double in the Japanese version. As I said with Contra Hardcore. Contra Hardcore, it's a one-hit kill anytime you get hit by something, where you have a life bar for Japan. So that's obvious. With this one, I'll take your word for it, and I'm probably agreeing with you. There's got to be something. I will dig out, because that's also what I love about the edits. Like, if we don't know, or like, hey, chat's saying this is what it is, we'll find something to indicate that, and yeah, so thank you for the purpose of that. But yeah, combo, clear more than 3 out, and you get rewarded, and you get that bleep dude. Yeah, this is back at the time when you had that Yoshi voice until Yoshi's Story, when they had Kazumi Totako, who did the music for Yoshi's Story, have the voice of Yoshi doing that "we have-oo," which is a not bad voice. I mean, figure out, this is kind of a simpler thing, but it was a big change when that came around. It's like, wait, Yoshi doesn't sound like this anymore. And then Mario Golf came out, and he did sound like this. And then Mario Tennis came out, and he sounded the Yoshi Story way. So it's like really throwing me for a loop. But alright, yeah, you can clear 5, 6, and 10 and more, depending on how you operate. And then chains. This is what you want to focus on if you're going to be getting good at this game. Clearing one set of blocks, and then the others drop in line, and you get going in one line. So you have 2 and 3. Yeah, there you go. That you can spend the rest of your life trying to master that. And, yeah, you're probably going to have to feasibly for this, given how this game operates. But there's something to be said about that. Oh, I was saying the Tetris Attack was made harder. Really? Okay.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
Which, as I said, might not be out of keeping with some of those other things.
Then I want to play that other game.
Actually, wait a minute. No. I think I know what he's talking about, because, I believe, is this what it is? Because I know that in the single player, we'll show the versus mode off, they do give you, if you lose a round while playing as Yoshi, it gives you a message saying you have to go through the game without me being able to continue. If you do that on hard or very hard.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that was what it was.
Okay.
That might be it. I don't know if. Actually, no. I think that might be it, because I did when I first played Panel to Pawn when they put that on Switch Online. As soon as I saw it, I was like, "Oh my God, they're bringing this back!" I'm so happy. I ran that very hard. I didn't get a sense that it said, "Hey, there's a different." I mean, fine, it's a changing message, but I don't know if that's what it is. But all right, fine. For tutorial's sake, there's that. That's a basic explanation of what's happening. Let's see the next element. All right, welcome back. Well, it's a bit more difficult, so you don't mind pay attention. All right, chains. Yeah, they're pretty easy, and all the kids are doing. So yeah, all the cool kids. I always say on the show that I'm not necessarily in touch with what the cool kids are doing, but I mean, there probably some cool kids who play this game. I think. Oh, you have the answer. Here's the video explaining the differences. Thank you so much, ElecVerse. That's going on the link list. I appreciate that.
I want to read that.
Thank you so much. That's what I love too. Whether it's ElecVerse in chat, anybody in chat, you when you've been in chat, you when you've been on show, providing things for that. It makes the edit version even better. Not that the stream we do every Saturday night is deficient in any way. They said when we do the purpose of recording for or the recording of it and then archiving it later, this is adding to it. Yeah, so the kids are doing the chains. That's what you want to do. Place the blocks there. There is the red's going away. Move the yellow in place and do it before it clears off. You get 2. And I guess a little bit of a typo there. See, I did it. I got a X2 chain. Actually, yeah, I guess Crusader 64 has indicated that to me. He's like, I found the typo when we're playing Space Channel 5 and Majora's Mask. So we'll see to that. We thought there was a typo with something with Shadow Hearts, which is starting next month, but it was not. But yeah, he'll run it slower. So yeah, he'll give you a little bit of an idea. So yeah, in that case, he cleared out the green. And looking at this, you just move the red there. But you also have to move it quickly as those blocks are clearing. And it has to be on the line of where those green blocks are being cleared. Otherwise, that falls and clears another way. It won't count the same way. So we got the 2 chain, but there's also an opportunity for 3 with the turquoise ones over there. Boom. And there's your 3 chain. Got lots of panels forming chains this way, and they are known as skill chains, as the game is going to show right now. So sit back and watch. You know, a lot of practice, this is what you can do. And it goes exactly to what you're saying, how much depth this game really has, despite the fact that it seems so simple on the surface. Yeah, look at that, with some fancy footwork, fancy movement. Boom, you're getting a 9 chain. You get that. There you go.
That is.
And if you're playing in multiplayer, if you do that, you're going to be pretty much cheering, and your opponent's going to be saying, oh shit, I'm going to lose. And we're going to see that feasibly as far as how that works is because of what damage that does, as one of the tutorials is going to indicate.
It's the music when you're gonna lose. That just makes me so anxious.
The tension, no, that, and that's come up too as well, as far as when that kind of comes in. Or people mentioned that actually with like the Sonic the Hedgehog game, when you're gonna be drowning, you hear that. I think I did that. I did that behind the Christian 64 at one point. He was like, Jesus, don't do that. I was like, yeah, sorry. He's like, but still, it's like that tension. You got that indeed. Yes, port to deep, but you keep practicing, it'll come easy. And here and there, what's up?
It is a game you keep practicing. I think that's the good thing about it. I mean,
and you want to keep getting better.
You do, and you can get better. And I've seen that happen to me. So I started at like 1, and I've gone as far as 5, 6, 7.
As far as we'll show that when we get to the.
So I mean, that's why this game is also great, because you can get better. Yoshi, thank you for sharing that.
And I think also it's like the fact that Yoshi's very calming and assuring. Is like, yeah, just with the hand now. I was like, yeah, no, that's fine. And the sound will change when they disappear, and if you do a super chain, which is basically just getting it up at 4 or higher, you're the fanfare going. One of my friends has got it, this game, specifically paneled upon. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've shown you stuff with this. I'll dig one of these out. I think there was a tournament that someone had for this game, to the point where they give you the timer for it, just like how long is the round gone. It tops out at 10 minutes for this. It was stopped. They were going for like half an hour.
That's incredible.
As far as how it is, seeing that movement.
Yeah.
So it's one of those games that's a lot of fun to watch as well as to play.
It is.
He plays it on emulator with keyboard, which is a different case as far as how to play it, or playing a game that I know ElecVerse indicated to me once, Superplexus, which is on PC. I don't know if we'll get that Switch port that was promised, because it's so much like this. I don't know if Nintendo's going to be okay with that, but it is on PC. It's on Steam. It plays all like that. So you basically keyboard this game, I guess, feasibly if you want to.
That must be so neat.
As far as the idea of running that. But yeah, there's fanfare going on for that as well. But all right, let's talk about stop. Yeah, there's a part of Kingdom Hearts I put an edit from this game in for, actually, if you remember. Because when you do a chain or combo, when you do a clearage of anything, the stack stops as it's clearing and then it starts moving again. But if you do a combo, it'll say stopped a little longer. And while the invisible fireworks go off, keep clearing panels to get yourself out of danger's way. Avoid the music. It's like, you hear that music going, it's like, oh shit, I'm gonna lose. Get moving, right. Boom, boom, boom. In that case, don't hesitate, clear out. But when you're in big trouble and close to the top of the screen, the stop is gonna last a little longer. And you hear this that is not in Panel Upon specific. You'll hear someone... I don't know as far as who it is, as far as the voice performance. I have the name of who they are. We'll go on to that a little later. Yelling stop out. It might be Robin Krause, because she did voice for this. We heard already with Blast Corps and with Warriors Woods specific. And she also did testing on Cruising World, interesting enough, and did voice in Kirby's Avalanche. But anyway, when you're at high level, the blocks are bouncing like that, you hit the top, it's game over, but... Stop! Yeah, you hear that.
Oh, God.
I put the edit on Kingdom Hearts when we used the stop power for that. We're in the under the sea area. Oh, you have it right there. Awesome. Perfect. So more stuff for the link list for the skill of that. All right, there you go. But yeah, you cleared out. The stop lasted longer, and we're good. And next, we're going to take a look at versus mode, which will definitely show off as we go along. And it's your choice as far as when do we want to show that. We show that now. We show that later. It is your choice.
Let's try it now. Why not?
All right, but let's show how versus mode operates. This time, that's the lesson.
Okay.
The goal is simple. Make your opponent lose. And as you play and as you make better chains and combos, the shock blocks will appear. The shock panels, as they are. You clear those, and you'll attack opponent with a gray block. You clear 3 of them. You can also clear more of them if you have them on screen. And you can also use combos and chains to attack. And they give different color blocks out, which are going to be going into another case as well. He also did a look as far as the GameCube version. Okay, awesome.
Nice.
Which is that version we didn't get, the Nintendo Puzzle Collection. I wish they re-released that.
Oh, right.
Please, Nintendo, you're bringing over Fatal Frame 4 from the Wii finally, and we did get a Mr. Driller Drill Land, which was on GameCube in Japan, over on Switch about a year ago. So maybe they can get to that, which is a collection, by the way, of this Dr. Mario and Yoshi's Cookie, which they revamped with, I guess, Nintendo 64 level graphics. Actually, we got the Dr. Mario over here, but we didn't get the other two. Yeah, you get 5, 6, and 10, you clear out, and the more you clear out once, as far as combos, the stronger your attack is, and also chains.
That's right.
Because the chains, you get 1 full layer, covers across, but when you get more than a chain of higher than 2, they go in layers. Like that. And in this case, when you do 4,
And this, bam.
and you hear this.
That's the one.
Yeah, there you go. Feels good right there with
fanfare.
3 layers. Yeah, progressively higher chains, correct thicker garbage blocks to the point where you get high enough you can feasibly fill the entire screen with one of those.
I've gotten those dumped on me before.
I had that happen in Pokemon Puzzle League because they have the super hard mode where that happens all the time. Yeah, to clear the garbage blocks, you need to come back for the next lesson. Alright, so yeah, it's like, I don't know if they give you like a free course or something. It's like, no, you gotta pay for the rest of it. But yeah, not in our case. Alright, so here's how's the garbage clearing go. Alright, so we got hit with garbage blocks. Not too hard to clear it out. As long as you clear it, or clear blocks that are touching it, of any amount, they go away. They become panels that you can then clear along as you wish. Alright, so there's another one, and the same color, the different colors run the same way as far as clearing them that way. And if you have ones of the same color, they'll be cleared out when you clear off the one that way. It's a little different when we get to one other thing, which is something they won't explain, but I'll go into it. Also, this they'll explain, where you have 2 different colors. You have the silvers in the middle and the reds. They won't transform that way, so you have to get rid of them based upon color and get them out individually. Yeah, we have thick levels, so when you get chains, it only gets rid of the bottom layer. Also, if you have a single block above that, say one that's like straight across, it'll still turn into panels up there at the top. They don't tell you that.
Oh,
So you feasibly can have stuff to work on above that garbage block, the one of the multiple layers, when you're going through that end. Especially Pokemon Puzzle League, and you get that in this case, you run the very hard mode for the campaign. You may have to do that, so you might want to get used to it. Yeah, this game does not tell you, but I'm telling you because I'm playing this for 26 years as ThatGuyWithTheGlasses as well. I think you've seen that. Probably wondering, like, why are there blocks up there?
Yep.
That's why. Each player must be transferred separately. It's kind of hard, though. Alright, so that's it. Lesson's over. School's out. They'll go play with progressively increased exclamation points. If they're too fast to understand, which I don't think they should have been because we've given about half an hour's worth, because they should, for sure, do how to play. And there's also how to improve. I will show this very, very briefly, because this is something that admittedly Pokemon Puzzle League did better, because it gives you ideas of, hey, if you're willing to do stuff with chains, they'll give you little scenarios of things for it, but they'll only demo it for you. They do not give you an option to actually try it yourself.
That's right.
Pokemon,
That's better than nothing.
That's true, but Pokemon Puzzle League did improve on that because they gave you the Mimic Mansion.
Alright.
Where you have Tracy sketch it, he will basically give you the perspective, hey, here's what I did, now you do it. Which is good, honestly.
That is.
So they give you more for that. So yeah, there's your example. So you get those cool combos. You do also get chains. I'll show one of each of these and we'll do multiplayer. So chains, yeah, you have a different layout of this for 2 chain, 3 chain, and going through multi-steps, including, let's show the biggest one. This one's specific to the fact that you clear one and then everything else goes and get the hey. So you get the perspective of there was Lakitu. You mentioned Lakitu earlier, and Goonie. Here's the birdie over there. Getting really excited by the fact that, there you go with your 9 chain.
That was crazy.
Yeah. And that's one where everything was set up, but as we're mentioning also what skill chain is, which is... The difference between chain and skill chain is... Chain usually... Fine, they're the same thing in the sense that there'll be chains of blocks coming down, but with normal chains, it's usually going to be that they're in line for you, but for ones that aren't, you have to set it up yourself. So, like, let's show this one. So in this case, you take the red there, move that, but you also have to time it so that as that goes down, that drops very specifically to get the yellow, and then that one drops very specifically to get the blue out of the way. As well as, fine, this one, just because it'll be simpler. In that case, clear that and get those yellows in place. If that falls down, boom, you got it. And then time lag, which they don't go into much, and honestly is kind of a little bit of a advanced thing, kind of, in the sense that this is a chain, you're clearing out a combo there, it's going to fall in place, but because the one block on the left is going to fall before the other one does, it creates a 2 chain there, and the other one falls right after, and it creates a 3. So in that case, that's how it goes, as well as this one. Let's just show this, because it looks cool. Get 2, 3, then 4, 5, and then 6, 7. Yeah, the grinders, the little monkeys there, are living up to the name by, eating into the egg. It's like, yeah, it's pretty cool to see that. Well, Poochie is just kind of, being lackadaisical about it. And there's also an options menu, which Panel does not have. There's a computer switch, which I believe is for playing around with computer players, their sound test. Match points for playing in multiplayer, it's best of 3 or best of 1. You have the text in Japanese if you want. You have character indications. We can either show them off now or maybe later. Let's do 2-player. Okay, so 2-player. There is time trial mode. We'll show time trial mode as far as normal play. I think this is yours. Yeah, we're going to be doing versus mode. This is where we're going to be running for the purpose of this. So hit the A button if you would please. There we go. You do have your options for handicap settings because, as is mentioned sometimes before, sometimes you might run into people who, like us, have been playing this game for 26 years and people who may have never touched it. So how do you make the game fun for them without completely demolishing them? Well, you do it this way, and they balance it really well.
And with new people, too, there's a way in to be able to play with someone. And most people don't want to play with someone who's really good at something. So if you can set your different levels and sort of get the handicapping that you do in golf or something like that, and that's really nice.
Yeah. See also our Sonic Mania play from last week, or the remnants of that. Let's put it that way. But yeah, so you do have your options as far as how you want to set. You have it lower as up to 1, up to 10. When you have it at 9 and 10, I'll show 9 and 10 specific to it. You have the blue blocks, the dark blue blocks that are there, and also the speed in which they go or they get cleared is faster. I thought you meant computer versus mode. Well, we're gonna show that one. We're gonna show every mode. We're gonna do the multiplayer for this, but then here's the thing. As far as how we're gonna set this, I asked you. I said, how do we want to lay this out? I said, okay, we're gonna show off all the modes, enough. But then I said, okay, what do we want to do as far as the multiplayer? Because look, we should show the multiplayer. This is the big part. This is a big thing that I think both of us have played with people for years, for sure. And it's gonna be the same as far as how the computer mode is, and we'll show that eventually. Because I think the way that the ending on the versus computer mode goes is so lovely. I think we should end there. So we're gonna show this first for a couple of rounds. Okay. And you have your option of pals to select from. She plays as Yoshi all the time, but also, fitting, Yoshi's great, but also if you hit the L and R buttons, press all the L and R buttons, on her controller and on mine, keep doing it, keep hitting them. Shit, it's not working. Okay, so yeah, because I think you have to time it specific, because that's how you get the rivals to appear. Let me try this, let me do it simultaneously just to see. Also, yeah, because I'm using the ASCII pad, I just want to make sure that I'm not... Okay, there we go. I don't know, maybe I wasn't hitting it correctly. But either way, there are the enemies. So you have the bosses we'll see in versus computer mode, as well as any of your friends. For the start of this, I'm going to play as my favorite of the pals, which is Gargantua Blarg and Flamer Guy. Oh. In your case, it's Yoshi and Little Yoshi. She's on the left, I'm on the right. I will put an edit showing where we both are. So there we go. You get that great case of your Yoshi's Island music, and basically... do chains and combos, get the other player to lose, pay attention where the blocks come from. See little pictures of Yoshi get shaken up when something goes, when Yoshi does a combo or a chain or something, tongue comes out and gets slammed. Alright, do the yell. So you say, and this is where a lot of this game has its value. This is one of those games, and feel free to go on this if you disagree or if you have any other insights for this specific. You've been playing this game the rest of your life and it'll never get old because in the sense that no match is ever going to be 100% the same as it was before.
True. That's true.
But yeah, there you go. That is, yeah, it is. There's a lot of value in this game, which we've noticed as well as far as just playing it all these years. But yeah, multiplayer, yeah, that is where there's at. There is nothing like getting around with your friends or family and just saying that, you know, I want to win against them, or to go to the Pokemon Puzzle League perspective, I'm gonna win. Which you hear that 50 times within a minute.
Yeah.
But I'm fine with that as far as how it is. Even to the point where, actually, this is one thing I will indicate. Electronic Gaming Monthly Magazine, we mentioned them before. This game was so addictive to them, they actually had to ban it from their offices because they were so hooked on playing it. They said, we're not going to be able to get this magazine out on time each month if we don't do something about this. So they actually had to take the executive and say, like, no playing this game in the office, otherwise we're not going to get our work done. That's how addictive and fun this game is. And yeah, as I'm getting to the top, I got to be careful. And in our case, keep hitting. In my case, actually, I lost already, so there you go. Based on how we have it, we have best of 3. She got a star, she gets another one, she wins the set. Alrighty. Yeah, I'm just loving playing this game again. Okay, I'm glad I got to show that off. That very specific ability to kind of get the block moving so you clear it kind of in air like that, which I don't think you can do in the Game Boy version because of the lower refresh rate of it. But if I can get some stuff going on, I can have a nice counterattack. I mean, the game itself even says on the box, when's the last time you had a Tetris Attack? Yeah, those blocks come down. Yeah, I could say it was today, but I could also say it was quite a bit of time this week just because of it.
True.
Yeah, Blarg, how do you go from a dinosaur to a lava monster? Yeah, because there's the Blarg enemies that are in Super Mario World. Yeah, they kind of went a little more, I guess, cartoony with Blarg, or Gargantua Blarg specific. There's also a blue variant called Nuts, apparently. And we'll show them we do Yoshi's Island specific. I don't know, I mean... Well, actually, okay. I can answer that question, actually, I think, like, first, because, remember, Yoshi's Island, despite the fact that it's called Super Mario Bros. 2, or Super Mario World 2 Yoshi's Island, it is a prequel to all the other Mario games, so perhaps Blarg didn't evolve completely. Okay, which is weird, because remember, Blarg came from Dinosaur World in Super Mario World. So the thought of, wait, he would be less evolved by then, but I don't know, maybe not. So, I don't know, maybe that's the reason. That would make sense to it, and thank you for indicating that, because I never really kind of put the thought specific. And when you hear that music go, as Dolphin was mentioning, yeah, you're getting tense, you're saying like, okay, I better get myself recovered, otherwise I'm gonna lose. And you don't want that to happen.
You don't, but it could easily happen. That's
yeah, no question. Well, a lot of cases, what I tend to do is I will run bottom if I can, as far as if I'm running low for that, because then at that point, like, I'll have more to work with feasibly, but if I'm at the top already, I might be doomed, and I'm doomed. Okay, and you won.
Well, I'm playing it too, so I just wanted to show the difference between the two. So
okay, sure.
I play higher than that.
Yeah, you want to go higher then?
Yeah, I'll go higher this time.
I was thinking 9 just because I think it's fair that way.
I'll go up to 4.
Alright. Fair enough. Alright, in that case then, there's that. Let's take a look. Well, we'll see all the enemies as well. There's Lunchfish and Flopsy Fish. We'll see him later. But also because she won, I believe that's the idea of how this operates. It does indicate either on winning player as far as what level we'll go to, but I'm glad we get to show, you know, Yoshi's level and hear the Yoshi's Island music. Which is a little bit more of a, I guess, kind of peppy version of the Yoshi's Island opening music, which is kind of more like something here almost like a mobile, which makes sense for like, hey, the stork is delivering Baby Mario and Baby Luigi to the parents until Kamek gets involved and says like, no, kidnapping children is what I want to do now, so take them out, or take the stork out, and then Yoshi says like, yeah, Baby Mario basically survives falling into the ocean, but Yoshi's down there. Are the other Yoshi's Island games canon? Yeah, I think they are. I know that Yoshi's New Island on 3DS came into the equation because, for reasons we'll explain when we play Yoshi's Island, Yoshi's New Island completely retcons Yoshi's Island 1. The ending of Yoshi's Island 1 does not count anymore. And Yoshi's Island 2, which is on DS, and since I have it on Wii U, we can show that version. I don't know if that one is because... Okay, here's the thing. I'll say yes, they sort of are, but I'm not completely sure on all of them because Yoshi's Island 2 was developed by R-Toon, which is the team, actually ex-members of Sonic Team. So yeah, people who made Sonic made Yoshi specifically, and also went on to make Vampire Rain, and they also made the Blaze the Time Sweeper games on Xbox. Those were not developed by Nintendo. Yoshi's New Island was, or an arm of Nintendo, I believe, who's involved with them. So I think New Island is considered canonical, I think, but I don't know if some of the other ones are, because I know there's a bunch of them. There's Yoshi Topsy Turvy, which is on Game Boy Advance, which actually is by the same people who made Yoshi's Island 2. There's Yoshi Touch and Go, which is on DS, and I'm trying to think of some other ones. There we go. So I walked out there.
You did luck out there. That's pretty good.
In that case, if I can get myself set to that, like, yeah, it stopped that way, but I think they are. So, I mean, oh, fine. If they're not, I'll put a thing in here saying, no, I'm wrong, they're not. But I'll look into it and get a better answer when we edit. But I think they indicate something, and I just barely pulled it out. But sometimes that's how it works. Sometimes you get to a case where... Actually, I think Nintendo Power said this pretty brilliantly in their 100th issue. Their favorite games specific. They had this, I believe, at number 16, and she walked away, so I'm pausing briefly. And by the way, when you do pause, so thank you for showing this, or letting us show this, it clears the field, so you don't actually see where the blocks are. It's like, oh, I can press to go back and sort of see it. It was like not 100%. So, yeah, I mean, but to go back to that with Nintendo Power, they said about this, and I'll feel free to go into this if you agree on this, which is, they said it was one of the few games that they, when they're kind of getting the idea, like, what are the 100 best games of all time, which was for 1997, it was September 1997 when they did that. So it was about a year after this game came out. Okay. They said it's one of the few games we came to a democratic agreement as far as which ones we think, or what we think is going to be at number 16. But they also said they love the back and forth of the multiplayer because it's almost like baseball in that it's never over. It's not over until it's over, which is not a weird way of putting it. I mean, I also have a picture here because I do have that issue. I'll scan that out or take a picture of it, cut it out, and put it right here for it to show exactly what that blurb was, what they had. To kind of go into that idea. But I think that's kind of the thing about the multiplayer and that I just like about this game so much. Feel free to go into that, what Nintendo Power said with that. As far as like how, I guess the back and forth nature of its multiplayer, number one. Number two, how even if you're on the outs, you can feasibly make a great recovery.
You can. That's what's great about it. It's good.
And actually, in that case, that's why I really like this one. We actually brought this up last week when we looked at the Mean Bean Machine mode of Sonic Mania. And that was the idea of, with some of the versions of Puyo Puyo, if you get hit by like a 3-chain, you may be out of the game pretty quickly. Yep. I mean, absolutely. To be fair, there's some versions of Puyo Puyo that are different for sure. But with some of them, they definitely can be a little unforgiving that way. So I mean, in that case, it's not that those games are not balanced well. I mean, they are. It's just that, hey, that when you get something really good... Okay, maybe it's also the other thing. Like, I'm not as good, as we showed when we played Dr. Botnik's Mean Bean Machine. I'm not as good as Puyo Puyo as I am with this. I mean, it's honestly the running joke usually on the show, which is that I'm horrible at puzzle games I play. Yeah. Well, okay, fine. That one, a little bit with Warriors Woods, because I was having trouble with Warriors Woods when we played that, and a little bit with Tetris 2, comparatively better. But this one, no. This is the one, this is where the expertise lies massively. So at that point... That's why I'm going to say, like, fine, this one, no, don't have that concern at all on this. Right. Well. So, being able to show that. And sometimes it goes to the idea of people having a proficiency in a certain puzzle game. Actually, because Nocturne and Protorova said last week, of their indication on puzzle games of what little they indicated it was from their indication of it, they said it was mostly Tetris for them. That was basically it. Really? So they hadn't played this game, or... I think Nocturne maybe played this game because I couldn't shut the hell up about it. Which is usually the case, but then I think when people play, it's like, yeah, then they're believers. I actually remember one of my best stories of that is when we was at MagFest. Actually, that same year, I think I was mentioning when we had the Pokemon Puzzle League tournament case with like a lot of people wanting to play it. I just was randomly seeing people like at 1 a.m. in the morning who were in the hall, the game hall, which is 24 hours, by the way.
Wow.
They were just, well, it's like, we want to play Pokemon Puzzle League. I was there, I was playing them, I'd never met them before. We were having a great time. There was another person there who'd never played Pokemon Puzzle League before, and I basically gave him the unofficial Harvard lecture of how does this game operate, why is this game amazing, and why should you play it, and why are they loving it. And part of that discussion was also the fact that, you know, even though I'm talking my mouth off as far as telling you what this game is, why it's great, and all that, they're not paying attention to me at all in a good way, because then they're saying, no, they're totally fixated.
On the game.
Their focus is entirely right there. So in that case, that was what that's all about. Okay. Come on. This is going to be a close one. And that's usually what we're mentioning, the idea that it can be insanely close and you just pulled it out. So yeah, there you go. That shows that intense perspective of it. Yeah, the photo finish case as well. It's usually that sounds like, then you can relax or you're just like, damn it, I lost. One of the two.
You know, I was talking about not listening to that crazy sound at the end that feels pressure. Just if I could play without that, I would be better off. I try to tune it out because I start to get really nervous. Then at the end, I'm thinking, stop! Don't listen to that. Don't listen to that.
Well, as I mentioned, yeah, that's the fact that every piece of music in this game has a panic mode specific. So when we get up to the last two lines on the screen, before we get to the top, it changes. The one version of Pokemon Puzzle or Puzzle League of any kind that doesn't do that is Planet Puzzle League on the DS, where you have this beep going biddy biddy biddy, and it goes a little faster as it goes along. Actually, it kind of sounds almost like the beeping of the C4 from Metal Gear Solid 2, really? Honestly, which is fitting because we're going to do Metal Gear Solid 2 next year, and I've been playing around with Substance for PS2, which I bought for the purpose of us playing that, and I heard that, so it's like, that sounds like the C4 that Fat Man is, you know, laying around in the core in that game. Yeah. We'll get to that. I don't know. Have you played Metal Gear Solid 2?
No, but I've watched people play it.
That game is amazing. Well, fine. We had a great time, actually, on this show. ElecVerse was a star on this one when we played Metal Gear Solid 1. Actually, Proto wanted to see that, and it was, ElecVerse was saying, I love Metal Gear Solid specific. We went into a great case, and honestly, I'll tell you, thank you again, ElecVerse. I mentioned this multiple times to that, but thank you again. That was one of the shows, I'll tell you, want to talk about the transformative shows of SuperOldGameSaturday, the shows that made me say, what do I want to do with this program? Wow. But we are evened up now, so it's like, yeah, you got 1 point, I got 1 point for it. But that was one of the transformative shows. It made me realize, okay, what do I want to do with this game, with the show, with going into the background of games, going into voice performances, going into our personal memories. And it was also a case that I actually made a point specific as we went along in that play. I didn't beat that game until we did it on the show. I got a sense of where I'm going, but I kind of said, I want to just understand this myself as I went along. And it was a great, amazing case for that. I was surprised that Fire Emblem and Puzzle League never had a crossover to them, despite the fact that it's the same developers at Intelligent Systems. Yeah, although, interesting enough, one thing I found when I was doing my research on this one, there was a crossover with Animal Crossing, interesting enough. I did not know this. Animal Crossing New Leaf on 3DS, which actually is one of the ones I didn't play. There is a mode, Animal Crossing Puzzle League. And you actually do get I think you get a bonus, you get something for your villagers if you beat that game specific or beat the challenge that they give you for it. So there's a crossover with that one. But with, with Fire Emblem, no. I mean, I don't know, maybe Fire Emblem Mirage, which is the new one that's coming out in January. Maybe they'll do something with that. Potentially. I mean, fitting, not a wrong point. And yeah, I meant crossover. Yeah, fair enough, for sure to that. That's not necessarily a far out one, because I don't know, have you ever played Fire Emblem?
No, never.
They're strategy RPGs, specific. I haven't played a whole lot of them. I've only played the first one, which they translated from Famicom to Switch, that's unfortunately no longer available, but I have it, so we can show it. And the DS version, which is actually a remake of that game, which is also awesome. It's this turn-based strategy game, in the sense you're kind of moving units around and going through to make sure that, you know, you clear the map out and you'll get to the area you need to. And also keep your people alive, because if any of your teammates or any of your units die, they're gone for the rest of the game, and that's it. It's, as people call it, the permadeath concept specific.
Permadeath concept.
So in that case, you know, that could be a case, but it is about strategy. So not a wrong thought saying, mix the two or have it as a mini game. I mean, because I know people who are huge onto the last Fire Emblem game that came out, last of the sort of strategy games, which was Fire Emblem Three Houses, which was on Switch, which actually has elements of a dating sim in it.
Oh, really?
So yeah, not a bad thought to that, like, for as far as stuff with Fire Emblem mixing genres, because Fire Emblem did mix genres that way. I mean, it's mixed genres before because there's the Fire Emblem Warriors game, which is basically like the Muso game. Basically, if you ever played Dynasty Warriors, the idea that you're going around these massive environments and just destroying enemies, getting like 90 to 100 hit combos, destroying everything, and trying to like cover bases and things. They did take to that for Fire Emblem. Alright. So in that case, it's like they've switched that game franchise around for genres before.
Oh, really?
And same developers, Intelligent Systems. So we'll see when Fire Emblem Mirage comes out. That's not out far from now. It's January. So maybe it's like also a good idea there. Like, hey, not to say that I don't play Fire Emblem games as far as that, even though I haven't played a whole lot of them, but you're telling me there's a Pokemon puzzle, or I keep saying Pokemon Puzzle League, because there's a Puzzle League take or Tetris Attack take on that. You bet I'm going to be lining up to buy it. In fact, actually, the Crusader 64 is indicating this to me, because he recently got into, I don't know if you're familiar with these games, the Yakuza franchise of Sega's, which they now changed the name to. It's visually called Like a Dragon now, for that 8th one they announced. But what they did is they have like a lot of old arcade games of Sega's, and he's learning all this stuff that I've mentioned. Like, I've been telling him about Outrun and Space Harrier. Like, I'm playing Space Harrier and Outrun in this, trying to get an adjustment. So you have that crossover that way. I'm one of those who plays casual mode for Fire Emblem, yes, because it's hard enough, and I don't need to lose party members. Actually, because starting Fire Emblem Awakening, they do give you that casual mode where when you lose a character, they're not gone specific.
Oh, okay.
I know it's considered shameful to do that, but I don't care. See, here's the thing. I don't know if it's necessarily considered... Fine, maybe in some cases it might be. But there's other games that have a mechanic like that.
Right.
I'm a big one on Shining Force of Sega's. I love that franchise. That game does that too, and that was 1993. That was around the era when Fire Emblem was around, but not in the US. It didn't come in the US until actually after Super Smash Bros. Melee came out. Because people were saying, like, who's Marth and Roy? And then Nintendo's like, uh-oh, we better release these games. There are people who actually want to see these. And Golden Sun sold a lot of money. And then people realizing, hey, these games are really hard. Because the difficulty is like, hey, if you lose a unit that you've been building up for like 30 hours, they die in one battle. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm done. But then when Awakening came out, it gives you the option to turn it off. Actually, I know Nocturne's like that. She hates the permadeath concept of those games. So she likes the option to turn it off. And I guess also the other thing of taking the training wheels off, putting the training wheels on and then taking them off specifically for the purpose of that. So I get that. I don't know if it's necessarily a shameful case, really, because I mean, in some ways, like, you still have to think about what you're doing. It's not that, oh, it's destroying the challenge of the game. It's just, I guess it's doing really above anything else. It's kind of it's changing the way the penalty works. Or it's like Dark Souls. We mentioned Dark Souls sometimes in this program, where there are cases where, like, when you die, you lose a lot of your gear, and you have to get back to where you were, or you're not getting it back. So at that point, you have a way to kind of avoid it. And also, in that case, usually 3 hits and you're dead. That's a game, because those games are insanely hard. If you ever played any of the Dark Souls games, of which Elden Ring was the big one from this year, the new one. Yeah, and actually, Crusader 64 was one who used to kind of shy away from them, but he played Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins. Actually, is a remake of Final Fantasy 1 from NES, the 4th remake of Final Fantasy 1, by the way. It plays like that, but he loved it. He loved the style of it. It kind of helped him understand. He was saying this to me, like, hey, I have sometimes a question in games that can be really, really difficult, maybe like a Fire Emblem, but the thought of that kind of helped getting a sense of how to operate a game like this with a way that, okay, maybe seen as a casual method of play, but also something that brought that to a lot of people. Because let's be honest here, Fire Emblem was a niche franchise until Awakening came out and introduced that option. Not many people bought the remake of the first one, Shadow Dragon, the DS. I found that for $10 at a Walmart. It was a great deal. It was a great deal for that. I was like, that was a great $10 purchase for it, but people didn't play it. That has the permadeath. So people think like, hey, I would like to play this, and if they don't hear about Shining Force because they don't know me feasibly, because it's all like Shining Force is a great game. That's kind of like the way to get that taken care of, they'll want another way of going it, specific. When they introduced that, the Fire Emblem community was really upset about it because they think it ruins the point of the series, but I don't see how you can play... I don't see how you can still play with the permadeath, or they say they don't see how you can play with it. I mean, fine, for story reason it changes a little bit because I know that they can't have Marth around, like, if he dies, like, it's fine, it doesn't matter as far as that. But with Fire Emblem, the one exception to that technically is if you lose the main character, it's a game over. And then you go back to the checkpoint. So in that case, there technically is a permadeath for the main character, but for the other characters, the question of, I'll tell you what it is, and we've mentioned this before. Actually, I think maybe you mentioned this on one of the shows we did, the idea of, I know when we did Tetris 2, you mentioned this, the idea of punishing a mistake in games. And some of those Fire Emblem games can be devastating in terms of punishing a mistake.
That's what that bothers me. I don't like games like that.
Well, I mean, there's a place for it, sure. I mean, I don't think there's not a place for it, but you're right, the idea of, hey, that might be a question of, is it going to turn people off? Is it going to be something that...
me off.
Well, it will turn you off, but also, as you mentioned before, because you were mentioning when we did Star Fox, that game is hard as hell, but I still want to play it. You want to keep going, so sometimes it's different. I'm going to be that way with Contra Hardcore. I know that game is insanely hard, but we're going to do it. I mean, because I was asked for it, number one, because it's a good game, number two, and because I want to get that skill down. It's one of those things that, eventually with a game like that, you get that sense of understanding everything about it, and I'm going to be a game like that too, where you really can just own it very nicely as you go along for it, and but also then have the options to feasibly play it the other way to get a sense, but then say like, hey, you know what, I want to try this permanent death option that they give me, see how this is operating, can I do this? And if you get a sense of, I can do this, then thinking that, alright, that opens the window that way.
Oh boy.
To a certain extent.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I mean, there's something to be said about that element, is that also, that's why Sega had Shining Force, or fine, they had those Shining Force games where they're hard too, but they don't have the permanent death case. Actually, Shining Force 2, which they put on the Switch Online expansion pack a couple months ago, they actually have a difficulty in that, I'm trying to remember the name of the difficulty, hardest difficulty, I think it's ouch or something. I don't know if that's actually what it is. I'll put a picture of what that is when I edit. But they actually indicate like, no, this is hard, and it is insanely hard.
Yeah.
And that's even with the fact that your units can get knocked out or killed, and they can be revived at the church later. Because the creator of the series wanted that because it creates stronger bonds with characters, which is commendable that it gets to go in the series. And that's true. I mean, ElecVerse is right. That is part of the idea, the thought that, hey, I guess working as a character development, really. The thought that, you spend all your time with these characters, they die in battle, you feel something to that in the sense of, fine, you feel frustrated, I guess the idea that they're gone, but you also feel like, oh my god, this character that I spent all these hours, building up and making a relationship with. I mentioned Fire Emblem Three Houses goes into that relationship aspect significantly. The fact that that bond is there and you feel it that way, so it can work effectively as far as a storytelling mechanism, but then the question of how does that go for gameplay? Which, I mean, as I said, I don't think it's necessarily unreasonable, but it is also something that I get why it was something alienating, because, I mean, Nocturne indicated this to me. She used to have a Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, which was on the GameCube, which is a game that costs a fortune. She sold her copy. She didn't play it that much. But as I mentioned, there were a lot of Fire Emblem games before that Awakening game that took that out that were niche things. You look back at the one on the GameCube, that one I just mentioned, Radiant Dawn, which is the one on the Wii. Those are niche things. They go for like $100 now. Because there are people who want to have them, but the thought that they didn't sell great at the time, specific. But I mean, they sold enough, I guess, that people were going to keep coming back to them and, playing them and getting, that idea, that the fan base. But then I guess with Awakening, they gave that idea. But if nothing else, at least they're still giving the idea. Actually, ElecVerse has brought this up a couple times. The idea of simplifying a game for the purpose of mass audience, but also how do you balance between doing that too much. He was saying that, hey, I think the combat system in something like Kingdom Hearts 3 is too simple, and it undoes what made the first game we played so interesting because you have a lot of strategy going. Good job with that victory. Actually, I think with that, we are tied up for this, so I think we need to, it makes it hard to get into the series, though, because of that, yeah. But, see, with Kingdom Hearts, I mean, Kingdom Hearts 2 and 3, the later ones, they don't have a difference. So, like, hey, if people don't like the way that those go a little more fast-paced with their action or more simplistic with some of their drive changes in those games, they don't have anything else to lean back on except going back to the original playing it. Whereas at least with Fire Emblem, they do have an option saying that, okay, you can turn it off if you don't want it on. So if nothing else, just give an option for it. And people are loving Fire Emblem. They're really looking forward. I've talked to people looking forward to Mirage when it comes out. And it looked great when they showed that at the Direct. It was last week. They showed that. It feels like it's been more than a week, but when they showed that, it looked awesome. All right, I think with this case, we probably want to make this the tiebreaker.
Okay, tiebreaker.
So here we go. We're going to go to the Angry Beaver's perspective. This is no good. We're too evenly matched.
No, right. Not really. You're better.
I don't know. I mean, but we're definitely making it this way. So it's like, here you go. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you see the element of skill and how that's, balancing. It's like, that's what happens when you have people who've been playing this game for 26 years and probably play it for another 26 feasibly. It's like, we'll keep playing this game as long as we can, basically till the day we die, and you're not gonna regret that. Not a single minute of any time we've wasted, or not wasted, spent playing this game is ever a case of wasted time.
No,
ever.
This game is grand.
The game is amazing, and that's what we're doing. We're showing exactly why. For first look, as far as it, but as I said, we'll come back to the other elements. We did Sonic Mania, really, but also because. We saw with one of the modes that I think we have a reason to kind of just dedicate a part to that. Which I'll figure what we're going to do with that or how or when. And also the other versions. And we have tons of other versions. I think we should go through every one at some point. Anytime just enjoying our Yoshi-infused elements. And good for Yoshi, because I mentioned I realized, except for Super Mario RPG and there's one other thing. Not much representation of Yoshi on this show, which I know is wrong, so we have to fix that. And we'll do Yoshi's Island eventually, too, because I love that game, too. Yeah, that was another great game, and we'll get into that discussion more after the battle. Because, we're serious now. You can't see it out there in Chatland, but it's we're serious, getting a sense of, you know what, we want to win. We want to go about... No, I mean, the idea that, that dedication, I think that's the thing about this game, really, is that when you get into this game, you get into this game. You want to win. You want to do everything you can. Everything else that's going on in the world or in your house or anywhere doesn't matter for that next couple of minutes while you try and pull the victory out. Do everything to do it.
Pull it out of your hat.
Pull out of the hat, pull off, or pull the tower down, which is what I tend to do for when they're on the side like that. But sometimes, wait a minute, you don't have something that's going to go that way. So look for chain opportunity. And get out Poochie with the bark. Ooh. Uh-oh.
I can't get that one. For some reason, I don't know why.
Uh-oh.
I can't get this.
Yeah, I think we're both in question straight on this one. Boom. Boom. Oh, whoa.
I can't get that A to move too.
Oh, that was close. Alright, yeah, there you go. That was, that was close. On both cases. Don't mind that. It was just me dropping my controller because I need to pull another bottle of water out.
So exciting.
We're so excited, and also, as I mentioned, whenever we do something like this, because this is a discussion program, as it is, staying hydrated. That is always an important case. But yeah, we are going, and round 2. It just sounds so satisfying to hear the voice down, like, there goes Yoshi, ruff, ruff. So there goes Mr. Poochie the dog. Yeah, Poochie ain't stupid. We'll go into play Yoshi's Island. God, we will go into that. Don't worry.
Oh wow, the top ones. No, it's gonna be bad because I can't. Oh no. You gotta get these down. Oh!
Almost.
Wow.
There you go.
You won. Okay.
I don't know. Do you want to do another one?
That's a tiebreaker.
Oh, well, do you want to do another one to tie it up?
I don't know.
That's the other thing about this game. I think that's also why I brought this up, because I said, what does this game really have as far as a factor to itself? That one more game idea.
That's
like,
right.
You don't want to stop playing this. You don't want to.
One more game.
You don't want to take. You don't want to take a loss like that. You don't want to get a sense of that, or maybe just like what? Fine, I lost. I don't care. I just want to keep playing this game. That's really the idea. And then at that point, after this one specifically, we will go on to the other modes. As I got Mr. Bumpity here, who is not in the Game Boy version, so it was not for nothing that we didn't see him in that one, but we're seeing him here.
That's true.
Who was introduced in Yoshi's Island. In fact, every enemy in this was introduced. Oh, fine. If they weren't introduced in Yoshi's Island, there are variances of other ones, but with twists in that game. Or thrills, chills, and spills. I'm looking at this. I'm thinking, since we're on the mountain, I was thinking of, and we'll play the game based on this. I mentioned this too many times to ignore it. Rocko's Modern Life. It's like ski fans, thrills, chills, spills, ski Mount Frosty. Everything only $5. There's like, hey, you said everything is only $5. Like, yeah, it's true. Everything is $5. And they run out of all their money. Yeah, sometime we'll play that game. I don't know. You ever play? It was Rocko's Modern Life, Spunky's Dangerous Day on the Super Nintendo. You ever play that?
I like.
It's hard. Nocturne did not like it at all when I had her play it.
Oh,
but
really?
Because of how slippery it is, and I get that. We'll go on that when we play it. As far as how it plays, it represents the show decently, for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's some things to talk about with it.
Definitely.
And actually, at some point also, we'll show some of the other Nickelodeon stuff, because I know, we mentioned last week the game based on Nickelodeon Guts, which is on Super Nintendo.
Oh, Guts, I remember that show.
Yeah, do you have it?
No, I remember it.
No, yeah, it's like, yeah, do you have?
Oh, yeah, but that was in it, yeah, right.
And of course, actually, that game is one of the first voice performances. I mentioned this last week, but since you're here, I'll indicate this. Actually, one of the first indications of, are you familiar with Wayne Brady? From Whose Line Is It Anyway, and Crossover, and he's also on that show based on Cuphead, actually, that's on Netflix now.
Yeah, oh, yes.
He did a voiceover in that game, actually, interestingly enough, which was kind of interesting. I didn't know that when I played it. He's like, I think when you're doing the, one of the missions, he has a voice on that saying, "Good job!" And for years I didn't know it was him.
He was good. He's in a lot of stuff now. I think he's...
Yeah, there's definitely talent, especially if you watch him on Whose Line Is It Anyway. He's hilarious. I'll put a picture of Wayne Brady, because he's going to be becoming the ode to Wayne Brady that way on top of it. Oh, Jesus.
No!
Yeah, sometimes that's what happens. Yeah, I'll just look at those blocks on the side there.
I think he does Let's Make a Deal now.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he does.
I mean, as I said, I know he does the show based on Cuphead. At some point...
Yeah.
Here's the thing. We'll do Cuphead at some point. I've actually been waiting to buy it, because... I mentioned this to you, I think, at one point. I'll mention it again. They made a promise, or the people who made it, Studio MDHR, they said we're going to do a physical version of this game. That was in 2018, after they ported it to Switch as a digital-only release. They said, we'll do it after the downloadable content comes out, the Delicious Last Course. Then COVID happened, so that got delayed. Right. The DLC got delayed. That physical version got delayed. The DLC came out back in June. They did say recently, we're going to do a physical version of this still. That is not off the table. So as soon as they put that physical version out on Switch, I'm buying it instantly. They've not announced, as far as I know, as to when. But at that point, I'll get it and we'll play it. Does anyone remember the Double Dare show?
Yes,
absolutely.
I love Double Dare.
Yeah, and I mentioned the fact that I have the game based on Double Dare by Rare. I don't know, I just keep...
Who's the host of it? He was so good.
Marc Summers.
Marc Summers, yes.
Yeah, Marc Summers, who...
I loved him.
He had quite a skill for that, and also...
He was so good.
He was good, and also, the other amazing thing about him is that... Well, he was also great on Unwrapped on the Food Network.
So good.
But also the thing is that...
I don't remember that one.
Unwrapped, he used to show how things were made as far as, like, food and things.
Okay. Alright. No, I don't remember that.
I'll put a picture as far as that.
Good.
But interestingly enough, the thing about that is, this kind of goes to a little bit of a personal thing, but it shows how much of an amazing professional he was and how great he really is. He has, he has,
a lot of good stuff.
I'm trying to remember, what's that, condition? Oh, he has obsessive-compulsive disorder, I think.
Oh, what makes you say that?
Oh, no, he does. He said it specifically. He's indicated that. I think it's obsessive-compulsive disorder, but the idea is, like, he's very nervous as far as, like, things being arranged wrong and things like that for him. And I think Doug Walker, the nostalgia critic, said it best. He said, and this is the guy who did Double Dare, the messiest game show ever. And they said
that's true, but
he said
good.
Yeah, well, he said also. I think he said it best, saying, "quote Give this man a fucking medal. I'm serious, dude. If you can't come up with a medal, then make one up. In fact, I'll make one up." Marc Summers on
him. Oh, Marc Summers.
Yeah, Marc Summers on behalf of children everywhere. You get the official "Dude, You've Got Balls" award. You deserved it, man. You deserved it, and he definitely did. So it's like, there you go. It's great. It's hard to believe the host had that and could do Double Dare without a problem.
I know.
Well, that's the thing. You talk about being a professional as far as what you do.
Yeah.
The fact of, and we've sometimes mentioned this on the show, just the idea of, maybe the thought that you think that, hey, there's something that might be holding you down, whether it's something like that or anything else.
I know, but he was, you would never have known. I mean, he was really...
No, exactly. It's like, he went out there, he did it. He didn't in any way, shape, or form. In fact, there's the video. Perfect. I will put that in the edit, because that is something to indicate for that, because he did an episode of the Nostalgia Critic program he does on Double Dare, but he was basically indicating that idea.
He was on himself? He was on... Marc Summers?
Well, actually, no, what they did is he just did like an overall look as far as the series, and he mentioned that, and he said, okay, this is what that was, but also even the idea of how quick and on his feet he was, including the fact the other thing is, like, one of the questions, he said, like, in the movie Encino Man, well, who played the caveman? And they didn't remember it was Brendan Fraser, who might be potential Oscar consideration with The Whale that's coming out in a few months. But he said, Pauly Shore, who is in the movie, and he says, no, it's not Pauly Shore. This man actually a talent. It was Brendan Fraser. So it's like, okay, even then he's like cutting for sure. Okay, by the way, also one other thing. When you do a quit out of the versus mode, you get a question of, your match points get cleared. So we have 2 to 4, but that was a good run. You did it. Very good job.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely, for that. And we'll definitely do the Double Dare game. I have that on NES. It is unique. It's also insanely hard when we get to the Double Dare obstacle course, because the D-pad thing for the running, you have to do like this. I'm going back and forth. I'm showing her. You have to do this when you're running at the obstacle course.
Yeah.
It's as hard as anything in Battletoads, which is one of the hardest games that Rare has ever made. At some point we'll show that. But yeah, we do remember that stuff here, and I'll pull every game out we can pull out possible for anything like that. But all right. Good job.
Let me just ask you a quick question.
Everyone
who watched Double Dare, how old do you think Marc Summers is?
Is or was?
Is.
I'd say probably in the 60s or 70s, maybe?
He's 70. I couldn't believe it.
Wow, okay.
I can't believe that. I don't know, he'll always be the Double Dare.
Yeah, which is interesting that way, because they've had other people do Double Dare after him.
They have.
But at the same time, the question of, I think it's what people said with Alex Trebek with Jeopardy, which is the thought that, they'll have a lot of hosts, for sure, guest hosts, as far as how that's operating, but in some ways, look, I think the people who are doing guest hosts on Double Dare or Jeopardy or anything like that, they know there's going to be huge shoes to fill.
Yeah.
But sometimes, and the reason they know that is because, hey, the figures for them are such a big deal.
Yeah.
For that. At some point also, Dalvin, I don't know, I might call dibs for you on this one for you if you would like. When I get the stuff with PC going so we can run PC on this program, no issue. Do you want to be involved with the Jeopardy game that came out on PC in 1985?
Yes, Alec.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll meet again, Trebek, on that one, because that is one of the best versions. That's one of the best versions of the game. Also, we show the bad version. We show the Nintendo 64 version off, if you remember that one.
Well, I should say, instead of saying yes, Alec, I could say, what do you think, Alec?
Or, we meet again.
Or we meet again, Trebek.
Yeah, so
you have to ask everything in a question on Jeopardy.
You'll have to do that. Or, I remember going back to the Nickelodeon thing. He guest starred an episode of the Rugrats where they had Super Stumpers. Yeah. And Dee Dee was on the show against this really, whiz of a guy. And she gets one of the things, finally gets a question specifically. She's like, what is a torque wrench? She's like, you're absolutely right. And by the way, you don't have to perform that in the, you don't have to say that in the form of a question. So don't worry about it. And it was actually Alex Trebek. They called him Alan Quebec.
Specific
for that. Which was kind of great to that.
That was so funny.
It's like, we got all these things for that and all this other stuff we will remember for it. Okay, so we showed the how to play. We showed the how to improve. We did 2-player. I'll show you what the time trial was. Because you can do this 2-player, you can do it single player. You can set your speed level up as high as you want.
So...
what the hell? Let's put it in 99. Just show it. You pick a couple of characters here. You pick Yoshi, Lakitu, Poochie, Raphael the Raven, Gargantua Blarg, and Prince Froggy. We'll take Prince Froggy. And we'll see them all in the single player. Or in the versus. Yeah, we're going in the water. And as you were indicating, the dark blue blocks, they are here for every difficulty, every setup for the time trial mode. You have 2 minutes to get as many points as you can. Do chains. That's how you operate. Alright. You hear that wonderful music. It kind of seems very somber a little bit, but very, I guess, still kind of peaceful. The idea that, alright, you know, something's going on in this water there. Like, very tranquil, but also the sense of, yeah, there's some mystery behind that. Like, what's going on? And it is great stuff. I love this soundtrack. I'm just gonna go into that.
Me too.
I mean, I have the soundtrack on my iPod. That's how much I love the soundtrack. It's a unique feel for a puzzle game, and it goes to something I think... We mentioned this when we played F-Zero X, the idea that Jim Cornell did the voice for that. It has this kind of weirdly inspirational feel to itself, and in this case it also gets really tense, you know, when you get your panic mode music. But it all... hey, I get that too. When you hear that, like, uh-oh, it knows it's that case of we're talking about the old arcade games. Sometimes it gets so frantic, saying, "Oh God, I gotta get going to this." So it gives that, but it also gives a sense of, you know, this piece of music in particular. It just sounds so almost very serene. The idea of, you know what, there's something feasibly maybe going on the horizon that way. And as far as, you know, how all the characters here, Prince Froggy, Little Froggy, and Claw Daddy there, yeah, maybe you can get through it. You know, it just feels right. And it has this, it does a great job of, I mean, I'll say this, it doesn't necessarily sound exactly like, I'm trying to think of the way to put this. It doesn't sound exactly like maybe you're in the water, but in this case, I think it kind of fits. I never really kind of question, it's like, oh, this doesn't seem aquatic themes. Or it's like, I don't know, Dolphin and to Chad as well, what your familiarity with is with Super Mario 64.
Oh, well.
You remember the music of that?
That's right.
The water music, the do. So it sounds as very soulful music, kind of like this, honestly. And it kind of gets that going in a nice way. And I time's up, and so I got a high score. Yeah, but even with this, yeah, it's not easy to get a really high score. Basically, what you want to do is you pretty much want to put it right at the top and clear out chains as fast as you can, as many as you can, pretty much. I'll show that with the next mode. So that's SOG, single for single, SuperOldGameSaturday. Alright, so let's show endless mode. I'll go on one, I'll go easy. Yeah, let's play with Yoshi a little bit. It's also a good thing with the build up here to getting ready for, ready to go. Okay. Yeah, endless mode is a little different. In this case, you're basically playing until you hit the top and getting as high a score as you can till then, and depending on how well you play, how long you last, you'll have cases where, trying to think about the way to put this, you will have a different ending. It'll give you credits or it will not give you credits. And there's 4 chain, 5 chain, go to 6. Oh yeah, there we go. That is awesome. And that is the great feeling you get when you get one of those down. And also in that case, Mr. Time, the clock over there, he is going to be running a little slower than he usually, or he'll keep the stop going a little longer when you have him at the top like we did. I will try and go up to about 10,000. But yeah, in the meantime, feel free to chat to his up with anything else you got with Tetris Attack or anything else that's on your mind on what you're seeing or anything else gaming or I guess retro, I guess, I'm trying to think of the retro chic, I guess. We'll go back to the Rocco's Modern Life parallel. Oh, très chic, Rocco. It's all the rage in France.
I love Rocco.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Do you want to call dibs on that Super Nintendo game then?
Rocco's so fun. Yeah, I've never played the game, but I love Rocco.
All right, then. Yeah, in that case, yeah, you call dibs on that one. Perfect. So yeah, that's all yours. Yeah, it is on Super Nintendo, that one. I do have it, and there's some interesting stuff it does. I'll say this also. As far as the games based on Nickelodeon shows of that era, it's probably better than most of the ones that were based on the Ren and Stimpy show. Yeah. Well, with a couple exceptions. The one I like the most is one I actually need to get new tech in order to be able to show this, which is Ren and Stimpy Quest for the Shaven Yak, which was on the Game Gear. Oh. It was also on the Sega Master System. Stimpy. On the Sega Master System, it's like a $400 game. On the Game Gear, it's like $20. And I have it on the Game Gear specific. It's a great game, but unfortunately, I don't have a way to show it with Game Gear. My Game Gear doesn't work anymore. I actually need to look for, and I've mentioned this before, I'll look at this eventually. I think it's a Retron 5. It's an all-in-one unit where you can basically put cartridges with a bunch of systems in it. they have an attachment that lets you put Game Gear games into it, and I got games for that system I'd like to show off that are not cases that are in collections, because I got the Sonic stuff from that. There's collections for every one of those. Something like that Ren and Stimpy game, there's not a case of that. Something like the Cool Spot for Game Gear, I'd love to show that version, even though it's... Oh, fine, it looks and sounds better on the Genesis. Actually, I like how it plays better on the Game Gear, honestly, in terms of how it controls. But there's stuff on Game Gear I'd love to show off, so... And Land of Illusion starring Mickey Mouse, I want to show that one off badly.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Though the next time we do Mickey Mouse, it's actually going to be on ElecVerse's request. You want to see the Magic Request starring Mickey Mouse. We're doing that on November 20th.
Okay.
Because that's lining up with its 30th anniversary. That is actually going to be the 30th anniversary of the show. By then in Japan... So when we start the show, it's going to be the next day in Japan, so it'll line up 100%. The same way we did with Castle of Illusion for Genesis. We did that 2 years ago. So yeah, we'll do Nintendo's take along with... Well, fine, Capcom for Nintendo, along with the one of Sega that we showed a couple years ago. Boom, there's 3.
That one. Oh, you can...
Yeah, unfortunately I missed that. Yeah, this is basically the endless mode. Is this being just pretty much... As you go along, also the speed level increases. It'll go up to 99 eventually.
Whoa. That's...
Yeah, in this case, I'm putting it up high because... Yeah, you go stop, number 1. Okay, fine. That was one mistake I made, which is... Yeah, I was trying to get a good chain or something going on, but alas, no. Yeah, sometimes, I think you know this, sometimes the case of when you run into stuff for the game, sometimes you don't, this game anyway, you have a plan of what you want to do, and sometimes it might not go out exactly as you expect, although then sometimes it can kind of be better off.
That's right, something
maybe,
will happen, I know.
If something else happens. And that's kind of how I tend to run with the endless mode. Which is, yeah, put it there, it's right there, there's the green, purple, Okay, that was probably a bad decision, I should have known the other way, but it always is one of those cases, we go back on the video on this when we finish recording, say that, hey, this would have been something to do, specific, but there's 5, 6.
Wow, that's great.
And it feels so good hearing that, oh my god. Yeah. Especially when you end up doing it. Yeah, as I said, when you get the super chain, you get that fanfare, and man, is it satisfying.
It is, you're right.
It goes exactly what you said, which is, and I'm glad this came up as far as us talking stuff with difficulty with Fire Emblem in specific as an idea that, which is that with a game that's difficult, what's going to make you want to keep coming back to it, and what's going to make it so that when you get through the other side, when it's insanely hard, what's going to make you want to, keep playing and also get the sense of saying that I'm so happy I feel the satisfaction. I don't know. You want to go into that as far as example with this game or anything else?
Well, for me, so I was doing, the other night I was doing really well and I was winning, and then I didn't. And then I just made sure I wanted to go back on a winning streak, so I just wanted to keep going until I won again.
You're hell-bent. I mean, exactly.
You just get so obsessed with it.
Well, is it you?
Because I know I got better, and I wanted to then continue getting better. And then when I wasn't winning, I thought, wait a minute, I know I can do it, so I kept doing it.
No, I get that. So in that case, the question is like, yeah, you're mad and you want to win. You want to beat this game.
Yeah, it makes you. But you really time flies when you're working on these puzzles. I mean, when you're really concentrating, you're trying to. It's just fun, actually. I mean, it's just...
I guess here's a question then also this, which is that, what would you say, I don't know if we've brought this up on the show before for this specific, but what would you say is, either as a puzzle game or anything, what would you say is probably the hardest game you've ever played? That you can think of, any off the top of your head? Because I know that's covering quite a range, I know that.
The heck is that game?
Portal? Yeah, I mean... Portal. Yeah, which we're gonna play. I know you asked for that, so we'll definitely play that. Okay, because of the way the puzzles are working. I mean, a different case of a puzzle game, sure, because it's a first-person shooter. Yeah. Well, it's a first-person shooter, but it's also the case that, hey, you're setting up the layout of the environments with a portal gun. But I mean, I guess the question in that case is that, is it something that you still like playing it, or something that, hey, you're like, no, I can't handle this?
No, I thought it was good. I mean, I thought it was good, but it definitely wasn't helping encourage you to keep doing what it doesn't reward you for not doing well.
Well, also, fine, with Portal, they also do that on purpose, because Portal, the whole idea of Portal is it's a massive allegory about an abusive relationship. Not to mention the fact that, yeah, we'll see that when we play that game, but just the thought that that might have something to do with, like, where is that victory? Because remember, you're promised cake and grief counseling, but it never comes. Talking about internet memeing stuff that goes on, what the cake is a lie is. I mean, we'll go into specifically what that means when we play that game, which I'm going to run the Switch version, because the Switch version is the best version there is, because it's the only one that runs at 60 FPS, shockingly. I thought that running an Xbox Series X for Orange Box would do it, but it doesn't. So, at that point, we'll run that one. Yeah, you were gonna say?
One of the games, though, not the, I never played it, but I did watch someone play it.
What was that?
Was Echo the Dolphin.
Oh yeah, we mentioned that on the show before.
Yeah, that looked really hard.
Yeah, a lot of them. Actually, I mentioned to you the Jesus Me 2 that's coming out next month. Mm-hmm. That has the Sega CD versions of the first two in it. I've never played those two versions, actually, so I don't know how hard they necessarily are. I know, from what I've understood, Echo Tides in Time, the second one, is a little more forgiving in some ways. When we mentioned, actually, no, when we played Tetris 2, this came up. You were the one who was giving stuff in the channel now. Thank you, by the way, for that. The fact that they designed that game specific around the idea that they thought if kids didn't, if they beat it too quickly, they wouldn't want to buy it, so they made it as hard as they could for the purpose of that idea. And some of that could be pretty cryptic. I mean, I mentioned that with Defender of the Future on the Dreamcast, which is a great game as far as how it looks, sounds, and I would even argue how it plays to some degree, but it's also something that it's so cryptic, the question of, could it be something that's demoralizing, and do you necessarily feel that, again, do you feel that satisfaction when you cross the other side necessarily with it? And when I played it, and to be fair, it's been years, I mean, I have it on the Dreamcast specific, it's also on the PS2, I didn't necessarily, although in that case, I'll tell you, maybe I think what I did was, I basically looked up the walkthrough. I was like, how am I supposed to get through this? I didn't know where I was going. So at that point, I said, all right, fine, I'll look it up. But at that point, I felt like, okay, fine. I didn't feel, I guess, very smart that way, which is fine to some degree. And there's games I played that are like that. Mm-hmm. And that, hey, you know, I'll feel like an idiot. It's like, why didn't I see that? Braid being an example of that as far as one. Actually, Portal as well. Especially with Portal, when I went through the, and we'll do this for the show, when I went through the hard puzzles for that, the extra puzzles they give you. Yeah. Some of those are insanely hard. But at that point, it's like, fine, I felt like, yeah, like I wasn't as smart to be able to not do that right away. But I still enjoyed it in that way.
You know, someone posted this and said, whoever it is, quote, Echo the Dolphin is too hard. The game released for Sega Genesis in 1992, a psychedelic aquatic action puzzle. But the person here says, quote, made nearly inaccessible thanks to its high level of difficulty. And so, that, I don't think in this, yeah, here's another one who said they intentionally made incredibly difficult to stop people renting.
Right, because they thought people weren't gonna buy it.
Like you said. So yeah, but gosh, to me it just, you know, it looked really, it looked pretty. The colors, you know.
It's beautiful. No, it's a beautiful game.
I think that's why I was drawn to it.
It's very nature based as well. Or if you ever played, this costs a lot of money. I'd be curious to get this. It's called Calibri. It's on 32X. It's by the same people who made. Yeah, it's a hummingbird flight shooting kind of game. We showed Biohazard Battle a little bit for one of the showcase shows. It's not like that exactly, but it's the Nova Trade, the same people who made Echo the Dolphin made it. I don't know if that game's supposed to be hard or not, but it might be. It seems like it's very nature-based, but the thought of like how it is. By the way, GLaDOS was in a crossover poker game by Telltale with Claptrap from Borderlands and then Sam and Max as well as Ash from Evil Dead. Yeah, I remember that was the... What was the name of that one? It was that night poker. What was that? What was the name of that? It was like this night poker game. It's not Jackbox Party Pack. That's something else. I'll put a name of what this is.
What's it called? Night? What'd you say? Night? It's a night.
It's a poker game that was made by Telltale Games. The people who made The Wolf Among Us and The Walking Dead, and they also, as far as like the episodic stuff, actually they did stuff with Sam Max. The Sam Max thing makes sense then for that very reason because they did
Poker Night.
Poker, that's it. Poker Night 2.
2?
Thank you. That's it. Thank you. Actually, you and I first got that both at the same time, and he has the link to it. That's the one. I never played that. How is it? Because actually, we haven't. You were mentioning. Actually, fine. We were mentioning at the beginning of the show. We're mentioning Poker Smash on 360 as far as the puzzle element of this, and then also mixing it with poker itself. I never played that. I mean, I'd be curious to see that. So I mean, it's not one of those delisted. Fine. If it's one of those delisted, I think I have the demo of it, so we can still sort of show it. But that's an interesting mix of the sense of getting a bunch of franchise together, because as mentioned, Portal is a game by Valve. Borderlands is a 2K game. It's specifically Gearbox Software who made that. And then Sam Max made sense as far as that because Telltale had a license for the Sam Max Save the World games. And then also, I guess as far as Ash from Evil Dead, I guess they probably got Bruce Campbell for that one specific. For that. At some point, there is one Evil Dead game I'd love to show, which is Evil. I don't know if you ever played this. Evil Dead Regeneration.
No.
It was on PlayStation 2 and Xbox. It's actually pretty easily the best game based on that movie series that there is. There's also Hail to the King, which is on Dreamcast and PlayStation, which actually plays a lot more Resident Evil. And then there was Fistful of Boomstick, which I heard Fistful of Boomstick is not very good. I played Regeneration. That game is really, really cool. Yep. And they do have Bruce Campbell in it. You were saying?
That Poker Night 2 game. It's a sequel.
Yeah, because I know they made one of them.
Inventory.
It's a pretty fun game. It's how I was introduced to poker. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that might be a good one for showing on the show. Assuming it's still available. It's not one of those they delisted in case I hope not.
They used the characters from the Penny Arcade webcomic.
Right, that too. Because there was the Penny Arcade games, On the Precipice of Darkness, I believe it was called. Okay. That might be delisted too. I don't know if the Poker Night thing is specific, but I know there were a couple of those. Those cost a lot of money. The Penny Arcade On the Precipice of Darkness episodes, like $20 a pop.
Yeah, that looks like a good game, actually.
I've seen it. It looked interesting. It looked interesting, honestly. And I think I remember people talking about that. Actually, we could talk about that as far as poker games. I know that, actually, on 360, I know one that people really liked was Texas Hold'em. They did a version of that, I think it was in 2006. It was like one of the early cases of the Xbox Live Arcade. And I'm trying to think of, other casino games. I mean, there's the Extreme Beach Volleyball games, which I can sort of show those as long as I mute the audio on them. And
proprietary music.
Well, that, but also, I mean, I might also have to skip by the intro because it says there's nudity, and there technically is, but I don't know it's visible. I mean, we're realizing that with Parasite Eve. I mean, it's no problem as far as Parasite Eve because it's not visible. With that one, I don't know. I know the licensed music stuff. I know I would not be able to, which is too bad because I love the licensed music in those games. Which is like this weird mix of reggae and bubblegum pop of the 90s. I mean, they have stuff like, they have Bob Marley and the Wailers. But then they also have Hilary Duff in the second game, and then they have Do It by the Spice Girls on the soundtrack. It's very weird, the soundtrack, but then you can also put your own soundtrack in, too. Specific. It also had Brock Simpson from Venture Brothers. Oh, right, from Adult Swim. We mentioned the Adult Swim block multiple times in the show. Yeah, because it's funny, ElecVerse, you mentioned that. I said I was visualizing. I think it was him. It was Brock Sampson. I was visualizing. At first, for some reason, I thought, oh, it's like the Pyro or the Heavy from Team Fortress because of I don't know, maybe the Valve connection. But I was thinking like I don't think they were in that. There was like also Racing Transformed actually, which we played about a year or so ago. Although they're in the PC version only. They're not in the console version.
So you want to speed?
I'm doing endless.
Endless.
So basically, you know what? Fine. In that case, thank you for reminding me that we spent 16 minutes and 10 seconds. Let's hit the top and see what happens. Yeah, but because I got my score. Little Yoshi's very happy.
Little happy, wow.
Well, yeah, I guess you got a whiff of the super happy tree for when you Yoshi's story. But when you got a high enough score, they said the ending will change. So you have a couple things going on. When you get high enough, they'll give you a list of what are the chains and combos you did.
You had a lot going on there. I have to tell you, there was. Look at that.
Yeah.
That is really
my highs was 6, which was good, but still there's cases where it's like you could do more, and I got up to 41 before I hit the top. Actually, when Handheld Pond came out for Switch Online, I did have it. I was playing it at 99 for like well over an hour. And yeah, they give you the credit, or they give you the indication of the company. If you get higher score than that, they actually do show you a credit sequence out of the specific. So they're not lying when they say that, hey, the ending changes.
Wow, that's good.
For that, but I mean, and it takes you back to the title screen. So you get to see this more. So like, we just get to keep seeing this and seeing all the blocks in there.
Peace.
And him giving, that element for it. It just is cool to watch. It is still, I'm honestly not getting old, or it's not getting old to me just looking at it.
Me either. I'd always, when I saw the game come up for the first time, I hadn't played it in a while. I mean, it just made me smile, right?
You get the trumpet going on, but then you get the and you get
that,
and you get that, and then the other Yoshis come in. It just is a great looking effect as far as how it is. All right, so the next things we're gonna do is we're gonna take a look at the stage clear mode. Okay, we showed what stage clear mode was before.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? I'll show the first level of it.
Okay.
Just to give a sense of this. And it is the same here. You do have the same dialogues where Yoshi or the characters will give you hints. You eliminate everything above the clear line in order to clear the stage. In Pokemon Puzzle League, they called the Spa Service. Yeah, in that game, they called Spa Service. Basically, the conceit was Team Rocket stole your Pokemon. It's like, hey, well, we'll take care of your Pokemon, but then they just took this guy's along. It's like, we're running away with Pikachu, because like that's obviously how they want to run with that. And it's like, yeah, just follow them off as you go along, but they're also sort of, as the case of Team Rocket, they're still sort of kind of cheering you on anyway. Yeah. It's like, they're not understanding the element of the villainy case, although, actually in a lot of cases, that kind of was the point, I guess, with them, the thought that even though they're like the evil characters, they still kind of had some kind of moral center, particularly when the anime, or the arc based on Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald came around. There's something they do in only the 3rd episode of that kind of changes the perspective you're going to have for them pretty much forever, because you're saying, like, they can't possibly be villains, really, because what they do specific is very commendable, honestly. And yeah, when you get that, and you get that, yeah, which is specific for this version. And you go through 5 levels of each, and they do get progressively harder, but I want to show one thing specific. I'm going to hit in the top on purpose. You just hold that R button or L with the button down, and boom, you got it. You got that boom, boom. But I'm going to use the password, because unfortunately this game does not have a save function. But it does have a password function. Actually, nailed upon. We're going to do the verses in a little bit. It doesn't have password for this. So even if you quit out of the mode, you have to start all over again. They fixed it, thankfully, for this version. So instead, and you do have a continue for that, so you can continue back where you were. But I'm going to put a password in. We're going to put in, I have written down here, I got NQG exclamation point. You do have symbols, and they also do have O's and zeros, but it usually isn't in case you're going to get that confused by it. And they're only about 8 characters anyway. And then there's NG CX. And this is specific for this mode. I do want to show this at least once. And it does default to end reset. Yeah, because you clear round 3, or clear up to round 3, you get a special stage. And this also happens at the end of the line clear mode, but I want to show this. And there's a bit of a preview to when we get to the end of the versus mode. But yeah, you fight against Bowser. You think you defeat me? What a simple creature you are. Well, Yoshi's a dinosaur, but so not even so simple. Like, but Yoshi has he's I first mentioned this. You know, Gargantua Blarg, how to go from dinosaur to what he is here, or how to go from what he is here to dinosaur. Yoshi was able to handle everything as far as how all this stuff is gone, you know. He was able to adjust, you know. We went to the Rancipi perspective where Muddy Mudskip always just say, you want to make it in this world, you gotta adapt. So Yoshi was able to adapt feasibly. But yeah, Bowser, of course, is going into the perspective of the simplicity. Actually, not dissimilar to how we'd be in the Mario and Luigi games, or in Paper Mario, actually. So I guess fitting this is by the people who made Paper Mario who would go on to make it. But yeah, alright, so you get the challenge. This is actually a lot like the Game Boy version in one way. You get this special stage in the middle, where they start your speed up insanely high. You gotta defeat him, and the blocks clear out really, really quickly. You gotta run on an HP bar to get rid of them. But if you hit top, you're losing. And it's easy to have that happen, so if you... And it's probably gonna happen, and it happens a lot, honestly, when I play this. I can get that over there. Start chain going. Okay, so yeah, that case, when you're doing chains and combos, they do cause damage to him. So you get that going, you should be okay. We'll see this a little more as we go along. If I pull this out, it's gonna be a miracle, but we'll see. Because this part is insanely hard. And they do an element of this in Pokemon Puzzle League as well. You run into Cassidy and Butch from the anime specific. But in that case, the only way to get that right is you keep saying Butch's name wrong. Because, like, yeah, everybody always calls him something else. They call him, like, Biff. It's like, no, it's Butch. It's like, why can't you ever get the name right? And then there's cases, but then there's cases where they actually do get the name right. And he says, like, that's not my name. It's like, oh, wait, no, yeah, it is. Sorry. I'm so used to it not being that way.
They call him Biff?
Yeah, they did call him Biff as far as...
because of...
Back to the Future?
Back to the Future.
I wouldn't put it past the fact of the dubbing of it, and I'm losing, unfortunately. So, when you do lose here, by the way, so I'm fine, I got to show it. Not quite good enough. Come back if you dare, and he's like, all red like that. If you do this in the middle of the line clear mode... that's either a backdoor to the ending, or it just gives you bonus points. I think it might be the latter. I don't think it's backdoor to the ending.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to show that once to show the fact that's different. Yeah. But when you do, if you do fail it, in my case you do, you go to the next one. Actually, no, I don't think it is a backdoor to the ending, because I know the way Pokemon Puzzle League did it was that if you win against Cassidy and Bam or something, wherever it is, just say his name wrong or say it right. It's like, no, it's fine. They get locked up in jail. You actually get an FMV scene of Officer Jenny locking him up in the paddy wagon and taking him off. Oh. So in that case, like, that's interesting, and also one of the few games on the Nintendo 64 that has FMV to it.
Jeez, yeah.
Of which I think there's only I mentioned the Jeopardy game that has it.
Yep.
There's the Wheel of Fortune that has it. There's that. There's Resident Evil 2. And there might be another one. Chat, if you know what if there's another game that runs FMV on Nintendo 64. Yeah, feel free to indicate. Because usually they don't. Usually they had to cut it out because of the cartridge size. Yeah, defeating me must be better. I was not better. Ever tried combos and change? Yeah, we did. So yeah, go to improve. Potentially you might find the skills useful. But, okay, that was line clear, but I just want to give a brief demo to that because we're going to get into the meat of this, or two bits in the meat of this at least. Let's put it that way. Puzzle mode, we're going to show this briefly.
Oh, that was good.
We're probably going to come back and do an entire part for this.
Yeah.
Try to see if we can't get through all 120 stages, because I think it's worth it. I'm going to go through the first 10, and I got 2 passwords in of puzzles we have not seen. And I have not seen them either. I just picked 2 puzzles randomly, as far as passwords, off of GameFAQs for this game, saying, okay, let's take a look at them, because there's 120 of these.
You have one...
You have one move. Yeah, you want to explain to the audience how this operates?
Sure, so on the upper right-hand corner where it says count, it gives you the number of moves you have to actually make the box clear. And so that's all you get. So you got to really kind of think it over before you start moving them. Or you can actually move the first one. If you have 2, you can move it back if you hit the X button.
Yes. Yeah, we'll show that when we get cases where they give you a count of more than one. They start at 1 in perfect unison, by the way, on that one.
They do.
I will also show what happens if you fail, by the way, so I'll just intentionally fail the next one.
There were a few tricky ones, though, I have to say.
But talking back to what we were saying, talk about sense of accomplishment, and also it's the case of even different case. So fine, I'm moving this wrong. Yeah, they're not happy to see that, and yeah, little Yoshi's, getting the thing coming out of his nose, but yeah, don't worry.
Do it again, that's what I like about it.
There are infinite continues for this, so the only thing that can stop you is you give up.
That's right. That's one of the reasons I like the game too.
Why is that?
Because you're in control of whether you want to stop it. It's not. That's the thing. So on some of the games you're playing, not puzzle games, we're just talking about regular games. You lose everything. You have to start all over again. You know that whole thing.
Right.
In this game, you can actually go back to what you just did, so you can get better. Mm-hmm. Right. So that really is what I like.
Which goes to a question of, and this is talking about hardcore gaming to a certain extent, the idea of unlimited continues potentially. I mean, look, I get why there's not unlimited continues in certain things, and there's cases of games where I can handle it even without unlimited continues.
Okay.
But still, there's something to be said about the fact that, especially something can demoralize you so much. I mean, as I mentioned, Contra Hardcore, given how hard that game is, they give you only 3 continues. I mean, I'll say this, one thing I probably will do is I'll probably put in the Konami code to get 30 lives, which of course, if you're aware of what the Konami code is, it is one of the most famous button combinations in video game history, which is up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, start. On systems that BA on it, otherwise they switch it for something else.
Is it different for each one?
There are a lot of games
down, down, left, right, OX?
On PlayStation, yeah, you're right. I think that's how they run it on PlayStation, because I know their stuff with Konami's on PlayStation. And by the way, you're right
here
here.
We go. Here's
3. So I'm going to move 2 here. I'm going to move that. I did that wrong, hit the X button, go back.
That's
or I did that wrong, it's like, no, hit X to go back. So it's this, and this.
Yeah.
But yeah, usually when you put that code in, you get something good, unless you're playing Gradius 3, because what Gradius 3 did, which is on Super Nintendo as well, they said, you know, you can do the up, up, down, down, left, right, B, A, start. Let's take advantage of the fact there are the L and R buttons on the top, but what they did is that if you put the old code in, it kills you. So yeah, don't put the old code in on Gradius 3 if you're playing that. Use the L and R buttons, otherwise, yeah, you're gonna get something bad happening to you. Actually, easily enough, there's also a Sonic game that actually has that. Sonic Chaos on the Game Gear has that code. They actually have like a variant of it, which is not Konami. Usually a lot of games of Konami's have that. In fact, I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's in any of those Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games. There's the ones they re-released in the Cowabunga collection that came out about a month ago. It might. I don't remember if they are specific. We'll definitely play those games because I've been asked for a couple of those. And that was by far the easiest way to get those as far as cost reason. And then also just because a lot of them hadn't been re-released that much or re-released perfectly.
Right.
So at that point, that was the case. And same as I guess it's interesting. You never know oftentimes what the theme of the show is going to be, or if it's going to necessarily have a theme.
Going off on.
Or what tangent we're going to go off on. Whether it's you, whether it's me, whether it's chat, as far as it... Okay, that was not right.
Nope.
So, in that case, like, that element. Actually, when I complete this, what I'll do is I'll put those two passwords in, because we're going to come back eventually for another part. I think we run through basically all of these, or actually, what I might do is... I might not run through the ones where you're running through now.
Okay.
Because these are kind of straightforward.
Yeah, that one was good.
And actually, as part of our test play of this, we did actually go through about half of these, normal ones. There are a couple of hard ones, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, there are a couple that are hard. Because as I mentioned, also they give you, they say there, they give you, or Yoshi said in the menu, says there's 60 puzzles solved, but if you, that's not enough, wait and see. But yeah, if you complete all 60, you get another 60. So it's actually not dissimilar to, I guess, other games that have that. Actually, at some point, I want to do Catherine. I don't know if you ever played Catherine.
No.
It's by Atlas. It's people made Persona made it. It's also a puzzle game, weirdly enough, in that you're kind of moving blocks around. It's a little like Cubert, a little bit like Echochrome on PSP, if you ever played that. And what it is that you're kind of doing block movements, but they have a mode in this, which is called Rapunzel. You go in the arcade and play it. It has this character that looks exactly like William Shakespeare, and I'm pretty sure that that's what they were going for because they're explicit quotes from Shakespeare and a lot of philosophers in that game, because the whole idea of that game is kind of a look at the romantic relationship of the main character in that game, Vincent, who gets involved, whose girlfriend is Catherine, with a K.
Okay.
He gets drunk one night, and he finds that he's cheated on her with a blonde girl named Catherine with a C. And there's another case of that in the full body edition, which I guess is the version we'd run, except that when we do that, there's a cutscene I have to skip because there is visible nudity. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to edit it in with a censor bar on it if I'm going to play that version. Right? Yes, it is. But it's also telling a story. It has multiple endings, a lot like Persona. We mentioned Persona on this channel before. Honestly, I've not played as many of the Persona games, honestly, as I should, but they're finally porting a bunch of those to systems I have. And I bought already Persona 1, the PSP game, 2 Eternal Punishment for PS1 on the PlayStation 3, 5, which I know that people say, like, yeah, they don't like 5. I know, actually, ElecVerse doesn't like 5 very much at all. But then Edwack is saying, don't play 5, play the Royal Edition because it's better. Like, I didn't have something that had Royal Edition initially. I only had PS3, but now they're putting Royal Edition on Switch and Xbox One. So I was like, okay, fine, they're on systems I have. And then 3 and 4, which I've not played. But it has this kind of weird feel to it as well. Kind of like some of those other ones did. And I really got into it, but that one is, just to go back to that, the Rapunzel game, you have 60 missions, but if you get all of them, and you get the good ending, you actually have to collect the items, almost like an arcade game, like a Donkey Kong thing. We have to collect the princess's royal items. Okay. You have to collect them, otherwise you get the bad ending, which is where it earns its mature rating in terms of its violence. Oh. But if you get the good ending, like I did, and I remember Nocturne was involved with that when she was like visiting me, and she heard coming from my rooms these screams of joy saying like, yes, yes, yes. Like, what are you doing in there? I was like, I just got through this and I got the achievement for that. So I was like, yeah, you get another 60 puzzles. Yeah, apparently the full body version is the canonical version of Catherine. Yeah, now it is, because initially Catherine came out actually about 11 years ago. It was 2011.
It was.
And then they did full body for PS4. I bought it on the Switch and they released it. And the normal one's on the PC. Because actually,
Xbox 360.
I have it on 360 as well, because I bought it on 360, then when they put it on Switch for that other one, because they have extra story content, ElecVerse is right about that. So that's why they would consider it canonical. And I do know it does change stuff with the story in some ways, which we can definitely get into when we get to that game, for sure. I'd like to show that game. That's a unique one. And it's one that, it's a game, you're talking about getting addicted on something.
Yeah, this one is,
I was addicted so much on that, let me tell you. I actually bought that game used, like, on 360 for about $30, right as I was entering my second last semester in college.
Catherine?
Yeah. I met my roommates, very, as far as how it was, like being cordial and all that, but I wasn't necessarily seeing or spending time with them before my classes started because I was playing that game to death. I could not stop playing until I beat it. So I was like, I was putting off seeing people that way as far as it's like I'm so hooked on this game. Yeah, the new character, they added for that is canonical, the canonical route. Yeah, because I do know that you make a change because what, to go on this, not to spoil this before we get to that game, they have the setup that I mentioned before as far as Vincent voiced by Troy Baker, who does a great performance in that game. And also, well, he's like we're saying, it kind of defeats the purpose of Catherine, which is the idea that the thought of is it a love triangle necessarily because he says like, hey, I cheated on my girlfriend, but I don't remember doing it, and it goes into something else.
It's nightmares, isn't it?
Yes, it goes into nightmares as well, but as he's saying, the different character is someone who actually, I believe, lives in a... No, I think she's homeless, if I remember correctly, as far as where the story starts. Lives down the street, plays piano, and there's something that goes in the connection with the story. I know where ElecVerse is getting at with this, because it does change the story pretty significantly to the point where... And chat, feel free to let me know what you think about this.
There's 8 endings.
There's 8 endings. There's tons of them based on how you play certain things. Right. And also the discussion. Actually, that's going to be a great chat game anyway, too, because you get to these cases where you're in the confessional booth and you are asked very personal questions by the guy there, including, and this game is mature rated, smartly mature rated, but definitely is. There's one question they ask, and then they give you like online leaderboards of how did people answer this. One of them they ask, and they randomly generate them, except for a couple. I think they ask specifically, quote, if your girlfriend had a fetish for infantilism, what would you do about it? I was like, okay, they're asking me that. I'm shocked that they are. But I kind of like being put in that position, really enough. But, yeah, to go back to chat on this one, I want your opinion on something. So as I mentioned, I have Catherine on the 360, and I have the Switch for full body. Do you want to see us play through the base version and then full body? So that we can get a sense of a comparison between the stories. Because I think we could justify that. I'm pretty sure we could make that work that way. And also the other thing is, as I mentioned as far as Dolly Finn's concerned, like, she called Tetris Attack. This is hers. But as I said, we're doing the other puzzle-y games. This is the one you like the most. I don't want to speak for you. Is that right? Of all the puzzle-y games you played. And you're not necessarily huge on Pokemon Puzzle League exactly compared to this.
No.
So my point is that, and I'll let you answer as to why. Edwack is a huge one on that one. So I was thinking that, hey, if we're going to come back to this game, specifically as far as Puzzle League, I varied up with other people. So we could do that with Catherine as well. So I could do Catherine for 360, and then we could vary it up as far as like a guest case with Full Body at some point. Because I'd love to show those games off. Because those games are awesome. So yeah, chat, let me know how you want it, how you'd like to have that handled, and we can do it. But yeah, you're saying as far as your elemental Pokemon Puzzle League, I think there might be some things you want to go into that while I load the next puzzle with the password.
Yeah, I mean, I only recently played Pokemon Puzzle League.
Well, actually, you sort of played it this week, because I showed you the fact it's on Switch Online, but I don't know, because I think did you play that when it came out? Because it's on Nintendo 64 specific.
I think so. I think then, yes.
Okay.
And then it hadn't for a long time.
Okay. So, what was your... Because I think I remember you saying this, and I think you might have had a point to this specific, which was... you like the controllers for
I
Super
like
Nintendo for
I
it.
do. It reacts.
Or for Super Nintendo, not
Yep,
Nintendo
for
64.
Super Nintendo. It seems to react faster. I don't know why there's like a lag.
Yeah, well, maybe. But and then also, as we mentioned before, the voice. See, here's the weird thing. And ElecVerse, I'll get to you in just a second as far as what you have in chat there. There are more voices in Pokemon Puzzle League than this. That's true. There's only one voice per character. But, as we were saying earlier, you hear Ash saying, "I'm gonna win," 50 times in a minute. Or, I don't know, do you remember the one line that used to get you? When we played the multiplayer, I played as Sabrina, the leader of the Saffron City Gym, who's like the psychic girl. And what did she say? I told you so. It's like, yeah, see, now you remember. Yeah, it's like, that's that case. So I think that's why she likes this one better. All right, here's the Toonami review of the original Catherine. Yeah, Bob, Black Sheep, do you have any wool? Oh, yeah, indeed. And do the original first. You got it. Okay, thank you. Because I was like, thank you for bringing that up. Because, I mean, look, we'll take elements as far as like what chat wants to see for the show. Like, but also when there's games that I'm thinking like, hey, I would want to do anyway. And I got questions on how do I want to operate this.
Yeah.
I will ask people, how do you want to see this? Whether you want to see it as far as chat's concerned. And also, in fact, it's not even, I was asking you explicitly this. I said, how should we handle this? And not just you, I was asking Edwack, I was saying, like, how are her and I going to play this? I was trying to get a sense of, what's this going to lay out? So I want to show the Game Boy version, I want to show this, I want to show all the modes, and we're going to show the next puzzle, by the way, or one of the puzzles that was hard. 5-7, for normal. This is one we haven't seen before. I said, how are we going to handle this? But they gave me a lot of good ideas as far as how we're going to run it. So thank you very much to chat and also my guests for giving me an indication of that. Because, like, hey, as I said, this is a collaborative thing. In some ways, look, I might not necessarily have the best answer off the top of my head. So the fact that there's people to bounce it off on and say, like, hey, I'd like to see it this way. This makes sense to see it this way. Or same with this game or anything, really. I'm thinking, great, perfect. Even if it comes down to, like, I want to see a certain version. Like, no problem.
So,
we've got 3 moves on this one.
Here. I see one.
We'll get the Great Gargantua Blarg background. I do love that. He's my favorite character. We'll go on that when we go into the story mode, but just a second. Alright, so 3 moves to win.
Whoa.
So it's almost like when Protorova and I were doing virtual chess about a couple months ago. Or going back to virtual chess. Like, yeah, thinking about this is like, finish the move that way as far as the way the tutorial that game went. And that was a unique case of it.
What's that game show that said, I'll take something for the win?
Oh, well, I know taking something to block, I know Hollywood Squares.
Was it Hollywood? That was it. It was Hollywood.
But see, it's funny, I was bringing this up with people. Actually, it was with Protorova and Nocturne, and a friend of his who was visiting. We played Cards Against Humanity, specific if you're familiar with what that is.
Yeah, I am.
With that game, I said basically what it is basically an X-rated version of the match game, and she knew it, not Nocturne or Protorova, the friend of his, knew exactly what it was, and I was like, that sounds familiar, and I did the it's like, but also weirdly enough, like, it's the X-rated version of something that was risque as anything with the 70s adult film guitar going on with that, and all the people that were there for it.
Brett Summers, Klugman, yeah, I remember.
Oh yeah, Charles Nelson Riley, Richard Dawson. Yeah, it's like, we cut deep on this program, and how many
They watch it on television now. It's on Decades. That's what I remember.
And I watched it all the time. It was on Game Show Network.
Yeah,
I mean,
right? Yeah.
See, who knew the Tetris? There's not gonna. I'll make one guarantee on the show. This might not be the biggest show you're ever going to see as far as gaming stream or even classic gaming stream on Twitch, YouTube, or anywhere. But how many streams or plays of Tetris Attack are going to go into the stuff we're going into? How many are going to remember the match game and some of these other things? Gene Rayburn, absolutely. How many people are going to? I'll probably have the pictures of them on the screen here when I do the edit. I showed you how I did the edits and actually, which by the way reminds me, thank you by the way for helping the edits on. One, Christmas night specifically, and also with Sailor Moon and the story, because there's some great edits you gave me for that, which really added terrific to them. All right, 5-7. Let's take a look. Let's take a solve this. We're gonna do these 2 puzzles, or this puzzle, another one for the extra, and then we'll do the story mode, and that will be the night.
I see one, but
because that'll hold us for a while for the verses. But all right, what are we thinking? I don't know. Do you want to run it then?
No. The one I want to do this one, the red.
All right, give it a shot.
Because that's the one I want.
Yeah, there's only 3 of those, so we feasibly could get away with getting rid of them.
Right. So, why isn't it?
Oh, is it not working?
There we go.
Oh, no, I was like, wait a second. I was like, did the tech break? She's like, hey, if something's wrong with the controller, that's fine.
And then, that's not going to work, because if I take that away, yes.
What? Oh, yeah.
I gotta put it back. So you take the blue out, switch it to the green,
Yeah, what I'm...
And the green comes down, then 3 greens, then a blue comes down, but then another green comes down, and then what do you do?
Yeah, there's 5... Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, because let's take an inventory on this, shall we? We're seeing 3 of the dark blues, you're a nemesis for sure, 3 of the reds, and then 5 of the greens. So the question then being...
Yes.
In 3 moves... How you get rid of these. I mean, looking at this and what we've tended to do with this, so this is a bit of a preview when we actually go through this whole mode, because I think it honestly was too interesting when you and I were doing this. You're saying like, hey, I really like this, we should make this a dedicated show. I think I figured, we should probably do this entirely. That just seemed too interesting. We can make it work as far as the way the show operates. But what I was looking at for some of these, I was thinking, like, wait a minute, I was thinking, like, fine, go down straight. The fact that there's those dark blues there going in line, but you've got a point there, which is, how are you going to set that up? Unless actually, what are you thinking? I might have seen something we got.
Greens in the column, so 1, 2 greens. That brings the blues down, gets rid of them, gets rid of those 3 greens.
All right, what do you...
Together. Oh, then only have 2 greens there. That's not going to help. But you have to move the red. I'm
thinking one thing with the red, actually. I'm thinking if you pull the red on the bottom left over to the left, move over to the left one, and pull that.
Oh, back that way.
Pull this, because I think... all right, there we go. Because looking at that, because here's the... so...
Then you take out the 1, the 2 greens.
Actually,
put them over there.
Hang on a second. Actually, no, I think... Wait.
1.
Wait a minute, hold on. Because what I'm thinking is like an L shape for the greens that way.
Yeah.
But the only way to make an L shape would be to... take out... the middle blue one, I think. Pull it to the right. Okay, let me think about this, because... Alright, because if... But the thing is that switching that to get the greens out of the way is going to leave that blue there. So that's not going to work either. Unless maybe you pull out the blue to the left. I don't know, or... Yeah, you can pull either one. What are you thinking?
If that 1 green falls down, that's fine, because it's going to... But that... Blues. What if you take the green?
Okay, so that's part... Oh! Well, okay.
No, it can't, because...
Hang on. Oh, right, because you pull that green down there, it won't clear enough.
That's right.
If you have 4 moves, no problem, but with 3...
What if I just moved... Yeah, what if I just moved... So I've got 2 more moves, right?
Yes. The puzzle will be very confusing. No question. We're showing that full force.
Wow.
There's a start, but it's like, it feels so good when you kind of get to that. I mean, this is going a little further as well. But it's funny because I'll tell you what kind of helped us understand this is kind of the main game in a lot of ways, in the sense of we're looking at this and saying, the reason I thought, okay, pull the red out is the thought of, when I'm making chains, I'm usually trying to do a setup like that, where the green is there and then the other one falls down. So it's kind of taking that thought and saying, like, wait a second, can we put this into this a little bit? So yeah, it definitely is challenging in the same way that something like, because we showed it for Tetris 2, showed it for Beam Machine actually as well, as far as how the puzzle stuff works. Actually, one thing I'm wondering is, what if you pull the blue in the middle to the left instead of the right? Yes, I think that's it.
And then
switch that. That's it. Got it.
That's it.
There you go. But it feels so good when you get it. My God.
Woohoo! Good job.
All right, so that's one of them. As I said, I think we can rationalize showing this specific. I think we could. I think we still talk over this. Yeah, we'll leave this one for when we come to that. But I'm gonna pick up one of the hard ones.
Okay.
Or one of the extra mode ones. And they give you a password, by the way, for each of them. So either look them all up online or put them in that way. Oh shit! Oh, no, I don't want to do a new game, so I hit cancel. All right, we have the password. It's going to be for one of the ones for extra mode. So it's K55043 L0. Oh shit, that's not it. Or O. No. Maybe it is. Maybe it is though. All right, so let's try that. 043. And then again. Okay. Yeah. What am I getting wrong? All right.
Want me to read it to you?
Is it? I'll just pull off. Yeah, I said I'll pull off one that I had. Let me just see. Hang on. Maybe I didn't copy it down right. It's like, okay, fine. I'm taking a break this way just to look it up because I just want to get one of these. I don't know if that was the one.
In the meantime, I'm just gonna talk about Yoshi.
Go ahead. Yeah, we haven't talked Yoshi enough on this show. So go.
Yoshi's right here hanging up on my light.
Oh, as I said, we're gonna put a picture. By the way, as she's saying this, there's gonna be a picture right there of actually a work Edwack did on that one. He does bead art specific, so he made one for you specific for that. It is Yoshi from the single player of this. But yeah, keep talking Yoshi.
Right. So that's why I love this game too.
Because you like Yoshi.
Yes.
Well, then, all right, then.
All the video games characters, everyone's I like Sonic, and yeah, I like Sonic and Knuckles and Tails, whatever you like.
Or Mario or anything.
Right,
yeah.
all of them, right.
I mean, this is part of Mario, but
I just like Yoshi.
What is it about Yoshi then, as far as in this game, and I guess in other ones, because I'm going to assume then you've played...
Okay, you know what it is?
I don't know, have you played what are the other games with Yoshi in them that you've played?
The only thing I can say is that Yoshi's always smiling, except when he's laying on the floor not happy when I don't...
Yeah, or he's breathing into the ground or something.
But...
So he's so happy that way, and I get that.
Yes, that's why I think he's cute, so...
Well, there's a lot of people who said that to me, exactly that. Or people who've said that in the chat, I think in the chat I mentioned. Well, I mean, Brixabri mentioned that because she wants to see Super Mario Sunshine. We're doing that next year. Yoshi's in that game in an interesting way. We'll live again when we play that game, and I'll look forward to doing that. But yeah, we're gonna say.
No, that's just it. It's the only. That's the reason.
All right, fine. Let's keep going. Sorry, I was.
So, list of Yoshi games. There's tons of Yoshi games.
What's one of
Yoshi's Cookie? Mario.
We mentioned Yoshi's Cookie, and
Mario
that was
missing.
Mario's missing.
Mario
yes.
Paint, Super Mario Kart, Super Mario RPG, 11 of the 7 stars.
Which
Super
we did
Mario,
show the Yoshi stuff in
right.
that game when we
Super
played
Mario
it.
World, of course we know Tetris
Yeah, the first
Attack,
one.
Yoshi's Cookie, Yoshi's
Yeah, we're gonna play that
Island,
eventually.
Yoshi Safari.
Oh, I remember Yoshi Safari. That's the I don't know if you ever played that. That is a it's a first-person shooter game actually with Yoshi, where you're Mario and you're like shooting enemies with the light gun for the system. Why is this?
Paper Mario.
Yeah, which is by the same people
Super
who made
Mario,
this.
Mario Tennis, Mario Party.
Question to this: what was the first game with Yoshi in it that you played, if you recall?
Mario Kart.
Did Mario Kart, or was it another one of the other Mario Karts?
I think it was Mario Kart. I think it was Mario Kart.
The first one?
The first one.
Yeah, because I wasn't sure if that was it. Alright, fine. I'm trying another puzzle. Let's go. We'll stick with the Gargantua Blarg. Oh, no, I keep doing that new game. I don't want to do that. Alright, let's try this. I'm just looking as far as random stuff, because, like, wait a second. I want to show a little bit, and then we'll go to the story mode. Because, like, yeah, the story mode will be okay with FPP, D29GC. Oh wait, that's not the extra stuff. Unless, hang on.
I would like to play on the Switch though.
What's
Mario
that specifically?
Kart 8 Deluxe.
I have that actually. We got just some Mario Kart. I don't know which one we should start with. I was gonna say Super Mario Kart for Super Nintendo, only because actually that game celebrated its 30th anniversary, I think, about a week ago.
Did it?
Yeah.
I love it.
I was surprised for that happened. All right, okay, fine. Let's try this one. I just want something to work. Please, let something work. Doll. I'm just picking anything out here. 3TO, I think it is. Let's see, 3. Yeah, it's a good discussion going on. I'm not. Okay, fine. No, I guess I'll have.
I wonder if Mario. Thank you. Yoshi's in 101 video games.
Wow, that's quite a statement.
There's a reason.
I guess because people like Yoshi, honestly. I mean, I get it too. I mean, in my case, the first case I saw Yoshi was a tie of Super Mario Kart and what was it? And Yoshi's and Super Mario World.
Yeah.
And I think I played Yoshi's Island. That was also the other case
Island.
of...
I think I've played that.
Yeah, you know what, fine. We'll do... So we're going to do the puzzle thing eventually again anyway. I
Yeah.
can't find a password that's working. Sorry about that.
That's alright.
We're going to start the verses.
Yeah, we can test out
But
the passwords.
Yeah, but keep talking also as far as stuff with Yoshi. I guess with that, or what's your experience with Yoshi's Island? Because we're going to be getting a little bit of indication of that.
Yeah, but Mario Kart, I remember I would always play as Yoshi.
Uh-huh.
Just, I don't know why.
There's something very appealing just looking at Yoshi on the screen here.
Smiling.
He's smiling. He seems very unassuming, but he's also someone who can kind of, you know, get stuff done if he has to.
Yeah.
Even as far as the Super Mario World cartoon where they kind of gave him a voice, he was saying like, "Oh, I scared Mario." But he's like, well, he still seems kind of, you know, oh fine, he's like a little child that way. But I mean, just the idea. Well, actually, in that show, I'll put a picture of this. He does join a biker gang, actually,
That's right.
which is very weird as far as seeing that, like Yoshi
That's
doing
right.
that. But like, then Yoshi's like, he does have the confidence saying the perspective, like, yo, yeah, he gets like, yeah, robots don't eat Mario brothers. Yoshi eats robots. It's like Yoshi eats the robots and handles that no problem. By the way, quick thing. You have 4 difficulty selects or difficulty options here, despite what it looks like. There's easy, normal, and hard. And if you hit up the L button and hit the A button, you get very hard running hard because we get the full element of the ending.
First.
What specific? Oh, the fact that the puzzle mode being confusing?
Yeah.
No, they can be hard. We were showing that.
They are.
Actually, the weirdly enough, it was harder for me to open another one than even do
that's right.
this, which was not right in that case. But like that's I think also why I think it's probably worth looking at that mode again, just because I think there's there, and we do that with other puzzle games as well. All right, so yeah, welcome back to Yoshi's Island. Oh no, Bowser's friends are at it once again. Although actually, okay, fine. Yeah, Yoshi doesn't know who Bowser is because of Super Mario World, where he came to Dinosaur World, Dinosaur World, which is where Yoshi came from, caused trouble. And then Yoshi's Island, which is the prequel, had Baby Bowser. Mm-hmm. And Baby Bowser was also in Yoshi's Story, which they did say is a... Fine, actually, going back to what you're saying, ElecVerse, as far as canonical elements of Yoshi games, Nintendo did say specifically that Yoshi's Story is a sequel to Yoshi's Island. But that also makes the question of where is Yoshi's Island 2 fit in?
Right.
Where does Touch and Go on DS fit in? New Island retcons Yoshi's Island original entirely, and people were not happy about that, and I get why they did that, because basically he's pretty much saying that we'll get into that when we play Yoshi's Island specific, because I don't know if I'll have a way to stream 3DS even by that time. It pretty much retcons the ending entirely, and it's like, yeah, everything we did in that game almost means nothing. But anyway, Bowser uses magic and basically is causing flooding. You can cast a spell most of my friends, so yeah, the other characters we ran into have been enchanted, and the entire world will be flooded. But it didn't work on Yoshi, because Yoshi's got the stuff. He clearly is going to be fine with that. And I figured out how to remove the spell. Now it's going to be Bowser's cronies, we will do that. So we got 12 levels, I'm free. And he's the only one free.
Are you playing on hard? I mean,
I'm running hard because we get the full story. And I'm going to have to do something very specific, which actually I did not know until the first time I streamed this, which, fun fact for the SuperOldGameSaturday program, this and Tetris 2 were the first games I ever streamed ever online. And the reason for that was because I wanted to show Protorova the idea that, hey, I want to do this. And so I showed him this game, and I showed him Tetris 2, which we played a couple months ago. He didn't really have much of a familiarity with either one at the time specific, but I said, trust me, these games are awesome, and they are awesome. So at that point, I was doing that, and I did show the hard mode of the story mode off, and I realized when I played that there is a difference between ending, but if you don't, you can. And usually, I used to think that you have to go through the entire game without continuing, and to a certain extent, you do, but. If you don't play as Yoshi, you don't have to. It's not like, wait a second, you have to play as Yoshi as you get everybody set. And for the first world, you're right. The first world, you have to defeat Lakitu and Goonie, the birdie there. So yeah, going back to Yoshi's Island that way. So when I beat him, I have an easier way to avoid that happening. So I'll pull Yoshi out at some point eventually again, but I'm going to try to avoid not playing as him, because then that makes it a little easier if I get in trouble and lose a round.
Yeah.
Unless I lose this round, in which case then we'll just start over from where we're at. Also, I'll see if... that was my fault. I thought that I had enough as far as the shock box, which, by the way, those do come down or come up from the top based on how well you do. So if you keep making chains and combos, you'll get more of those coming from the bottom. And you usually want to try and clear them when you can and mix them with combos and chains when you can too, because then it creates different colored blocks that way, so they can't get rid of them quickly or easily, and yeah, he's gone.
I remember doing this the night before last. I played on, not hard though. I played on medium level.
Yeah, I mean, it's also good to kind of practice this and also practice the idea of what's the difference between doing versus for the story mode against computer and going against, I guess, against a player. By the way, this piece of music is not in Handheld Pawn at all. I guess because you have the Yoshi thing, but also because actually in Handheld Pawn, music does not fade out when you get a loss or win. It basically just keeps playing the tension music over it, which I found kind of interesting, actually. But at that point, I was like, hey, I won. It's like, in this case, I like this better only because it kind of gives the perspective of, all right, fine, here is my victory this way. Although, if you lose, you still get, you get this case of like, oh yeah, fine, you lost, or you get the shaking letters as opposed to the bouncing ones in mine. And to be fair, also, Handheld Pawn, one thing it does do is it does have different game over screens. There's only one, which you did show briefly for the Game Boy version, but I'm going to show you how to backdoor this as far as saying that, no, we're not playing as Yoshi. Yeah, he's free. If you hold the X and Y buttons during the cinematic, go to the next level, which is Bumpity and Dr. Freezegood, so I guess they're indicating Motley Crue there, apparently. Yeah, which, knowing what the song Dr. Feelgood is about, was a drug dealer, yeah, that's weird. But either way, we're going to not play as Yoshi, but yeah, if you hold X and Y as you do that, you can pick any of the friends you've saved. We've only saved Lakitu, we're playing Lakitu. So actually, feasibly, I guess what we'll do is we'll probably just play as every one of them. So yeah, Lakitu is fighting Bumpity there, who was introduced in Yoshi's Island, as you mentioned. Always annoying to fight in that game because of the fact that they were penguins that bump you around, number one. Number two, Yoshi can't actually swallow them to make eggs. They're one of the few enemies in that game you cannot swallow to make eggs. So you gotta do other things to either spit them into something else or whatever it is. But as you mentioned with Yoshi, Yoshi figures it out. I'll see how this goes, and I'll make sure that we can get winning. But as I said, also the reason I'm not running Yoshi is because that if you lose with Yoshi, that counts against the best ending. So I want to try and show the best ending. As I said, the first time I streamed this game, for that very first indication of SuperOldGameSaturday, before it even had a name, before Nikki helped name it actually, to be more accurate, I said, I got a game over, or I lost a round, I'm not going to be able to show the good ending. And I realized, wait, I can. I was like, why is that? And I realized, oh, wait, that's how. Okay, so let's keep going. Feel free to keep going as far as anything else to chat, and also to Delphi as well, because yeah, this is your game. You're basically telling the story of this game to everybody out there for the purpose of it, and hey, it's worth doing that. This game's awesome.
It is awesome. I wonder how many of this game sold at the time. You know, at the time.
I think this game sold pretty well, considering, because I know that actually the version we're playing, actually, we mentioned this. We did Warriors Woods. Oh, as I got the 4 chain, he's in trouble, which is good. Oh yeah, there you go. In so much trouble, he's dead already. The copy of the game I have has the ESRB rating of E for everyone, which was not introduced until 2 years after this game came out. So they reprinted this game a couple times, I think. So I'm pretty sure it sold well, I think. I don't know if there's numbers. That's the question, because sometimes when you go really early into gaming like that, you don't always get numbers. Alright, I didn't hold the button down specific, so there is Poochie getting fought with Lakitu. So Lakitu, instead of, throwing the spawnies at Mario, is like, yeah, let's throw it at the dog. It's like, but yeah.
It's Tetris 2. I don't want Tetris.
Yeah, Tetris 2, which we mentioned, actually, that was a huge one in the UK when it came out.
Tetris Attack, not for resale. Super Nintendo prices. Historic sales data.
Oh, you're digging into the NPD numbers, like, back before they really maybe even had the name of what that was.
Tetris Attack, Super Nintendo.
I don't know what the Game Boy sales were. Probably, I don't know if there was as much as this. I think it probably sold better on the Super Nintendo, if I'm gonna guess. Yeah, how are you playing as Lakitu? I moved into my bedroom. I will show you after we after I take down Poochie.
$120 for Tetris Attack.
$120?
Copy, Super Nintendo.
120.
Only box, $19.96. The price is what they are now.
Oh, how much it cost? Oh,
Yeah,
that's cost of how much it is.
Yeah.
I don't know, like, if it sold or something. I mean,
State, $19.95.
Yeah, so that'll be for Japan for Panel to Pawn.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll show you how we play as far as the other characters when I take Poochie down. I would think at least moved a little over 1 million, I would think. I would guess. There's a code, by the way, just to give you a little bit of a brief indication as to what that is. And there we go, chain with those blocks. Boom, 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 boom. He is going down. Yeah, please go away. Go down, little doggy, please. We love you, Poochie, but you gotta lose. You gotta lose so we can save you. Okay, no, he's not losing, so it's like, fine, we're gonna have to, you know, get this going a little more. Alright, fine, we're gonna... Okay, there's that. There you go, okay, so as long as you're hearing that, I was like, yeah, there you go, he's going down, come on. Come on, Poochie, don't be so stubborn. I got him. Okay, so I will explain that. It's actually a bit of a code. And I'll show you how it works. Hold the X and Y buttons during this cinematic the entire time. Basically wait until the screen goes black. Or actually, you may as well keep holding it while the screen goes black as far as this. There's Flying Wiggler and Egodil. But if you hold those buttons, you have selection of any of the characters you've saved so far. So you can play as Yoshi if you want. You may play as Lakitu and Bumpity and Poochie. As I said, the reason I'm doing this is specific because if I lose with Yoshi at all in the verses on... Because we're playing on hard, because I get the full ending that way. If I lose it all with Yoshi, I'm locked out of the good ending. So, but it doesn't count if you play as the other characters, weirdly enough. So I said, fine, I'm going to use that code. We're going to play as the other characters. So there is Poochie. We're going to... So we saved the doggy. He is good. Yeah, Yoshi's dog. Or, yeah, I guess Yoshi's dog. Yoshi's dog adjacent, however it is. Here he is, going against Flying Wiggler. I remember these things from, well, from Yoshi's Island specific, but also Wigglers themselves, which are always those enemies you jump on. They get really, really mad, they turn red, and they want to kill you.
So the game actually was named Game of the Year by DG.
Of everything?
And it said, the simple premise makes it a game of mass appeal.
Well, given what I said that they banned it from their offices because of how addictive it was, I can believe that.
In 1997, EGM editors ranked it the Super NES version the 16th best console video game of all time. They cited its accessibility, right? Accessibility.
As we said, yeah.
Addictive quality.
Yeah,
confessing that their boss had confiscated the office copy of the game because of how much time they spent.
You got it. That's what I was saying. That if you want ever proof of a game being addictive, that is your proof right there. It's like they basically said, we can't let you play this as far as it because otherwise we're not going to be able to get our magazine that we're writing out.
It's been called one of the most addictive puzzle games made.
Well, I remember Nintendo Power. I'll try and put an indication of that. Well, yeah, I guess I stomped that bug pretty quickly. They said, usually when Nintendo Power used to have, as far as the reviews, they would say that, you know, they'll give, like, the pluses and minuses as far as things they really liked. There's only one negative they gave to that game, which was, it may take over your life. That's all they said, because, like, well, they're right. I mean, they put it on the cover, I'll put the picture of the cover as far as the edit, too.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's good stuff. Alright, fine, let's go to the water and, get the ice out. So yeah, we have Prince Froggy and Clawdaddy. Enjoy the wonderful music. Oh my god, I love this music so much. Oh, I love all the pieces of music in this game. As I mentioned. And yeah, feel free to go into anything as far as elements of the music that you think.
The only part
specific
of music you don't like is
the tension.
Do.
Oh, the tension. Oh, okay, that would be interesting. Because that's the. It sounds like the Twilight Zone music. So like,
it does.
Imagine Yoshi in the Twilight Zone. There might be an edit I might have to be able to put in to.
That's funny. To
replicate that somehow. I mean. I find he's hitting me with stuff, but that's fine. Yeah, just keep going. You said you want to keep going. You want to find basically everything else about this game that you can and get your skills going massively so that, yeah, you're going to be an expert at it. Actually, another thing, going back to the Electronic Game Monthly thing, I know they said this actually about, it was about, Pokemon Puzzle League specific, because for all intents and purposes, it's the same as this, fine, how it plays. And you can turn the Super Nintendo blocks on, which when I play it, I always do. But for the purpose of demo, when we play it, I'll show it without for a brief period at least.
said it's the Twilight Zone. You're about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind.
Well, that's what this game is. Good
a
point.
wondrous land of imagination.
Well, that's what that... Yeah, that's kind of what this game is.
That's right.
But I was going to say, also, they said with Pokemon Puzzle League, that's like... They said this is one of the best lovers' quarrel games you could feasibly ever play.
Oh, really?
In the sense of, hey, you know, if you're getting in an argument with your significant other or somebody, you know, or family or something like that, it's like, yeah, you know, they usually say with Smash Bros., they settled in Smash, specifically when Smash Bros. 4 came out. It's like, no, in this case, like, yeah, no, just get that case going as far as, you know, Pokemon Puzzle League or Tetris Attack, like, solve any conflict that way. It's like, that's how you handle it, so... But as I said, it goes to the perspective of, I guess, what this game really was doing, and I guess what it still does to people. I mean, I said, it can't just be us. You're saying that, hey, this game must have sold pretty well. I mean,
yes.
I think it would have to be at least over 1 million copies,
Yeah,
I would think, for this one alone.
Yeah, they didn't say,
I'll also dig in. I'll try and see if I can find any number for that. If I can find a number, I'll put it in to indicate it. But... Clearly, this hit with people. I mean, a lot of puzzle games tend to do that, really. But there's something about this one. I mean, because it felt like, hey, it's Tetris all the time, for sure. And this has the name, and here's Gargantua Blarg and Flamer guy. But still, at the same time, you think that there's something about this one that clearly hit with people, and they still really like it, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I guess here's a question. What would you say is a puzzle game that you were not necessarily a fan of, for either because it was not well designed or whatever it might be, if you can think of anything off the top of your head.
I'm gonna think.
I do know the ones you mentioned to me, and it's one that we're going to take another look at because it's been so long, in my case. Well, hopefully, you know, sending Gargantua Blarg down into the depths. Oh, fine, bring him back. Like, no, we're not doing it. We're not killing him. He's fine. He's our buddy, or he is our pal, as it is. He has everything else to that. Boom, there he goes. Yeah, I mean, I guess...
The worst ones, maybe.
Well, the worst or worst for you, I guess. I'm trying to think. I know some people have actually not like columns at all. And I can kind of get that to a certain degree. A little bit. I like it enough. I don't know if it's not as good as this. I mean, I'll admit that. God, I'm trying to think.
Resident Evil 3.
Well, fine, that has puzzles in it that are difficult, I guess.
Portal was hard.
Well, Portal's hard, but I mean, you wouldn't say it's a bad game, exactly, would you?
No.
Oh, I mean, as I said, it's fun.
Silent Hill?
Silent Hill's hard as hell, yeah, no question. For a lot of reasons, it's also terrifying. But that's not so much a puzzle game, exactly. I mean, but yeah, that creates a distinct... It can be, you're right, because that's kind of a distinction, really.
Yeah.
Sorta, in the sense that find a lot of games like that, it's like trying to figure out some of the puzzles that are insanely cryptic. Well, I mean, actually, we're gonna get into this when Nikki plays Freddy Fish, the Mystery of the Stolen Kelp Seeds for us. It's by Ron Gilbert, who made Secret of Monkey Island. He has his new game, Return to Monkey Island, that just came out this past week. It's the scum point-click engine games where the puzzles are insanely cryptic. We're talking about Edgar the Dolphin. In some cases, the question of, hey, you know, you have to, you know, get a cannonball into a cannon by, you know, attaching gum to like a fishing pole or something. And it's funny, but it's also something that sometimes the question of how are you going to figure that out if you don't look up a walkthrough, potentially. Right. Although, I wouldn't necessarily say even that's a case like, no, that's necessarily bad design. There's cases of that where it's like maybe a little different. But, I mean... I know, as I said, we're playing this because ElecVerse wanted to see this, and I think it's not an unfair case of saying, yeah, let's see this. Was Tetrisphere for Nintendo 64, which was a game that I could not wrap my head around when I first played it, but it's also something that when I played it, because I bought a copy, is that he wanted to see it. Like, yeah, you got it, we're playing it. I kind of understood it better, but it was also something that maybe I was young, maybe that was what it was. I was 11 when the game came out, so maybe I was not in the right frame of mind. I mean, you mentioned Echo the Dolphin. I mean, it's not exactly a puzzle game explicitly either, but something that some of those get really, really hard. And initially feel like a sense of accomplishment when I Oh shit, I don't want to lose Blarg. He's my boy. I love Gargantuan Blarg. He's my favorite character in this game. I'm not losing him, damn it. Yeah, so I mean, maybe something like that, but I mean, as I said, it's all, I don't know, maybe it's a question of, I don't know if maybe this is a wrong thought, which is that, I don't know if there aren't good puzzle games, or there are bad puzzle games. I mean, there have to be. I'm just not thinking of any off the top of my head. Chat, feel free to go into what you'd say is some of the worst puzzle games you've ever played, or if there's any indication of people saying that, okay, they hate these for some specific reasons, or it's like, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to think as deep puzzle games as I can go about this, but, yeah, I don't know. Nothing's coming to mind right now. Definitely not this. This is one of the best ones. As we're fighting Raphael the Raven and Shy Guy. I probably should have mentioned I had Lunge Fish and Flopsy Fish that we saved for and goes like, oof.
Did you ever play King's Quest?
I've heard of it. It's kind of like a point and click kind of, okay, that might be a case. We mentioned Myst when we played Tetris 2.
Braid?
Myst,
you play Braid?
I play Braid. I love Braid. It's awesome.
It's
awesome. It's just hard. It's hard, but it's great.
Yeah, that's...
And I said also when we played that, I said to you off screen, I said, oh, I'm going to have to unfortunately mute the music because there's licensed music in that game, believe it or not. So at that point, we can't listen to that stuff. It's great, but yeah, we'll do the crazy taxi thing with that. Have the link to the music because it's awesome.
I know which one it is.
What
I know
which one
I remember. I gotta remember the name, but I do know. Myst.
I was gonna say Myst. I mean, it's insanely hard.
That's the one I think.
And we could do Myst just because of the fact that, hey, it is important. It was an interesting case because I know some people say like, hey, everybody bought that game, but is it the case where anybody likes it? I mean, I guess so because they made a bunch of them. I've heard some of the later ones are actually really good. I heard Riven was quite good.
That's the one I would say.
But that's fine. That's a hard case. I mean, whether it's, but I guess then there goes the question of what's a bad puzzle game? What makes a bad puzzle game for you and why?
One that you can't.
It's not, and remember, it's not. It might not necessarily be the same to everybody. So fair point.
True. Everybody wanted Myst, I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, Myst was on everything as far as consoles was concerned. Even, I mean, there's a port of that on the DS. I did not know it existed until I went into a Best Buy, probably about like 10 or so years ago. I was like, Myst. I saw Myst. Like, that looked familiar. I was like, it's on DS. Like, there's a DS version of Myst. I was like, it's one of those cases that sometimes you think of ports of game because it was on all the CD systems at the time. It was on PlayStation. It was on Saturn. It was on 3DO. I think it was on Jaguar CD. We're talking the Jaguar earlier, as far as that. But I mean, it was on a bunch of stuff.
And it never had any hype before it was sold. But
it didn't. It came out of nowhere.
Crazy.
I never.
But you need the book.
Yeah, actually, I think I remember when. I don't know. What were you saying?
I had to buy the book.
You bought the guide for that. Oh,
yeah.
Shit. Alright, this is also why I'm doing this, so that I can easily get myself out of the way. Come on. That's the other thing you do. I don't know if I mentioned that before, which is that when you see blocks coming down to the top, get rid of them. If you be in line with that as they go, there's chain. Come on. Please pay attention. There's a yellow, there's a blue. Get over there, bum. 5, yes. Okay, not quite for 6, but yeah, I'll take the 5. Yeah, that puts any pressure on him and wins. I'll take it. There we go, got him. Yeah, I was getting nervous there. Even though as I said, if I lose him, actually, I'll explain that. If I lose with the other characters, they're gone the whole game.
I see, alright.
But it also means that I'm fine with, the Yoshi case. But, yeah, Raphael the Raven and Shy Guy are no longer bewitched. We got all our friends back.
He's on the Rainbow Road, ready to
Yeah,
go.
we are. Absolutely. So fitting back to Super Mario Kart. Alright, glad you're back to normal, and we're back together. Let's take care of Bowser. And on hard, we can take care of Bowser. On easy, you only have 2 of the bosses here. On On normal, you have 3, and then we have all of them, including Bowser, for hard. So let's go to Mount Wickedness. Yoshi, yeah, he is running, going, doing his goddamn.
He runs and they have the little. You can see on the ground.
The sound, which actually, interesting enough, he didn't have the sound when Handheld Pond when Lip is walking across. It doesn't do the. It doesn't even have that audio in that version.
And even the little lights that come on, it's almost like when kids have those on their sneakers now.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. But yeah, we're fighting our first of the Cave of Wickedness enemies. This is Hookbill the Koopa, who is the boss in World 4 of Yoshi's Island. Man, the dude is a stutter. How can this be?
I remember he said that last night when I.
Yeah, how can this be? How is it for free? Yeah, dealing with people who've been playing this game for 26 years. Too bad, yeah, because to stomp you. Okay, and under normal circumstances, if I didn't do what we did as far as being able to play as the characters during that, they're free of the curse, you can let them fight for you. You can still choose Yoshi if you want, but basically at that point, pick every character. We didn't show Poochie off. Let's show Poochie. Yeah, so here's Hookbill the Koopa, and as I said, if we lose to any of them, they're gone. And I think you mentioned one of the quotes, I think from, I think you mentioned it earlier as far as Kitu saying that, you know, I hate you, no exceptions, or something like that, isn't that right? I'm trying to remember what that line of his was, or I'll put an edit of what the line is. Yeah, as long as I keep at it, hitting them, and never let up, yeah, we'll be okay, I think. Like I said, this is also, as I said, the reverse of what usually happens with puzzle games. And I was like, yeah, I have issues with them. Like, not so much with this one. And it's also those cases like, yeah, I mentioned I try to be modest on the show, but it's also one of those cases that I'm playing this game for 26 years. This is the one that clicks for me so much. Yeah. That I'm thinking like, yeah, I want to keep playing this until basically I'm better at this puzzle game than any other. That's basically, I think, what this was like. I mean, I'm not even as good as Tetris Original, a normal Tetris, as I am at this one. I think just because of the fact that I've played this game so much, and well, not that I even played Tetris at all exactly, but just the fact that this one, especially because the dynamic of this is so much different because of the fact that it's about its multiplayer so specifically compared to even Tetris. Okay. Alright, that's a good up to there, boom. Okay, in that case, oh, I'm glad I got to show that. And also, the game's slowing down. You can get that going really well. You can get the game slowing down to the point where actually Pokemon Puzzle gives you an option to turn the slowdown off, and I got it. Yeah, and I love doing that. I love when you get that big case, you get the fanfare, and then boom, he dies and very quickly. Yeah, and he is melting away. And just speaking of Atari sound effects, I think that almost sounds like an Atari effect. How'd I lose? Shoot. Alright, so yeah, Hookbill the Koopa is gone.
Yay, hurrah.
But we got 3 more creatures to take care of. And they're gonna be a bit harder. Alright, this is Naval Piranha. Unfortunately, there's not the exploit for taking Naval Piranha down like there is in Yoshi's Island, where in Yoshi's Island, at the end of World 3, you go in here. If you go in the room just right, there's like the Nipper Sprout, which is what the next character you're going to see turns into Naval Piranha. You can hit it with the egg coming in and not fight the boss at all.
Well,
I will try and show that when we play that game. It's quite a sight. And I didn't know you could do it probably for years. But yeah, there's no quick way to get out of this one. Yeah, you fools. Did teach you the penalty for moving the spell? Get to come for supper. Mine. So, since we played Sonic Mania last week, we were talking about Little Shop of Horrors. We were talking about
yeah, that's what that reminds me of.
What was the name of? Nocturne knows the name of the plants.
Oh.
Yeah, she's named her. Oh, Audrey 2. Audrey 2.
That's right.
Audrey 2. I just didn't remember. It's like. Yes, he's like, that's the other case. Like, we have that through line that way. All right, fine. Let's burn the plant.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Bring fire to it. By the way, also one thing to go into is that the characters don't have different statuses. I don't think there's any take on Puzzle League or Tetris Attack or anything like this or Panel Pond that has a mechanic like that, which I guess is probably good only because of like, the question of how would that be balanced necessarily. I don't even know if there's a puzzle game that does that off the top of my head. We do get that creepy music, so I guess perfect for as we're getting into the fall and getting into the Halloween month.
Yeah.
Especially because we're gonna kick that one off right starting next week. and also other stuff going on as far as October. We definitely got a good October setup for this. Okay, so come to think of it, shouldn't Baby Bowser be the final boss instead of regular Bowser, given who Yoshi's Island was? Yeah, good point. I did actually in good indication like first because I did always question that to a certain extent. He's like, hey, they're pulling from Yoshi's Island so much. They pulled out. I mean, what we're gonna see next is like, hey, you know, what happened to this? Although, I mean, I don't know. We're talking, you know, canonical thing of, you know, Yoshi's Island or the Yoshi games. Usually, a lot of puzzle games don't tend to be, I guess, canonical with story. Usually, that I'm aware of. I'm finding Portal is. That one, that's a good example of one that is. But I don't know if necessarily this takes place after that. I mean, maybe it does. I mean, I guess it probably would have to because of the fact that Yoshi's saying Bowser's back. But as I said, maybe he remembers what happened in Yoshi's or Super Mario World. So I'm not 100% on that one either, but that's a good indication. Alright, woo. Come on. Pull out of the way. Okay, perfect. If I can get these 4 over there, by the way, to get an indication of what that is. Yeah, if you get 4, by the way, instead of 3, it sends 2 of those blocks out, and that'll hurt. Or hurt him. Yeah, him, I think, is, I think they indicated as far as Naval Piranha. I think that's wrong. I'll edit it here, but either way, we'll take Naval Piranha down. Yeah, but this is where the things are getting harder because end of the game, obviously, but also because the fact that they'll run with stronger combos and chains, usually.
Yep.
In that case, even though I got that on... So in that case, as I mentioned, I told you the way it'll tend to play is that I'll try to get stuff up to the top so I'll have more opportunities to run. Sometimes you might have to do that just because you'll need to kind of counteract what they give you. Or, but never mind, in this case, we got Piranha taken down. Alright, so that is stage 10, and the Piranha's melting away. It's going to need that band-aid, clearly. Which it's in Yoshi's Island is also the indication when you're fighting legitimately to say that, oh, hit here.
That's right.
How could this have happened? So there's the death yell of Piranha.
And Yoshi's waving. See, look at his little shoes, how he gets the little
lights
coming out of the back of the
Yeah, so he does have the element of the magic, which did bring us over here, so fair enough. Yeah, so here is the villain of, here's the villain of Yoshi's Island. So, as ElecVerse is indicating, yeah, Kamek and Toadies. By the way, we even talked the voice performances of this game. I'll take this example, because this is the only voice performance in this game that I know who voiced him. It is Armin Williams Jr., who actually did work in Nintendo Power, but he also did voice work in Killer Instinct 2 and Killer Instinct Gold.
Really?
And actually did testing on Donkey Kong Country we played a couple months ago, as well as Project Gotham Racing, which is a game that, at some point I want to show that. And at the end of the game, we'll also go over the rest of the voice actors, because I did find some interesting stuff. When it came to other stuff they did, to some degree, specific. Alright, how dare you interfere with my spells? Because, yeah, as is an indication with Kamek, since we played Yoshi's Island, you know the idea that he's all about, you know, wanting to satisfy his master, number 1. And number 2, I guess, handle stuff. Is Kamek male or female? Kamek is male. There is Kammy Koopa, who's in Paper Mario. Kammy Koopa is female. Actually, I believe there is a lore answer for this, I think, with that. And we'll because at some point we're going to do Paper Mario. In some games, Kamek's female. Which one is that? Or are they talking about Kammy? Actually, because we're going to get to that at some point, because I know Crusader64 called Paper Mario when we get to that one. As far as the RPGs. In this game, he's male. I think there's... Oh, no, I think Mario and Luigi Partners in Time gets into it on DS. And I do have that on Wii U. You can show it, even though I've got my qualms with that game, put it that way. I believe they indicate something too that there's Kammy Koopa. I'll talk about Kammy Koopa then. Okay, because Kammy Koopa was introduced in Paper Mario, which is by the same people who made this. Because I know there's a game with Kamek that goes explicit to it. I think it is Partners in Time, I think. And maybe... I think Kamek might be in one of those Paper Mario games. I don't know which one off the top of my head. But yeah, the Toadies are here. Because yeah, in Yoshi's Island, remember what happens, the idea that Baby Mario, who's not present here... He's knocked off Yoshi's back, he starts doing the cry, going the and everybody seems to hate that, except it's like, I can handle it because I love the game. Like, I remember when Crusader64 was talking about Goron child in Majora's Mask. We played that. So like this little brat, he does it. It's like I hate him so much. It's like that's the case with that as well. But yeah, the Toadies then take Baby Mario away feasibly. Oh, that's the idea of what Kamek's doing. But yeah, they're gonna try and get me, but they're not gonna get me. I'm gonna stick my dog on them. How about that? Let's do that.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah, stick my dog, my pet dog, and my pet monkey. Which is interesting because the grinders, the monkeys there, they're enemies in Yoshi's Island specific. Not to mention the fact that there's a level I'm going to do in Yoshi's Island. More Monkey Madness. I am dreading that when I get to it, because that is one of the hardest levels in the game, and I'm going to 100% that game, so... Yeah, that's going to be the hard ones, and also, when we get to that, by the way, I will also show up the Game Boy Advance version, because there's exclusive levels in that. I'll probably do that at the end of that play.
Monkey Madness.
It's insanely hard because most of it is under a bottomless pit.
Oh wow!
There are red coins you have to collect. They're on Shy Guys that go away after about 5 seconds, and if they go away, you can't get that red coin anymore. So you have to restart the level all over again, and you have to avoid all the monkeys that are coming in hitting you. You have to keep your star count up to 30 to get to the end, so that you can, get all of your 100 points
Wow.
and get all the red coins, which are oftentimes in very precarious places. So yeah, you better bring your A game for that. Yeah, that's the one thing I'll say about Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island is insanely hard in places. I love Yoshi's Island, but there's parts of that game that, yeah, they're not screwing around anymore. Even with Yoshi being as cute as he is, like, yeah. You better be ready. But you mentioned that, another case of a game that when you get everything taken care of, it feels so good, and when you see the closing cinematic of that, when you get the the nighttime flight going on, it's amazing. But yeah, my dog took him down, so there you go. Yeah, Poochie is very well trained, let's put it that way, and this is not the last time we'll see Poochie, not just because of Yoshi's Island, but also because of Yoshi's Story, and actually also, Yoshi's Woolly World, which I have the Wii U version of. It is also on the 3DS. And I think he's in Yoshi's Crafted World, which is on the Switch, I think.
On the Switch?
Yeah, because Yoshi's Crafted World is a sequel to, which goes to the question about the lore thing, which is that there was the Yoshi's Island games you mentioned, New Island, Topsy-Turvy, Yoshi's Island 2, Yoshi's Story. Then there was Yoshi's Woolly World, and then there was Crafted World. Actually, Crafted World pulls a lot from Yoshi's Story in terms of how his visual design is, and also with Woolly World. Woolly World is basically Yoshi's all in yarn. I don't know if you've ever seen that game.
No, I've
It's
never
quite
seen
cool, and actually,
it sounds funny.
It's quite cool. It's actually it's good feel made that the people who made Kirby's Epic Yarn and made Wario Land Shake It, they were knocking 2D platformers out on the Wii really nicely, or fine, Wii U in the case of Woolly World. But it looks beautiful, even to the point where they have, and I'll put a picture of this, and I have one of these. They have an amiibo of Yoshi for that game. They have normal amiibos of Yoshi where they have him the normal way he looks in this or anything else. But what they do with him for Woolly World is they actually have a Yoshi amiibo that's made of yarn. So they actually have it yarn knitted, and there's like the amiibo code at the bottom of it, so you can do scan-ins. And it's kind of great, even to the point where in that Woolly World game, you basically do scans of any of your amiibos. You actually get the colors of Sonic the Hedgehog on Yoshi, because there's the Sonic the Hedgehog amiibo they did for Smash Brothers.
Oh, really?
So it's kind of, and Mario Kart 8 you mentioned, both on Wii U and on Switch, they give you the option to do the same thing for it, and you do the stuff with Yoshi and Yarn Yoshi. In fact, they give you a perspective of that. That's
Yarn
what they call
Yoshi, so I gotta see that.
I will have a picture of for sure for
his
that,
yarn.
but I'll definitely show you the Yoshi's Woolly World. It is a very good game, and Kirby's Epic Yarn is also a great game, and Wario Land Shake It, which is one of the best games on the Wii that unfortunately nobody played because Nintendo buried it. But anyway, he doesn't. Yeah, Kamui doesn't believe he lost. He says, "Hocus pocus." So I was like, yeah. I don't know if I gave him enough opportunity to say that as we were fighting him. But yeah, with that, we were at final boss.
Yay! Well done.
And you get the organ coming up like, uh-oh. So here's the tension there. There is the dark lights. I mean, echoing back to Yoshi's Island in one way, in the sense that the final boss of Yoshi's Island... Okay, fine. Alright, ElecVerse will say this. You're right that, yeah, why not Baby Bowser, but Baby Bowser kind of was turned into actual Bowser, sort of, kind of, at the end of Yoshi's Island a little. And it looks similar that we're on the precipice of a cliff, seeing that in the distance. Here he has his arms that way. Yeah, that's true. It's like we're not. Yeah, you're right. Look at his position there. You're right. I didn't notice that. The teeth are right there. It's like, I guess Yoshi's doing like, you go to the carnival or to the circus where they put the head in the lion's mouth. But yeah, that's what Yoshi's gonna do. Yoshi is pretty badass that way, isn't he?
Who is it dares to wake me from my nap?
Or as we were doing when we did Aladdin a couple months ago. Who dares awaken my slumber? Or disturb my slumber?
Disturb my slumber. What? You mean you dare challenge me? What a joke.
Yeah. Why do you? Yeah, because remember, he said she said we're silly. But yeah, I'll taste the bitterness of my wrath. It's not the only thing we're gonna taste, but all right.
All right.
Taking my boy. We're taking Gargantua Blarg out.
You gotta do it. It's gonna be hard.
Yes, it is gonna be hard because he throws out combos and chains very.
Remember?
Yeah. You do get this great music for it, like, get ready, boom, 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 he's going down. Oh, watch, I hope I don't beat him like 30 seconds. Or maybe I hope I do, just to show it. But so far we're going okay, but yeah, because he'll move fast, and you're probably looking at that.
Yeah.
For see how he's moving like the cursor that way. And on the very hard, that happens massively, so you gotta be ready. And yeah, he'll be here's the thing, really, I guess about Bowser here, is that he will usually recover when he's at the top like that, when he has non-complicated blocks. I mean, I had to pretty much decimate him with something like that. That can be an element to that. We're gonna do this. Even though there's 2 chains, that helps. It was like, no, that's not gonna be completely what we're looking for. So, yeah, I'm gonna pull that over here. But no, that was not right. This is where working the bottom can help. But also, as mentioned, I guess the other strategy is as soon as you see garbage blocks, get rid of them. Okay, so let's see what we got here. Yeah. Okay, yeah, unfortunately I didn't see anything going that way. Top, alright. Okay. Actually, I'll tell you what I'll do. Pull this down here. Look for every chain opportunity you can. That's basically the best. Oh, yeah, fortunately that hit on the bottom that way, so I missed a 4. Yeah, mix them around. So yeah, mixing out that can help. But he's doing the same thing to me, so be careful. It feels like such a rush when you're in this case. It's like, okay, yeah, this is the finality here. This is the end. We're taking care of it. Yeah, you're not one to win. As I said, though, even if I do lose Gargantua Blarg here, we will not be locked out of the good ending. Actually, that's how, as I said, we played it the first time, so hopefully I have better luck so far. Yeah, he's got a lot there, but I think that might not be exactly a good thing to help massively. All right. Yeah, at that point, yeah, just do that. Look at the bottom, see, there's that. You keep hearing that, rawr! So yeah, you're getting the growl going on there, because, yeah, Bowser's not happy about this, so yeah, we'll have to take care of him. Whoa. And also, by the way, as you keep going on, the speed goes faster, so actually that can maybe throw him for a loop, or maybe not, so... Got him. Alright, there we go. Fantastic. Alright, so yeah, we did it undefeated.
Hooray.
Thank God. But as I said, I did that as a backup policy in the sense of, alright, fine, there is how that is. So yeah, Gargantua Blarg, we did it.
Fantastic.
Awesome. Okay. And this dialogue changes if you do it perfectly the way I did.
You've been so completely beaten by
right there.
Yoshi.
Otherwise he'll say he comes back. So there we go.
How can this be? What could I have been thinking? Why did I start a fight I could not win?
Because Bowser always does that.
I had no idea simple Yoshi could be so strong.
Yeah, to go to the, or to go to the, hooray, it's like, thank you very much.
Yay.
Or to go to the Super Mario World cartoon. You didn't tell me you were bringing a secret weapon, Luigi. That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario. Alright, there we go. It is finally over. And the dialogue will change depending on what character you defeat Bowser with.
Sweat.
He raises sweat, but...
Wait a moment.
Who's coming? Alright, there is little Yoshi.
Aww.
Hmm.
Oh, little Yoshi. Youch. Oh my, if
It
it
is
isn't
little Yoshi. Oh yeah.
Yoo-hoo! It's little Yoshi. Let's go play.
Which is fitting because I believe in the continuity
Hey,
Bumpity is like a kid.
I can beat you. Bring it on. Don't
But-
worry about Bowser, little one.
Yeah, too late, friend.
What? Please say you're kidding me. It's not fair. I was going to show you how cool I am.
Yeah, but they're giving him the positive
You
reinforcement
can
that
depend
way.
on me. Aroo!
Mm.
That little Yoshi, he's so cool.
Yeah, so cool. Ribbit, ribbit.
Ribbit.
For someone's not a frog, so I was like, yeah, he's,
Ribbit.
I do admire the little guy. Ah. Oh, I guess it's okay. I don't have to be the star every time, although actually, I don't know what other games little Yoshi's in. I'll have to put a, like, and we'll relax with an RE and a dash next to it. Alright, so yeah. Lunchfish is a lazy character. He kind of goes to that ending out of their playing tag. But he's not afraid of the big bad Bowser. Yeah, if you didn't get the good ending, he wouldn't say this. Right, you are. You know when we took care of him, right? We all helped out. Yeah, otherwise he'd say that you have to do this without continuing.
Okay, well.
And it's also different if you're going very hard.
Together we're so strong. Yahoo! Together we should stay. Let nothing come between any of us ever again.
And we get this absolutely beautiful ending sight and ending music. Wow. Oh, man. So that is Tetris Attack for Super Nintendo and for Game Boy.
Yeah.
All right.
Fantastic.
So, do you want to go and... I think you're a guest on this one, Dolphin. You want to go and your final thoughts. Lay out everything it is about this game, what it means to you, as far as everything you're seeing, as we're hearing this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful music, this great ending credits theme.
It's a great end. I love On the Rainbow Road.
It's beautiful, my God. It is lovely.
The game just looks really good. I mean, it's the reason why people like it so much.
That's part of it, yeah, but I mean, look.
It looks good. It's accessible. You can play. You can get better. It is addictive, but I think the graphics are really just nice. The colors are great.
Yeah.
It's really just it's something delightful, and when you sit down to play it, it's just, you have a lot of fun, but it's relaxing, even though it's stressful with some of that music sometimes.
I love that how it's a little bit of a paradox that way. I mean, but it's also the other thing is that it looks as great, it plays as great as it looks.
Yeah,
and there's something to be said about that. By the way, like we're saying, I never saw the good ending. Well, it said you're in luck. We were showing you the good ending. We're showing you this good ending. There's a little bit of a different one if you go on very hard. I'll see if I can't maybe edit in something for that, just to show what that is. Actually, I don't know if I've ever done it for very hard. I feasibly could too. I mean, I can show what very hard is looking like at the end of this. But yeah, we're definitely showing how this is operating because we love this game. And as I said,
we do.
This is the Super Old Game Saturday play as it is. I mean, lifers, you know this very well. This is what we do every week.
This is my favorite video game.
And it's a great favorite video game to have. And if you don't have it, it is not an expensive one on Super Nintendo. I've seen it for about $15-20.
That's incredible, isn't it?
Which, it's totally worth it. I'd say get the system for this game. That's how good it is.
Yeah.
And by the way, also, it is Masaya Kazume who did the music, but also, it was also Yuka Sugioka, thank you, who did the music for Paper Mario, first one, and 1,000 Year Door, as well as Fire Emblem Heroes. And the Game Boy version also had music by both of them and Masaru Tajima, who did the music for Metroid Prime Pinball, Excite Truck on the Wii, and Donkey Kong Country Returns on the Wii. And there are our voice cast. We have Stacy Peterson, who was in Metal Combat Falcon's Revenge doing voice work. Phil Sandhop, who localized this game. He translated Earthbound Beginnings when that was on Wii U. It's now on Switch Online. He did voices in Metal Combat Falcon's Revenge, which is a Super Scope game. By the same people made this. A lot of the voice performances, though, this is the only thing I could find as far as their credits, specifically Kim Jones, Jenny Parker, Heidi McDonald, Andrew McDonald, and also Christy Rush and Debbie Sandhop. But for the character voices we heard, they gave good performances. Some other interesting ones, actually, Daniel McDonald, who did voice work in this game, actually did a voice in Grand Theft Auto 2, the second game, which is a 2D case, and I do have that one. So it's like, the Rockstar franchise, before it went 3D, the last one they made before it went that way, as far as the major releases, he did voice in that. I mentioned Onward Williams Jr., who is Kamek here, and lastly, Robin Krause, who I mentioned before. I guess she was Amber in Blast Coral. I never got a confirmation that's still the voice in Kirby's Avalanche, and also did testing for other games Nintendo's, specifically Cruising World. At some point, we'll definitely show this Cruising World, or the Cruising games off. There's Phil Sandhop, as well as Naomi McDonald, who did the translation of this game. This wonderful game was directed, as we mentioned, by Masao Yamamoto. And came with another great puzzle game, along with Wario's Wood. So fitting we played that game as well to indicate that.
And highly recommended for a good game that you can play with people who are have different levels of capability on the game. So you can play as a 9 and someone can play as a 4. I think that's what I like. You can play with someone else. You can play yourself, but sometimes you can't do these games if it's like a bloodbath if someone's really good and you're not. But this allows you to sort of find that nice, that levels for each of you where it really is tough for each of you, just hard enough for each of you. And
I'll tell you what it does above anything else. It shows how great the game design of this game really is. Because you say on the surface, and I'll tell you, when I first played this, my first thought was, I thought like, okay, this is a very simple game as far as certain things that it is. But then as you keep playing it, you keep realizing all these little things, all these little elements to it. This is a masterclass of puzzle game design. It really is. And it is up there with Tetris and with the best games in the genre, while also being a visual and oral feast.
And it just goes to show you it doesn't have to be complicated where you can't even figure it out to be enjoyable. I mean, like they were the hardest puzzle games. I was looking at the list of the hardest puzzle games after we talked. Myst was finally on that list, but
right.
But they don't have that you need a manual to be able to. Which
is fine because actually, this game did have manual when it came out, but it's also more for explaining stuff for a layout, but you don't necessarily need also because the game gives you a lot of stuff for it, but it's also something that also gives you a lot of modes so that, hey, if I'm not feeling up for like doing the verses or doing something like that right away, you can do other stuff and you can play with a friend. You can just do it on your own, do the puzzle stuff, do like the line clear. They give you options. By the way, when you complete the game on hard, they do give you the element of how to play the hardest level, which I think I'll briefly show. Just for this, as I said, since we're not going to skip this any point, just like, you can skip it and it just goes to the element of it, but it just looks so cool still. Yeah, it just never gets old, does it? Alright, I'm going to briefly show the very hard mode, just because. And the way to unlock that is you highlight hard, you hit the L button, up on the D-pad, hit A, and it goes from pink to red. There is your hard mode. So your super hard mode, fine, it's very hard, because there's easy, normal, and hard, there's very hard, and then super hard was Pokemon Puzzle League, which is just that, where it's insanely hard, and one thing that game doesn't do is it does not institute you having to go through the game undefeated in order to get the good ending, although actually what they do that's a little different is the final battle. When you're playing on very hard for the final battle, you have to go the one battle you have with Gary at the end of the game for the Pokemon Puzzle League champion, but then something goes on with your trophy, you have to fight Mewtwo. You have to beat Mewtwo your first try. If you don't, you have to go back and fight Gary again, and you can't fight him again until you win. So you have to win 2 matches in a row. Right. So in that way, that makes it harder. I've actually never beat that game on super hard for that very reason. Actually, to the point where I continued so many times in the super hard mode of that game, I turned the counter over. In fact, I'll try and win this battle, and when I don't, or if I don't, or if I do and I get to the next level, I'm going to instantly lose, and I'll show you to make a point of what happened, of how I overturned the continue meter counter. Because you have infinite continues in this game, but it does give you a layout, or it gives you specific numbers for how many times you continued. Yeah, but for very hard, what they're doing is they're moving much faster. I have beaten this game on very hard. Actually, I'm trying to remember. I think I might have gotten the good ending to this, I think, but it's been a while since I've done it. And also, I'll tell you, if nothing else, this kind of is where you want to wonder where maybe skill might come from in this game. Me running the very hard mode. At that point, after everything I'd done, everything I'd played, and you, I think, were like this too when you were saying as far as how you played it. Eventually, you got to that point of, all right, there's my skill that way. There's the build-up right there. You want to say something?
No, you're right. I think that's it. And we were saying that if you play against someone who's really good, or you set your level a little higher, then you're challenged, right? It's like running with someone who's better than you, then you get better.
Well, we also showed, when we showed that, when we did it for the multiplayer for this, because, as I mentioned, actually, I think I mentioned this, when you're at 9 or 10, as soon as you get to the top of the screen, you instantly lose, basically, unless you get to stop right there. Whereas on the lower levels, and also even here, you have it so that it will, the way to put this, you have it so that it'll have a brief pause before it'll then hit the top. Whereas, as far as the higher levels, you don't have that luxury. Alright, there you go. So hopefully they'll take out Lakitu. Yeah. Yeah, okay, we got him. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show the ending of it. Actually, you know what? Alright, fine, I'll show two things. Actually, you know what? I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to quit out of this. I'm going to show two more things, because I think I want to get a completion on this part of it. Of showing stuff, which is... I'm going to quit out of this. I'll come back to this again, and we'll end on the game over screen, because it is that, you know, nice, I guess, lullaby music of the Yoshi theme. The one we saw for the Game Boy version. God, almost 3 hours ago, as it is. But what I'm going to do, we're going to show the character profiles off. This is not in Handheld Palm. They don't give you an options menu at all, which I was shocked to see when they came out and said, there's no options menu for this. But they give you the elements of what the characters are like, their little walk animation when they're on the screen on the sides, the background they got, and who they are. So yeah, we got Yoshi. Very glad to see you again. Little problems come up with little Yoshi, we can take care of it. And indeed we did. We'll show off each of these. Hey you, my name was Lakitu. Funny thing happened on my way to the forum. I had to stop and play a game with Yoshi. Ever hear the one about the Koopa King, Yoshi, and the Magic Koopa? Yeah, I think they all walked into a bar and something happened as far as that. Or, fine, Yoshi's Island and Super Mario World, because then we had the Koopa King in variations of them. And Lakitu always, I guess, the villain or helper of Bowser usually, but then again also the thought that, hey, he's the flagman in Super Mario Kart.
Right.
And he'll pull you out of the water eventually, and then eventually I think... Here's the weird thing, in Mario Kart 8, they do make him playable, so I'm getting a sense of, who's counting down the race then? Well, okay, no, I think I know the answer, because in Super Mario 64, there's the Lakitu brothers who control the camera.
Okay.
And actually, when you go into like the mirrors of the castle, they show the fact that he's following you with the cameras, like it's reflecting how the camera angle's working. The other one is like the other Lakitu brother is like, yeah, off. He's like, fine, I'll do it with my brother off on the side, and the Goonies, by the way, the little birdies there. Oh. As far as how they are. All right, so next is probably Poochie, dog. Oh no, Bumpity. Who is the little penguin. The Astral is my home. People think I'm cute, but I hate that I'm cute. Just think of me as being cool, and there is Dr. Freezegood. Yeah, who I guess gets him his pills on the side, maybe, as far as a different thought, but no. He's the snowman who kind of goes around, you just jump on his head and Yoshi's on.
Yeah. No, there's Poochie.
Yeah, there he is.
Woof woof. You didn't know I like monkeys? Well, see, I'm friends with everybody. Woof, especially that Yoshi. He gives me eggs. Woof, woof, woof.
And that's true, because actually in Yoshi's Island, one of the first cases you see Poochie in that game, he will actually pat the eggs if they're because in that game you make the eggs and you can either throw them or drop them. But if they're there, he'll kind of pat them towards you. He'll actually bring them towards you, but you can kind of keep them still to kind of like pat it almost as like a ball or something. It's a little detail, and it's kind of a great.
But it's good. It's a great detail.
It's a great attention to detail, like what that game is doing. And of what it's doing with its graphics. All right, we're gonna go through each of these, and I think that'll go to it specific. Here's Flying Wiggler, as mentioned. Flying Wiggler rose the flowers, Beast throughout, but yeah, as soon as something goes on and the Egodills are, threatened over there, gets mad. Hey there, don't step with friends. And by the way, the monkey with Poochie was Grinder. I should mention that.
Okay.
Alright, so there is Prince Froggy. Well, fine, they call him Froggy, but it is Prince Froggy, which is in Yoshi's Island, as mentioned. This is basically a case of, we'll see these characters when we play Yoshi's Island. Frog's Law Rain is good, but remember, the story of this game is the place is being flooded,
That's
so
right.
even he's not liking it.
That's right.
Oh, okay, fine, he does like it. He doesn't care, but everybody else is going with that. Although, Claw Daddy actually is on land in Yoshi's Island, so yeah, maybe he doesn't like the rain either, as far as that. And of course, the boss in Yoshi's Island for this, where you get eaten by Prince Froggy, and then you have to basically destroy his epiglottis, pretty much, in order to have him literally, take you out a certain way. We'll get to that when we play that game. At some point, we're definitely going to have to do that. That's on the list. That's one I want to show, because I adore that game. And there's my boy, Gargantua Blarg. My exploits are kind of famous. Ruling the lava world also fear me, but okay, he doesn't like the rain because it put a damper on my powers. And there is a Flame Guy as well, who when Yoshi's on, you eat him and he becomes fire you can breathe out. And the next we have, I believe, Lungefish. Yeah, howdy y'all. Wanna know what I think? I really don't like the Yoshi guy. He gives me indigestion because in Yoshi's Island, Lungefish eats you and it is an instant kill. So I was like, yeah, there's like 2 levels he's on, but he comes out and goes like, thing. He's like, yeah, if you're in the mouth, like, yeah, don't let that happen. You got anything to eat? I'm kind of hungry. Well, there's Flopsy Fish there. I mean, I guess you can snack on him, but yeah, that's his assistant, as it is. And then going into the moon case with Raphael the Raven.
Go.
Yes, Yoshi. Raphael has to play and defeat that darn Yoshi, which I guess he's not happy in one way, because in Yoshi's Island, what happens with him is that you actually go to the moon to fight him. And then you have to take the wooden stumps and then basically hit him with them while he's on the other side. And yeah, he doesn't like how that feels. But and also the Shy Guys who are all over the place as far as Yoshi's Island is concerned. And we'll see them more as we go along, as it is. And then next, we're getting into the boss characters now. So there's Hook with the Koopa again. It's my job to beat Yoshi. And it mince me a cocky little wimp. Well, he didn't, as far as how we handled it. And in Yoshi's Island, the idea is you knock him on his back, and then you have to pretty much pound on his chest when you do that, or basically bounce on his head so you can get eggs to basically knock him backwards, because he's very top-heavy. You're seeing that right there.
Yeah.
There's not just for show in that game. Yeah, consider this also a preview when we do Yoshi's Island, because that game is awesome. Here's Naval Piranha Plant, or Naval Piranha. Ready to give in yet? Just still dreaming of feeding me? Go see your mommy, you green little lizard. Go home and cry. But Yoshi, honestly, never really cries that much. Well, okay, no, that's not true. He does in Yoshi's story when you get carried away to the castle. He does have tears coming out that way. Although they are baby Yoshi, so maybe that's something to do with it. Right? Yeah, like go home and cry. But yeah, we took care of the Piranha Plant and or Naval Piranha Plant. And here's Kamek again. Yeah, bow down to me, or no, better yet, deal down before your new master, Kamek. Because, yeah, that was the idea. He wanted to steal Mario and Luigi, or baby Mario and baby Luigi. But yeah, Yoshi got in the way, and there are the toadies with the weird stuff with the eyes there.
I know.
And I love the propeller stuff on their heads as they come along. So, yeah, there's kind of like these flying creatures. And lastly is, final boss of the game. Bowser, I'm the king, I'm Bowser. Go Yoshi while you still can. Never beat me, not in 10 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 or 100,000 years. Except, yeah, we did. It just took 26. For the version of the show, it just took 26.
That's right.
So it's somewhere in the middle at least, but yeah, there he is. King Bowser, he is set that way. As I mentioned, there is a computer switch, which I think it lets you put on computer play, although I think that does lock you out of the good ending. I wasn't able to get it to work when I ran my... test this, and also Mark, by the way, which what that does is that it will give a transparency when you clear blocks. We didn't see it, we didn't have it on. It basically makes the blocks transparent. It looks kind of weird, but you know, fine, I'll show it, because I'm going to show the game over screen, just because I think that goes well with what's going on. Fine, let's show it on very hard again. So yeah, when you do a clear, you can see this. It's not a whole lot, but that'll be the idea. And that probably should take us out. Yeah, see, like that. It looks a little more transparent there. Although I guess to that, you know, I want to do another one of these. It kind of, yeah, you're seeing that. It kind of is transparencying, if that's a word, probably is. It is now, but anyway. It kind of making it a little harder to see the number. I mean, okay, maybe it doesn't matter as far as the number, 100%. Because the question is like, fine, if you're keeping count, you know that, hey, you did a 2-chain and took care of it that way. But yeah, that's what it's not really much. But either way, that's the idea. You know, I'm hitting the top. But yeah, there's Yoshi doing what we didn't see happen. You know, him losing and, you know, breathing in the ground that way. But yeah, and also getting cute. That. Yeah, that's true. Especially here, as far as what we saw. And this, as I mentioned, this game over screen is different in Handheld Upon. You have Lip, who has the blocks popping off of her. I think there's like variations of it with that one, but even the idea that, and yeah, there's the continue number down there, by the way. Oh, every time you hit A to try again, it increases it by 1. As I said, for Pokemon Puzzle League, for that super hard mode, I got it to 99, and then I got it, then I lost 99 and it went down to 0. So like, okay, does it, if I do it now, would that count as not continuing? But apparently not. Yeah, there you go. That is your take of Yoshi's Island. Well, fine, Yoshi's Island previewing, but also Tetris Attack. I guess to go back into my final thoughts on this one, or anything else you want to go into first before I do.
No, I'm just, it's a great game. I love it, and it's a great investment because it's really reasonable to play, and it's for people actually who may not play games. It's a good way, and it was my first way into video games.
Or it's, I guess, your first way into a game like this.
Yeah. Well, I played in arcade, things like that, but
I guess for console, maybe.
For console, yeah.
Okay. So. Well, which is an interesting distinction that way. The thought of like, okay, fine, you see it out somehow, but then would you want necessarily to buy a console to play a game like this? Yes. I think the answer is for something like this, absolutely. Yes. As I said, this has not been re-released in this version much, but as I said, it's not expensive on Super Nintendo. It's like $15, $20, which is totally worth it. Game Boy version's like $15 is how much I paid for it, and that was pretty recent.
And I've had a lot of fun times spending, through the years playing the game.
With people and just that experience for it. Absolutely. And I think that's the idea, and that I agree with everything she said. This is a wonderful game. This is definitely one of the greats as far as puzzle games. Even if you don't like puzzle games, I think you should not sleep on this one. Because it might be, as you mentioned it very well, the thought of, the gateway to a genre, but then also the idea of, being able to approach something that way, but the thought of, there's just so much charm, there's so much depth to this. It's not something that, as we mentioned, we've shown this clearly. We've been playing this game 26 years. We could see us playing this another 26. That's how good it is, and not get sick of it, even when they keep re-releasing it. And it's one of those cases where this version hasn't been re-released, but Handheld Upon, which we will show, as far as the Japanese version, that is on the Nintendo Switch Online. If you have that service, you have it. And also, Pokemon Puzzle League is on the Nintendo Switch Online plus expansion pack. It's also on Nintendo 64. I guess that'll be the next time we go back to this franchise, although, as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, Dolphin and I want to come back to this game for the purpose of the puzzle. We'll try and run through all the puzzles.
Especially those hard ones. Because the ones at the beginning, you can figure this out, but we had one the night before last that was a killer.
We had a couple, but we did figure them out.
We did. And
it makes for an interesting change of pace for this game, but I think also in some ways just the thought of, okay, because it's every mode in this game except for the time trial and the versus is for one player only. Mm. But then again, looking at that, kind of looking at the puzzle of that, seeing like, how do you solve this?
Yeah, and then one of us would get it, or the other one would get it, and then
or see certain things like, hey, I wasn't looking this way, as far as that. Yeah. And then Pokemon Puzzle League also enhanced on that more because they do give you the option to make your own puzzles, but they screwed up because it does not use the controller pack, so you can't trade them across cartridges, which is unfortunate. But they give you that option, but still for this one, 120 puzzle for that, and all the other modes you have, you're getting a lot of game for this. This is one of those games you could say, as you mentioned, feasibly infinite replay value for this. Absolutely Super Nintendo essential. Game Boy is a very good game for Game Boy. I don't know necessarily if I'd say it's better on Game Boy than Tetris is on Game Boy itself, only because we have Super Nintendo for this to compare it to. Still a very good version. I'd say probably the best portable version of this would be either Pokemon Puzzle Challenge on Game Boy Color, which is actually very much like this, even in terms of the way some of its menus and some of its setup are, and also Planet Puzzle League on the DS, which is actually the last newly released Puzzle League game, not counting the mode in Animal Crossing New Leaf at least. So yeah, it's been a bit of time for this. I'll tell you one thing. Here's a free advice to Nintendo if they may want to take this. I was mentioning to you Tetris 99 on the Switch. Mm-hmm. And there's also Tetris Effect Connected, which is by the people who made Rez and Space Channel 5. But can you imagine, because I mentioned also, we never got that Nintendo Puzzle Collection, which is, aside from Planet Puzzle League, the only version of this that has 4-player multiplayer. Every other one is 2. It's great even with 2. It doesn't. I'm not gonna say no. That's a deficiency that it's not 4. But more people to play this game with at the same time is a great thing. Can you imagine Puzzle League 99? Imagine 99 people online playing this game, sending garbage blocks to each other. I would eat that up so much.
Me too.
Nintendo, if you're listening, sometimes they listen to our show. I mentioned they bug this program. They sometimes hear things. Maybe they think there's an idea by some random person or a couple random people out there and think that, maybe there is a thought to it. I mean, we got Handle Pawn and Pokemon Puzzle League on
That's right.
Switch Online. So, I mean, I don't think anything's out of the realm of possibility. I was going nuts. Like, oh my god, they're bringing these back. Both of them. Fine, they're bringing the one here because we never got Handle Pawn. So I was curious, like, what was Japan's answer to this? Like, we knew this one. What was Japan like? What did they have? And so I was glad to see that. And also more as far as Pokemon Puzzle League. But as I said, we will come back to Tetris Attack itself, Super Nintendo for its puzzle mode, and then we'll go to the other Puzzle League games for sure. I will definitely get people who I know said they want to be involved. Some of these, I think it would probably be Edwack and Nikki specifically with Pokemon Puzzle League. But we'll figure those out as we go down the road, as well as everything else you had over there in the chat as far as your suggestions. Thank you so much, Dolphin, by the way. I want to just extend this again for joining me for this. Bring all of your insights, bringing everything you have, all of your love for this game. As I said, I knew I couldn't do this game without you, specific. And just because of your fandom as well, but also because of what you're going to bring, what your insight was going to be. As wonderful. I had a great time with this, and I definitely looking forward to the other games we said we're going to be doing eventually. In fact, actually, one of those is going to be next week. She's going to be on the show next week as well. We're doing a little bit of a tonal shift, a little bit. We're getting into October next week for October 1st. Yeah, so it is going to be on Saturday for this, so the scheduling thing is going to be a little more consistent, sort of. But yeah, next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're playing the House of the Dead remake for the Nintendo Switch. That's the version I have because there's motion control stuff going on. I do have one of the light gun accessories, the light gun holster, so the purpose of that, I just bought another one and Joy-Cons to go with it next week. So her and I, yeah, we got taken care of as far as Yoshi doing our puzzle block stuff. Yeah, pulling the guns out and just shoot zombies dead next week. And we're looking forward to this because I think you mentioned you have experience with House of the Dead specific as far as
the arcade
version.
Yes.
I know you're
Carnival.
Yeah, Carnival from Midway. I will put a picture of
right.
Carnival because unfortunately Carnival's never gotten a home release. It was running actually on full motion video for it, along with Area 51 and Maximum Force of Midway's. Very similar to that. If you like horror stuff, if you can find a medieval machine, or I guess do MAME emulation, that's probably the only way you can play it. Although it's not easy to get that emulated, from what I understood. Seeing that, because a lot of people say like, "Hey, why don't you just emulate a game?" Yes, but sometimes the way that games are developed, especially Carnival. That is one, there are actually a lot of weird artifacts. That FMV method of it, I'm pretty sure the source code is lost, I would think.
What a shame, really.
Unfortunately, but we have the MAME elements, that's the best that's going to it.
Yeah.
Specific, but with House of the Dead, same case. The source code for the arcade game was lost, the Sega Saturn version, which is extremely rough from what I understand. It also costs $400 if I'm going to buy the US version, so if I was going to play that one, I'd be importing the Japanese release. And even then, it has gun support. It has the Stunner, which is one of the best light guns ever made. It was for the Sega Saturn from Sega. But unfortunately, it doesn't work on HD television, so that'd be a weird case. So,
really?
Unfortunately, but that being said, we do have our solution for that with the House of the Dead remake because it's on Switch. You can run that way. As I mentioned before, I may as well go back into this. The Wii Virtual Console, it is shutting down, but I have all of the Zapper games from NES that they released on that. Duck Hunt, Adventures of Bayou Billy, Wild Gunman, Hogan's Alley, they are all in play. I have games on the Wii that have motion controls using the Wii Motion, or the Wii Remote. I have House of the Dead 2 and 3 Return, we're going to play them that way eventually. I have Gunblade New York and LA Machine Guns, I don't know if you're familiar with those?
No.
They're very, they're massive cabinets of Segas that have this big machine gun on it that has a rumble on it. They ported them to the Wii. It is actually the rarest game on the Wii I own. It goes for well over $100 now. It's a game you could easily finish in like 2 hours for both of them.
Oh my goodness.
They're insanely short, but they're a lot of fun. And we have our way of light gun gaming going on the show. Like, remember I said, anything we want to see in the show, we're going to do our damnedest to make it happen. Even actually for games of that era, because at one point, I'm going to think about this. I think I want to show the Terminator 2 Judgment Day arcade game off. I'm going to buy it on the Super Nintendo, and the reason I'm going to buy it on the Super Nintendo is because it does use the light gun on the Super Nintendo, which is the Super Scope. I mentioned that earlier, because actually the people who made this game made one. They made two of them. They made Battle Clash, and they made Metal Combat Falcon's Revenge. Terminator 2 on the Super Nintendo has support for the mouse. I have the mouse from Mario Paint, which is by the same people who made Tetris Attack as well. So in that case, we can use mouse to control it that way. So as I said, we'll make what we can make work. And anything you'll want to see, anything my guests on the show want to see, ask and you shall receive. But yeah, next week, her and I are going to be playing House of the Dead remake for the Switch. So yeah, playing a game that came out this year, except it's a remake of a game from 25 years ago. So I guess it still fits the super old game part in its way. The week after that, I am in talks with the medics currently as far as when we're going back to Parasite Eve. If it's going to be the 8th or the 15th, it'll be on Saturday either way. And I think we're going to need another part, so it can either be concurrent for those. I'll probably have an answer when I edit this in a couple of days. Or it'll probably be one more month in November. I'm thinking either the 6th or the 13th. I have to talk to Crusader64 because he and I have some shows set up as it's been going. Because after the 8th and the 15th, the week after that, going back to The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask, I think we finish it. I think. Based on the test plays I've been doing earlier this week, we're pretty close. The 6 hours and 20 minutes we did last month, the marathon session we did, I think got us into a sense. So we got one more thing we got to do in town, taking care of Anju and Cafe. We were talking about the emotional stuff with Pamela last time. Yeah, that's another case of it. And then we're going to take care of what's going on with Majora, what's going on with that moon. We have our oath to order that we're only going to use once. We're going to put it to use. And I think we finished that game on October 22nd. And then October 29th, this is the show I think the Crusader64 has been waiting for even more than Majora's Mask. And given how much he loves Majora's Mask, that's saying a lot. He's going to be starting the next RPG for us. He's going to be starting Shadow Hearts for the PlayStation 2. I've never played this game, Dolphin. I don't know if you ever played it. Are you familiar with what it is?
I am familiar with it.
Okay. It's a game that costs a bit of money. It's like $150. Not massive. I mean, it's not Kuon on PlayStation 2, which is like a $1,000 game as far as survival horror stuff or horror themed stuff. He's showing that game off. That's going to be a 6-month play. He is waiting to show it off. He was insanely excited when the Kickstarter for Penny Blood, which is the spiritual successor from the same people, is being made, and it's been funded. It's got only about a week to go, a little under that. I think 6 days to go at the time of this recording, which already met its goal. So it's going to be made. It's going to be made on consoles and PC. So yeah, he's going to be loving showing this game. What he showed me of this looks really impressive in terms of what the game is doing and also how it runs, the tech we're running. But yeah, we were going to run that game each month until we finish it. He's going to be the one controlling it. He has it all mapped out. He's ready to go. And then in November, we're going to go back to Shadow Hearts. Probably, I think, 2 weeks after we do the first part. I don't think we'll need that Majora's Mask part. If we don't, we might be doing Parasite Eve at that point. If Max and I are not going to be doing Parasite Eve concurrently for the 2 weeks after the House of the Dead remake, I'm going to try and see if I can't be in a good place to be showing off Castlevania The Adventure Rebirth on the Wii. I don't know if you're familiar with that. It was a remake of a Game Boy game from 1989 that's horrible. It was M2 who remade it. It's great. Unfortunately, it's no longer available to legally obtain because the Wii shop is shut down.
Oh, right.
Unfortunately, and I've been begging Konami to be re-releasing this. Konami has been, doing some good stuff recently. They did the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Cowabunga Collection, which is great. Yeah. And they're remaking Suikoden 1 and 2, Chasm 22. I said last week, I said, he's on vacation. I said, I know you're on vacation, hoping you have a good time, but you need to know this. I know you've been begging for this. He said, oh my god, I'm so happy they're remaking this, and please buy this so then they can remake Suikoden 3, 4, and 5. And I said, you got it, my friend. I'll absolutely go to that. And also, because that's another one. Suikoden is a game that has source code that's lost, and that in its original form costs multiple hundreds of dollars. Wow. It's on PlayStation 3 to download for about 10, but there are a lot of hoops you need to jump through still. And if you're not, you're going physical. Suikoden 2 is a $500 game. It's one of the rarest games on the PlayStation 1. So yeah, them remaking that's a good thing. So another case of Konami's, I think Konami's seeing the fact that, they got stuff as far as video gaming. People love them for those stuff, and when they do good jobs, people want to buy them. I'm buying them right away, and show them where the money is. Same with something like Tetris Attack or anything else, and this is a wonderful game. And again, just to go back to that, I guess as far as the rest of the stuff to schedule, November 20th is going to be Magical Quest starring Mickey Mouse, which was requested by ElecVerse. Requested by you, actually, for the Thanksgiving show, is the Dreamcast Racing Showcase. We've got 20 racing games to go through on that. I'm looking forward to playing a bunch of those. There's stuff that we've talked about on this show, stuff we haven't. One Crochet Nerd 64 is going to be lending me, which is going to be San Francisco Rush 2049 for that one.
Nice.
And one that's kind of playing loose with the language, with the way that the setup is. I will leave you in suspense. That's going to be the last game we show that night. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss it. You're going to say, how the hell is this possible? But I have a way, and you're not going to want to miss that. And then we get to December, where I guess as far as the end of the year is looking... I'll talk to Nocturne. I know she wanted to do Mega Man X4. We're going to see if we can't get that going for December or not. And then we have another Tetris game we'll be playing. We're playing Tetris Plus on Sega Saturn as one of those, as well as we're going to do Streets of Rage 2, which I've been pushing forward and back a lot. December we do Streets of Rage 2, and then also I'm trying to think what was the other. Oh right, next part Shadow Hearts, which is probably earlier in the month.
Yeah.
And then I give an extra week or an empty week for one of those. And one thing I will also sort of preface, I think for those December shows, the last two, which are on the last 2 weekends of that month and of the year, I think I'm gonna have Friday shows for both of them because the Saturdays are Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve. I mean, we did Christmas last year for Christmas nights because they said that's a once in 7 year case. Yeah. We're doing it. But for the other ones, I think we can manage for Friday show. I mean, we've done Friday shows. I think that's fine.
That's good.
The schedules for a lot of that stuff for December will come, and then we get into the new year with all the stuff that Chad has wanted to see, you've wanted to see. And we're starting off also just to go to this. I don't know. This is going to be the first game we play because it's going to be me doing New Year's resolution case. I have a play of Mystical Ninja starring Goemon that's been hanging for almost 2 years now. We're starting that game over. I'm keeping part 1 up when we get to that, just so you see the contrast of where was I 2 years ago almost when I started this. Actually over now, and then now where are we with that same game? Which I don't know. Have you ever played that?
No.
It is another one from Konami, another one that's great, and another one that, I'd love to see Konami bring that back as part of that Gambari Goemon franchise, which I have a real soft spot for. And that was the first one I played, and it's a terrific one for Nintendo 64. That's going to be a 2-part game, as it is, but we're going to complete that game, because that's been hanging too long. It's been bugging me that's been the one hanging, but I have better audio equipment now. I have better stuff set up. I have better direction on the program where it is, thanks to Dolphin You. My first you in chat, everybody who's been guests on the show and been in chat for it as well. And so I think we're gonna be ending 2022 with a bang, as we've done before with past years of the program. So our 2023 correct, with that game to finish, and then everything else we'll be going back through that you wanted to see. And there's some big stuff that's been going on, and more guest appearances has been. You as well, but other people when they're saying hey, they want to be involved in stuff, we're gonna have that happen.
That's nice.
Yeah, the SuperOldGameSaturday train is not stopping. It's going full steam ahead while Yoshi's there. I'm amazed I've been able to pull out about a half an hour, pretty much almost, of just sitting here with this great, peaceful music, lull you into a nice sleep after a long day, a long week. I mentioned that's the idea of what the show is. Us coming by, relaxing, sharing thoughts, memories, ideas, anything we got as far as it to greet us for the end of a long week, the start of the next one. And then get ready for the next case, where next week we're gonna be killing zombies. It's never a dull moment. It's never the same show you're gonna see on this.
Well, thank you for having me.
Of course, thank you for making this such a great play. This and exactly the play of this that I was thinking, I knew was gonna be for you being on this. Everything you provided, everything that was unique to it, is that this was us telling our story. As I always say, this is not just my show, it is our show, and it's basically us explaining what is our experience with this and everything with it. So, with that, I think that's going to shut down Super Bowl Game Saturday for this week, but thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much for everything you do for the show. Thank you, Dolphin, again for coming in for this.
Bye, ElecVerse.
And we'll see you next week, next Saturday night at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the House of the Dead remake for the Nintendo Switch. Till then, have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, and a great week coming forward. We'll see you then. Keep being awesome, and we'll see you next week. Take care, everybody.